This is part 2 in the ElevenLabs clone series. Check out the first part in the description if you haven't seen that to get an intro to what we're building. Now let's get started. To get started with the front end, I would like you to open up the ElevenLabs clone repository and then open up a new terminal, so open an integrated terminal. Then we'll initialize our project with the T3 stack. So over here I'll search for T3 stack, create T3 app, press copy npm and paste it in right here. Our project will be called ElevenLabs clone frontend. We'll be using TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, Node to gRPC, Next.js, Prisma, AppRouter.js, and we'll use SQLite for now. We'd also say no to this, and yes to npm install. And just enter for this. This should set up the front-end project for us and also install the packages we need. It is now finished running, and we see that we should be able to access the folder over here. So ElevenLabs clone, we see right there, and we have the environment variables file, which we just need to append a couple of variables to. So going under style.js2 and finding the .env, we can just copy all of these env values and then paste them into, if I just close this, paste them into the one over here. I'll press save and then say file, open folder, and then I would like to open up the front end folder like this. And we should then be able to see if we can run it in just a second. So usually you'll need to remove these auth discord IDs. So I'll just go ahead and remove these before you can run it. And then under source environment.js, we'll need to remove these as well. Both there and right here. I'll then press save, close both of these, say npm scripts. If you do not see it, you can right click down here and say npm scripts, check that off. I'll then just say dev, so next dev, which will open up the development server. And over here I'll navigate to localhost 3000. And we then see the app running on our local server. So first I would like to just define the types for my environment variables and also set which ones are required. So I'll just close this down by clicking right here twice and open up these two files right here. Like this. So in here we have the actual environment variables, and in here we specify which ones are required and also their type, such that we can use them throughout the projects with types. So we can start out with this one right here, AWS access key ID. So we'll just go ahead and append it down here, set it to a string. Do the same for secret key. Do the same for the region, the S3 buckets, and also the API key. Right here I'll instead call it S3 bucket name. I'll call this backend API key. And then we need to scroll down and just append them down here. So first we need to take this one. Actually, I'll just copy all of these, paste them down here, and then just replace it like so. And then I will need to just go ahead and say that one is dead, that one is dead. Perfect. So what we do over here is we say these variables should be accessible on the server only, not on the client. And then we set the variables to the values from inside this .env file down this runtime env object right here. Now we're ready to set up authentication. So I'll close down these two files and then open up the following Explorer. And I'll just say Command P and search for auth. And we would like to find the following config.ts. And in here we can specify all the rules for authentication with Next.auth. So the plugin that is used, the package that is used for authentication that is pre-installed by the T3 stack. So I'll just go ahead and remove Discord provider first of all, and then remove it down here. And I would like to specify credential instead and just press enter to auto import it. If it doesn't auto import, you can just see the import path up here. It is supposed to be this one. Cool. In here we specify the name, which is going to be credentials. We can also specify credentials and we would like an email where the label is email and also a type of email. I'll just copy this, and down here I'll say password, label is going to be password, and type is going to be password as well. Now under credentials, I'll just pass in this async authorize. So this is what happens whenever the user presses login, and we call a login method defined by Next.auth. So we'll pass in the credentials. First, we'll create a schema for authorizing whether the credentials are in the correct format we would like them to be. So we'll go under source, press new folder, say schemas. In here, we'll say new file, Auth.js. We can then say import, set, from sort, like this. And now we can define a schema, so how the sign in and sign up schema should work. So we'll first of all say export const sign in schema equals set.object. We'll define that we'll need an email property, which is going to be a string. So we can say set.string. We can then say .email, and we pass in invalid email address if it's not the correct property type. We can then also pass in a password, which is going to be set.string with a minimum length of 1, and we'll say password is required if that is not fulfilled. So what we can do with this kind of object, so this schema here from sort, is that we can take a given JavaScript object, and then we can compare the object against the constraints put inside this set.object, and then this schema will then produce some errors. So for example, invalid email address if the email is not a string and in the format of an email, or if the password is not a minimum length of 1, for example. So this lets us validate that the object is in the correct format we would like it to be in. I'll just copy this entire thing and then call this sign up schema. And then email is going to be the same. And then password, I'll say minimum. And then it should be 6 characters. And I'll say password must be at least 6 characters. Like that. And then we do have these schemas now, but I also would like the TypeScript types because we'll need them later on. So I'll say export type sign in form values equals set.infer. And we can say type of and then sign in schema. I'll just duplicate the line and call this sign up schema. And this will then be sign up form values, and here it'll be sign in form values. Great. So now we're going to use the schema we just defined inside this config.ts whenever the user logs in. So we can start by putting in a try catch. So try and then catch error. Inside the try, we can say awaits sign in schema. Press enter to import that. Pass in the credentials. We'll just say sign in schema dot parse async like this, and then we can pass in credentials, so the object from up here. And then if we hover parse async, we can see that it should return a promise containing email and password, both as strings, so not as undefined as they might be if they come in and we don't know the types. We can then just say const email password. So destructure the return value of this parse async, which is this object right here, and we destructure that into the following 2 variables, email and password, both of which are strings, so we can actually use them down here with the types not being undefined, for example. And the reason we put this entire thing inside a try catch is because if it does not, or if the credentials object does not contain the email and password in the correct formats as they are supposed to be here, it'll then throw an error, and we can then handle that error accordingly down in the catch statement and not log the user in. I can then find a user in the database. So the first thing we do whenever a user logs in is just check if the user even exists in the database. So I'll say const user equals awaits, and then we can say db, press enter to import that, dot user dot find unique, and we can then say where email is email, And the user can then be the entire user, or it can be null. So if the user is null, that means the user does not exist in the database. And where does this user table even come from, you might say? Well, up here on the Prisma and schema.prisma, we can see all of the different database tables that has been predefined for us by the T3 stack. So we have the user table right here, for example, and the user has an email right now, and we can also just put in a password. So password, which is going to be a string, and a password must always be present. So we put in, we do not put in this exclamation mark right here, question mark. So now that we added another column to the user table, we can just say npm scripts, scroll up to, let me just make this a little bit bigger, prisma db push. Great, and now if I just close down the terminal again, hop under config, we should be able to actually see a password if we want to. Yeah, so there's a password right there. And then we can compare also the password with the user's password in the database. So that is how we set up a simple authentication system. So first we'll just go ahead and say if not user. So if user is null, then what we'll do is just return null. So let me just see why it fails right here. I just need to make sure this is done correctly. Perfect. So this is the query statement, and this is if the user is null. Then we can check if the password matches the password in the database. So we always store encrypted passwords in the database, never passwords in plain text. And what we'll use to encrypt our passwords is going to be bcrypt.js. So I open up a new terminal, press the plus right here, and then say npm i bcrypt.js. And I'll just go ahead and install that. Close down the terminal again. And then I can say await bcrypt. We can import that like so. Say compare, put in our password, which we just got from the login form. And then also user.password. This will compare the unencrypted password with the encrypted password by first of all encrypting the password and then also hashing the password and then comparing these two. This will then return a boolean. So we can say password match equals, and then this will specify whether the user is correctly, if the user defined a correct password or not. Great. So if the user's password does not match, then we'll also return null. And by returning null, we do not log in the user. And by returning an object with some properties, we will log in the user. So now that we know that a user does exist and that a password does exist, down here we can then say return id user.id, name user.name. We can also return the email. And we can also return an image if we want to do that. So all of these things are stored on the user. So we have an image right here, for example. So you can set the properties you would like to, or the columns you would like to in the database, and then you can use those throughout the application from the user's login session. And then of course, if an error is thrown, because this up here does not work, so if the email and password does not live up to the criteria defined in the schema, we will obviously not log in the user, so we'll just say return null down here as well. And then scrolling down a little bit, I would like to just add another property down here called pages. Here we'll define the sign-in page, so what URL up here we would like the sign-up page to be at. So we'll like to place it at app and then sign in. So we'll need to create a route over here that matches the following right there. And this just lets Auth.js or Next.auth know that we have defined our auth page or sign-in page at this URL right here. I can just press comma, and then we'll need to make a little bit of a modification down here in callbacks as well. So first of all, when the user is logged in, this JWT callback will be called. So I'll just go ahead and create that. We'll say token and user and pass those into the function. We can then say if user, then we'll set token.id equal to user.id and then return the token. And then under session, this callback is called every time we use something like use session or just try and get the session within a component. Then this is called, and we'll need to return the properties of the user we would like to be able to access in the application. So here I'll say session and token, And then I can say dot session, and user will be, this is correct, we'll destructure all of the properties, and then we'll just need to say token.sub right here instead. And that should set us up to be able to access the user properties from the database through the session within the application whenever we want to. Now we can just hop in and close these files. Hop in here. And then if we go under source, app, and then page, this is what we see over here right now. So create T for app. So this just returns the base URL. So we'll just go ahead and remove all of this. We can just return for a landing page, for example, if you would like to create that. And when I press save, it updates instantly over here because the development server is still running in the terminal. Great. So under layout, I just want to change a couple of things. So right now it says create T3 app. So instead I'll just say 12 labs. Description, I'll say 12 labs as well. Press save. And now we should see 12 labs over here. If you want to change this favicon, you can just change that. This refers to favicon.ico, so going under public, favicon, we can see that it says T3, so we'll just search for favicon generator, and then just use some service to create one. I think down here should be fine. Or maybe we want to search for favicon text generator. Perfect. And then we'll just say 12 maybe. And then font family, if you can choose Inter, that would be perfect. And then fonts, we'll just set it to bold. Background color, we'll just set that to white and font color black. Now we at least will not set it to isolate though. Like that. Now we can say download. And then just take this favicon we just downloaded and put it into the folder over here. So I just unzip the folder, and then I can copy favicon.ico and just go into public, remove the one that's already there, and just paste in this one instead, favicon.ico, and that should update it over here. So now we see 12 instead of T3 stack. And then instead of the Geist Sans font being used throughout the project, I'll just remove this import and then instead say imports. And then I would like to import Enter from Next font Google. And then we can use that instead down here. So we'll just need to go ahead and say const enter equals enter. Subsets will be Latin. And then the display will be swap. And now we can just reference that variable down here. So we can say enter.classname. And that should allow us to use enter as the font throughout our entire application. Now I can close down the layout and the page and just go under app. So under app, I would like to create another folder called app again. Under app, I would like to create another folder called sign up. Under this one, I would like to create a file called page.tsx. So by doing this folder structure, so app sign up will give us the following route over here in the browser. So app sign up. So this is how the the route is going to be. And whatever we define in here is going to be what is being returned on this page app/sign up. Great. So right now I'll just press enter and then probably nothing happens. So we just need to import a component over here. So I'll say export default function sign up page. And now we have a component. In here we can just return h1 for example and say hello. And that is what we see over here on this page. So that is how the routing works. It is file based in Next.js. So you just create folders and files to define how you'd like to route or how you'd like your route to be set up. So let's go ahead and start by defining a couple of things. I would like to define a div, put in some class names, so flex, minimum height of screen, and width full. I can then just open this up and then say another div. In here, I'll say class name again, relative, width full, and large, width of 1/2. And then we can just put in so this is the left side of a sign up form, and then I just want to put in a logo in the top left. So I'll just put in another div, and inside this div, I'll say class name, absolute, left 8, top 6, and then we can just put in a span where we say 12 labs like so, press save, and then just format that a little bit. So class name, text XL. We also want font bold probably, like that, already a little bit better. Tracking tights. So now the letters are a little bit closer to each other. And then we can just say text black to make sure that it is always black. Perfect. So now we have a top menu, you can say, with some text that serves as our logo kind of. And then we can begin to create the sign up form that is supposed to be in the middle of the screen right here. So hopping under div, right there, we can just say, I'll just put a comment. So censored sign up form, just so we know the difference. And then I'll put in a div. The class name for this one should be flex, minimum height of screen. And then items center and justify center. So when you use flex, you are able to use items and also justify. So items will define how you align things on the y-axis, and justify defines how you align items on the x-axis. So by saying item center and justify center, we fully center everything inside this div to the middle of the screen. So that is how you center stuff with the CSS. Then we can put in another div. The class name is going to be with full, max width of MD, and a padding of 8. In here, we'll just put in a h2 and say create your account. So it looks something like this. I'll just style the text by saying MB6, text center, Text-to-SFX, and font semi-bold. So now we have text center. So instead of it being left aligned like this, we can say text center and it'll be centered. And then we also style the text just a little bit and make sure there's some spacing between the text and the actual sign up form that is going to be beneath it. And the form itself will be created with something called hook form. So we'll go ahead and just open up the terminal and then just say npm install react hook form. And we also need to install, we can just say add hook form and then resolvers. Perfect. And then just close down the terminal again. This should allow us to use, we can just say npm hook form over here and just see what it actually is. So it's just a library for creating forms where you can define the state of the form up here, for example, in a hook, and then you can use that throughout the HTML that you return. So it just helps us build forms and manage the state when the user fills out the form. So up here, we can just define the hook that actually creates the form. So I'll say use form, pass in, I'll just need to import this, import from React hook form, pass in the sign up form values, and then I can say resolver. The resolver is going to be a sort resolver where we pass in the sign up schema. So remember the schema we created in here? Well, we can now show the error invalid email address if the email is not filled out in the form, and it'll do this all automatically because of this React hook form library. So after this, we'll just set in the default values for the form. So whatever the form values are whenever you refresh the page or just load it for the first time. So we can define default values to be an object, email empty, and password also empty. And then we can go ahead and do something called mode on change. And this means that form validation will happen as the user types in instead of only being ran whenever the user submits the form, for example. I also want to create a few use states. So these will handle loading, errors, if the form is valid or not, etc. So first of all, I would like to create one called error. So we'll say error and set error equals use states. This can be either a string or null if there is no error. And we'll then just initialize it to null and go ahead and import this. We'll just need to make this a client component as well. Use client since we're using use states and you can't do that in server components. Then I can say const is loading. So whenever it is loading, we are calling the server action and the user is being signed up. We can then also say set is loading equals use states, and we'll set that to false to start with. We can then just copy this to the next line and say is form valid and set is form valid. And next up, we are just going to import the router. So const router equals use router from Next navigation, and just press save. Cool. So there are the form-wise errors. So the errors that, for example, says email or password must be filled out. But I also want a general error. So this error up here, and that could maybe say the user already exists because you tried to sign up a user with an email that already exists in the database. And this schema right down here, which we define signup schema, won't really take care of that. So that is why I create this other use state for that exact error. So going down to under the H2 here, I would like to show the error pretty high up. So right under this, but not between the form elements. So I'll say error, and then I can do and. And now I can say div, and a closing div as well. In here, I'll say margin bottom 4. I'll say rounded, medium, BG red 50, padding of 3, and then text small. And lastly, I would like to do text red 500 just to make sure the user knows that it is an error. I can then just put in the error like so. Good. And now if I just set the error to a default value up here, so if I set it to null, maybe I'll just say this is a test error, and then go down. We can just check out why it is not being shown. So I just refreshed the page over here. My server was just stuck, and now we see this is a test error. So this is how you're going to see the general error if that occurs. Great. Under this, we can create the actual form. So I'll go ahead and say form, and I can then say on submit, and we then want a handle submit function. We can just go ahead and do that a little bit later and then create the form first. Inside the form, I want a div with the class name mb4 as well. Then I would like a label inside this div for the email field. So label, and then I can say email, press save. And of course, we don't want to show the error at all times. We'll just set this to null again up here. So I'll go ahead and say null, press save. And now we see email as the label. And then I can just put in a class name. So mb1, block, text small, font medium, and text black. And we'll just go ahead and set the HTML4 and set that to email to connect it to the input field called email. And that is going in right here. So input, and I'll close it like that. Say ID. The ID is going to be an email. The type is of course going to be an email as well. And then we can destructure the properties we got from up here with the use form, and we can say ... register to register the form with rect hook form. And then we can put an email. Then just, let me just see if we need to import this register. We did not need to do that actually. We just need to, instead of doing this and just calling it, we need to say const, and then actually set the return value equals to something. And we're going to destructure the return value to register, handle submit, form states, which we're going to destructure to errors. And then lastly, we'll also destructure watch. Cool. So now we can register the field down here and then just put in a placeholder as well. And I'll say enter your email address. And now we have an input field, which you can change. It does look pretty bad though, so we'll need to do some styling. I'll just say required just to make sure it is required, and then put in some class names. So first we can say with full. We can also say rounded LG, put on a border like that. We can say border gray 200. We can then say padding of 2 to make it a little bit larger. Placeholder, text small. So when you say placeholder and put this in front of the actual class, you apply the class to the text up here in the placeholder. So if I press save, we now see the placeholder getting a little bit smaller. Then we can say focus, border black, focus, outline none, and focus, ring 1, and then also focus, ring black. So if you just press save, all of these classes are being applied to the focused state. So whenever we click the input field, right now it is focused, and now it is unfocused or blurred. So this is why you see it is black around the edges now. So that is exactly how we wanted it to look. Then we can just go ahead and take this entire field. Oh wait, we just need to put in an error first, or some error states. So we can say errors.email and end. So if there is an error for the email field specifically, and this comes from up here, from React Hook Form, then what we'll do is just show that. So we can go ahead and say errors.email and then we can put in a paragraph. In the paragraph, we'll say errors.email.message. And we can then just style this paragraph a little bit so it looks a bit nicer. So we can say empty1, text extra small, text red 500. And now we can see it says invalid email address. If I just say, go and do this, the error disappears because the email address is now valid. And this is only shown after you start typing. Great. So now we can take this div, just copy it down, and do the exact same just for the password. So I'll say password, and just copy this right there, enter your password as well. And then we can put it in right there and there. And now we have a password input field, and because we set the type to password right there, we can then see that it is dots. We can then see that it is dots and not the actual password we see. And password must be at least six characters, and this disappears whenever we are at 6 characters. And this rule, of course, comes from the signup schema in here. So you can also just add another rule such that dots and then max if you wanted to, and this would then give you an error if you exceeded that maximum limit. So that is the power of using these sort schemas. Cool. Outside this div, but still inside the form, I would like to add a submit button. So the button that submits the form whenever you press it. And this should have type submit. So the form recognizes that it is a submit button. Then we can say disabled, and we'll disable it if we are loading. So if it's loading, or if the form is not valid. So then it is disabled, and we just need to put in 2 pipe symbols because it is an OR. We can then put in some class names and just say submit for now, so we can see how it looks. And then I would like to put in and do it like this. This means we can actually use variables to determine when to show certain classes. Then we can say margin bottom 4, margin top 4. We can just say margin y 4, and then width of full, rounded full, py 2.5, text small, text whites, and transition colors. And then the button isn't really shown over here, so we just need to say put in the $, and then we can put in this statement that allows us to use variables. So we can say is loading, and if we are loading, then we say cursor not allowed, so we can't really click it because it is loading. And then bg gray 400, so we gray it out if we are loading as well. Otherwise, we can say is form valid. So this is a substatement within the is loading statement. So this is an if statement basically. So if is loading is true, then these classes are applied. Otherwise, these classes over here are applied. But instead of putting in classes, we put in another if statement, so a nested one. So if the form is valid, then we just say bg black. Otherwise we say cursor not allowed, and bg gray 400. And now we can see that we can't click it because the form is not valid. If I fill out some info, and then once free, once free. It is still not allowed. So this is form valid is just false up here, and we need to set that in some way. So what I'll do is under this, I'll just say const email equals watch, and we can watch the email field. Copy this line, call this password. Just call the variable password as well. We'll then just put in a use effect. The use effect will execute the following method every time the email or password field changes. So every time one of these changes, the component will be re-rendered. And then we can say set is form valid. And we can then say email and password. So this will validate that the fields are actually set. So by using these double negations, so this will validate that email is set by converting it to a boolean, and do the same for password. And then this entire statement will only be true if both of these are set. And now if I go ahead and say test gmail.com and then once a free, we can now see that we're able to submit the form, although nothing happens because we haven't set that up, but at least it looks like it is supposed to look. Perfect. Then we can just create the method used for actually signing the user up. So we'll say const on submit equals async, and we'll pass in the data of type sign up form values. This is going to first of all say set is loading to true, so we can show the loading state, and then also set error to null, because we don't really know if there's any errors before we actually submitted the form. And then we can say const results equals, and then we'll await some server action called sign up, which we'll create in a second. And then we'll pass in the data and just comment that out. And then to simulate this, we'll just say await new promise. And then we can say resolve and then set timeout. And we'll just say resolve. And then we'll just say 1000 milliseconds, just so we can wait for a second for nothing basically. Then we can use this on submit down in the form. So if I say on submit, we can then say handle submit and pass in the on submit. And then down here, if I say test or just fill in a password, press submit, we then see that it is grayed out, but it doesn't really show any loading states. So what we can do is just go ahead and change that. So in here, I'll say is loading, and then put in this conditional again. If it is loading, then I'll put in a span. I'll say class name, flex items center, and justify center to center things inside the button. And then I can put in an SVG. So this was in my clipboard, and let me just finish it up before showing you how it works. Otherwise, we'll just put in the text saying sign up. And then right here, I'll just say creating accounts, ... Cool. So this is how the loading state is going to look like. So what I did was that I just pasted in this SVG right here. So instead of typing in all of these path infos to actually create this spinning wheel, I just pasted it in. You can just generate one with ChatGPT or use mine, copy it from the source code maybe. So we have the margin right, separating the SVG, so the spinner, from the creating account text. Then we have a height and a width of 4, so it's this size right here. We then have animate spin, which lets it spin around, and we set text white to actually color it white. And then the SVG itself consists of path and circle, so these two tags, and those contains this code basically, which I can't really explain, but that will basically just generate this shape right here. So if I just refresh instead, we see that it says sign up. So we can just say test and put something in, it says sign up. If I press, then it says creating account. And this is where we actually call the server action to sign up the user. Nice. Under the button, I just want to put in a little feature as well. I'll say class name, text center. And then in here, I'll say span already have an account. Press save so you can see where I'm going with this. And then span, I can say text small, text, gray 600, like this, and just style it a little bit more. So we need to put in a link. We'll just put that inside the span as well. So we'll put in an anchor, and the href is going to be app sign in. And then we'll say sign in right there as well. And just style this. So class name, font medium, text black, and underline. So this will underline it. This will just color the text, and this will set the boldness of the text. And then to create some spacing between the sign in and they already have an account, I'll put in the following. So a space inside these curly braces, and now it'll look like this. So if I click this, it'll take us to a non-existing page under app/sign-in, which we'll create after the sign-up page. Now we also want to create something on the right side of the screen. So making it desktop size, we can see this large area over here. And I create this large area to put in some latest updates and some colorful things that makes the sign-up page more pleasant to look at. So first of all, I'll just leave it like this, maybe a little bit smaller. And then we can start creating this element. So down here, I'll create it, and then I'll put in a div. I'll just say right side, so I just know the difference. And then I can put in some class names. First, I'll say hidden. So we would like to not show this on mobile phones, basically. I'll just then say py, free viewport heights, pr, free viewport widths, or I'll just say heights as well. And then I can say lg block, so we'll show it on when the breakpoint lg is hit. And then I can just go ahead and say lg width 1.5. Oh, sorry, 1/2, not 1.5. Under this, I would like to put in another div. In this div, I'll say class name, hidden, age full, rounded, free Excel. I can also put in bg gradient to b from indigo 100 via purple 100 to, and then we'll put in a blue color that is 5960D7, and just say LG block as well, so we only show it whenever we are on the big screens. So it is not shown yet. And we of course also have an error right here, so we'll need to say H full instead of F full, and now we can see this colorful thing over here on the right where we can put in our updates. Cool. So inside this div, if I can just open that up, what I'll put in is another div. Here I'll put in the classes flex, age full, flex call, and a padding of 12. Inside this div, we'll put in one more flex, age full, items center, of course in a class name, and then also justify center. We'll just put in an image here, and what I would like to do just to start off is just take a screenshot of the existing program. This is just going to be a placeholder, so I'll take this screenshot and just add it to my folder up here, so public. So I just copied it to my clipboard, and now I can paste it in here at public placeholder.png, and we can then reference that in the image tag right there. So I'll say source, and I can say /placeholder.png, close this again, and let me just see what the issue is. It is unrecognized, and that is of course because we need to use img and not image, like that. And now we can see that we have an image, so this can show some image and then some text under that. Cool. So for styling of the image, we'll just say with full, rounded, large. And now I can just put in an alt, which is good practice. You should do that, and just describe whatever the image shows. So dashboard, preview. And under the image, which I'll just close this one instead, I'll just go outside and create another div down here. This will have class name, age fits, with full, max, with large. So we give it a width of full, but then constrain it to this 512 pixels such that it doesn't become larger than this anyways. So it'll always be as wide as possible, but it'll stop being wider after 512 pixels. And then we'll put in another div, say class name, margin bottom 4, flex with fit, rounded to XL, BG indigo. And I'll just say 100, BG opacity 40, px3 and py1. I can just put in a span inside this div and say in uppercase latest updates. So now we see this, and then I'll also just style the text. So I'll say class name, and then it'll be text extra small, font medium. I'll make it uppercase, so instead of typing it like this, you can just type it like normal. So latest updates, and then you can pass in. So if you do this, for example, you can then just pass in uppercase as a class, which will uppercase it for you. Then I'll put in a tracking wider, and also text whites, like that. So now it looks way nicer. Then we'll just put something under this latest updates as well. So down here, we'll just say h3, put in, use the text to speech, which we'll create in a bit, editor, to create voiceovers in multiple voices using AI, like that. And then we just need to style that, of course. So we'll say text large, we'll say text white, like that. Then we can say on very large screens, we can say text XL. On 2XL, we can say text 2XL. And then on 2XL, we can also say leading 10. And then we can just check out how that behaves in real life. So right now it is hidden because we are on mobiles. Then it becomes visible. It becomes larger right there on this breakpoint. And then it should become even larger on even larger devices. So this is the sign up page, and this is the functionality. This is the design, so how it'll look. So now we can just go ahead and create the server action up here, which we just commented out, called sign up. So I'll create a folder for server actions over here. So under source, I'll create one called actions. So this is code that will run on the server, which we can call from example, for example, client components like this one. Under actions, I'll create one called Auth.js. In here, we can just say use server to specify we're actually running these on the server. And then we can say export async function sign up. We'll receive some data, and this will be the sign up form values. So we have the sign up schema, and then we have the TypeScript type. So we'll just go ahead and use that in here. Then we'll first of all validate the schema. So we'll put in a try and a catch. We'll then say catch error, and that'll just be any for now. And then first of all, we'll say const validated data equals sign up schema.parse. So we'll just check whether the form contains data within the constraints set up in here and in the schema. And then of course this is being checked on the client, but because the user can just go in and press F12 like this and just check out the code and change the code inside the console, it obviously isn't very safe. So you should validate it both on the client and also on the server before you actually use the data for anything. So we'll go ahead and say parse. We can just say await .parse async, and we'll just pass in the data to make sure. Cool. Then we can say const existing user equals await database.user.find unique. We'll say where email is a validated data.email. So kind of like when we sign in the user, we first check if the user exists or not. And then we can say if existing user return, and we'll just return an object with an error, email already in use. And this error right here we can show in the red input field we created in the start, right under the create your account text. If the user does not exist, we can then hash the password. So we'll say const hashed password equals awaits, and then we'll just import bcrypt again. Say .hash, put in validated data.password, and just a salt, so that's going to be 10. You can use whatever salt you would like. I'll just set it to 10 because it's a pretty default value. Then awaits database.user.create. We'll create a user with the data. Email, which comes from validated data.email. And then the password is going to be the encrypted password, so the hashed password right here. Then after creating the user, we can say return success, and then say account created successfully, right there. Now, if this line up here throws an error, so if sod throws an error during parse async, I would like to get out that specific error so we can actually show it. So I'll say if, and then error dot name equals sod error, and array dot is array error dot, and we'll just say errors, and lastly error dot errors dot length is larger than 0. So if we do have any errors, what we'll do is just return the actual error message, and we'll get that from error dot errors, the first one, and then message. And then if it is not a sod error, we'll just return error something went wrong, please try again, like this. So first we'll check if the error comes from the parse async up here, from the sod library. So if it is a sod error, and errors is an array, and there is more than one error in the array, we then just return the message from the first error in that array. Otherwise, if it's not a sod error, then we just return a default message, something went wrong, please try again. And then if it actually succeeds in being created, we then have this text right here, which we can also insert if we needed to. Good. So going back into, I'll just copy this, going back into page.tsx for sign up, we can then call this server action now. So I'll remove the following, import the server action, and then say if results dot error, then we'll say set error, and we'll set that to result.error, and then set is loading to false, and then just return. So if we try to sign up but an error happens, it will be shown with a set is error, or when we set error like this. And then what we can do if the error doesn't happen is that we can try and sign in the user. So we'll say awaits sign in. We'll import this from Next.auth React. We'll sign in with credentials, and then just pass in the options. So redirect will set to false, email will set to data.email, password will set to data.password. And this method right here will then trigger inside config. It'll trigger the following authorize function, and then it'll run through all of this logic, see if the user exists, try to log the user in, and then if the user gets logged in, he'll be redirected somewhere. So this will try and log in the user, so we'll just say const sign in results equals, and then hovering this, we have a sign in response or undefined, and then we can just say if sign in results dot error, then we'll say router dot push, and then push the user to the sign in page. So app sign in, and then return, not do anything else. And then we'll say router dot push. If the user is signed in, we'll push the user to app, and then we'll create a page called speech synthesis, then another one called text to speech, which will just be the default page basically. So we try to sign the user in, then we get a result back. If there is an error, we push the user to the sign in page, because remember right now we are on the sign up page. Otherwise, if the user gets signed in, we'll push the user to the text-to-speech page on the dashboard. This error you're seeing over here, we can fix by restarting the terminal. So I just close down the terminal, and then if I start it up again, what you see is the following. Let me just open it up. Invalid environment variables, and then these are missing. So just looking up this in the env, we can see that it is not there. We are calling it S3 buckets. So it's some of the naming that went wrong, and then backend API key. And now if we restart the server, we should be able to see it again. Sorry, see the page working again. So yeah, and now it is working fine. If we then just try and open up the database, so right here in Prisma, we are able to see the database db.sqlite and also the tables, but we want to be able to see it live basically. So if we use Prisma Studio, click right there, it should open up a live view of the database, and right now there are 0 users. So let's try and register a new user. So I'll call it test@gmail.com, and then just use 123 as the password. It created the account and redirected us to app speech synthesis, so basically the dashboard. If I refresh over here, we can see that we have our user. Now if I just try and go back and create a user with the same email address, we see email already in use. So what is kicking in right here is the error. So we get an error back, and we set that error to the error. So clicking into sign up, we check if the user exists already, and then we return the error. So this lets us know that we successfully have created the sign up page, and we can then move on to the sign in page. To build out this page, and I'll just close down the studio and the terminal again. To build out that page, I would like to copy this sign up folder, call it sign in instead. And then I can click the sign in button right there and see the exact same page as a copy on the sign in route. So sign in, we'll need to change a couple of things. First, I'll just call this sign in page. A lot of things will be the same actually, but we'll need to change some things. So first of all, on submit shouldn't create a user, it should log in the user. So I'll just remove all of this up to set is loading is true. And I would like to put this inside try catch as well. And then first I'll just set is loading to true and then get the sign in results. We can get the sign in result the exact same way as we did right here. So I'll call that function, and then I can say if sign in results dot error. So if that is not true, if we didn't get an error, we can then push the user to the dashboard by using the same logic as we did down here. If the user was not signed in successfully, we can then set an error. So else set error. The error will be sign in results dot error equals credentials sign in. If that if statement is true, then we'll put in invalid email or password. Otherwise, we'll say something went wrong. Cool. And then if any general error just happened, we'll just say set error and just say something went wrong. And regardless of what happens, so in both cases, both in the catch and the try case, when those have been done, are done being processed, we'll then say finally set is loading, and we'll just set that to false, like this. Of course, we want to set the create your account to log in to your account instead. Press save, and down here we'll say signing in dot dot dot, and this will be sign in, and here it'll be don't have an account, and we'll then say sign up. And then if I save, the page should look pretty much as it's supposed to be over here. So log into your account, you can log in, And also we need to do one more thing actually. Instead of using the sign up schema, so this is sign up, we need to use the sign in schema. So we'll just remove both of these, and this will be sign in form values, and it'll be the sign in schema as well. And we'll just need to do that all the places it says sign up, so that should be fine now. Good. So since we have the user already, we have a test@gmail, we should be able to log in with that user. So first I'll just say test1 just to try and see if it fails. 1 to 3, 1 to 3. Invalid email or password. If I say test, we are pushed to the dashboard. So it's a pretty good looking sign already. If I click this do not have an account, sign up, it doesn't take us to the right page though, so we just need to fix that. Down here we'll say sign up, and that switches between the pages. So now we can sign up and we can sign in, and we just need to add some middleware to make sure you can't access the dashboard unless you are actually signed in. So middleware defines some logic that is being run every time a request happens before the request happens. So basically we inject some logic in right before any request that happens, and this makes sure we can prevent some users from accessing certain pages if they're not logged in, for example. So under source, I'll create a new file, middleware.ts. In here we'll say export async function middleware, and we would like to receive a request. So this is the request we receive whenever a client makes a request to the server. And then in here we can define what happens before the request is handled. So first I would like to get the session. So we can say await auth and import auth from server auth. So whenever we get this session this way, I'll just search for config. The session callback which we created down here is invoked, and this should return the session variables along with the user. So we'll be able to access the user's properties such as ID. So right here under session, we should be able to say session.user and then get the user's ID out. So that is exactly why we set up the session earlier. Then first we would like to get the path name of the request. So I'll say const path equals request.nexturl.pathname, like this. Then I would like to define the authentication routes that should redirect if logged in. So I'll say const is auth routes equals path. And this right here is an if statement. And if the path is app sign in, or the path is app sign up, then it is a route that we should redirect away from if logged in. So if the user is already logged in but then goes to the app/sign up page, we just want to redirect the user away from that page and straight to the dashboard, because it doesn't make sense to sign in if you're already signed in. We just want to redirect the user to the dashboard. Next, we want to define the protected routes that require authentication. So I'll say is protected route, and that is equal to path that starts with app, and it should not be an is auth routes. Then if the user is logged in and tries to access an auth page, we just redirect the user to the dashboard. So we'll say if session and is auth routes. Then we'll say return next response dot redirect, and we'll just redirect to a new URL, and this URL will be app speech synthesis text to speech, and we'll just make sure we use the original base URL. So we'll say request.url, and that should redirect us to the dashboard if you are trying to access either sign in or sign up and you are already logged in, so the session does exist. Now if the user is trying to access a protected route and is not logged in, we want to redirect the user to the sign in page. So we'll say create the set statement if the user is not logged in, so if there's no session and it is a protected route, we can say const sign in URL equals new URL, app sign in request.url, and then we can attach the route the user actually tried to access when not logged in to this sign in URL, such that when the user is on the sign in page, there'll be a parameter called callback equals, and this will then be some link to the dashboard, for example. So when the user does log in, he'll be redirected to the callback link up here that he actually originally tried to access. So we can do this by saying sign in URL dot search params dot set callback URL, and then we'll just say request.url right after. Now down here we can just return next response dot redirect, and we redirect to the sign in URL like so. Lastly, we can say return next response dot next. So if the request is not redirected, we just continue with the request by saying next response dot next down here. So that is what happens if none of these cases are hit. So neither this one or this one. Then we just do nothing and just continue as normal. And we just need to define a matcher down here. So a matcher is all the routes that this middleware applies to, and we would like it to apply to all -app routes, /app routes. So I'll say export const config equals matcher, and I would like to say app and then path, so match all routes under app. Basically, that is what we're trying to do. So I can say save, and then we can test out this middleware. So refreshing over here, we say cannot read properties of undefined. So what we'll do is just restart the server actually, right there. And then npm scripts and just press def. So we get this error right here. I had not seen this bug before, so I spent some time looking into it. So I found that if I remove the following line right here and then restart the server, so just remove all of this, including this line, and restarting the server, it would work fine. But as soon as I introduce this auth, so from next auth call, I would then get the same error. So I searched for the following right here, and then I searched for just Auth.js, and then we can just see that there is an error that is actually pretty recent, so 4th of March. So over here, we see that we have someone with about the exact same error as us, undefined reading exec, and it's a pretty new error. So what happened is that there is a version that is not compatible with NextAuth. So to resolve this issue, revert to version 2.7.2 and install without the op symbol. So we'll go into package.json, find the Prisma adapter, and just remove this op symbol, close down the server, and then open up a new terminal where we say npm install. This should let us remove the version we do not like, and then we should be back to 2.7.2. Cool. So let's try and restart the server and see if that makes any difference. So def, and now we see that we are able to actually access the URL again, which is perfect. If we go to, let me just try it out. If we go to the different routes, so this one for example, so I'll just paste that in. We see that we are sent back to the sign-in page with the callback URL up here as a parameter. So that is exactly what happens down here when you are not logged in, and we aren't logged in right now because I deleted the cookies in my storage to test it out and figure out what this error was. And then we're also trying to access a protected route, so we will be redirected with this callback URL set as a parameter. So if we try to access a protected route, we are able to do that because we are not logged in. So this will give false and then will not be redirected. So let's just try and log in, test@gmail.com. And then what we can do is quickly just hop in here on the app, say, we'll just copy this speech synthesis. On the app, we'll say new folder. And then under that, we'll create another folder. And under this, we'll say page.tsx and just copy the contents of this home page. So this should let us access just something when we test it out. So copying this entire line, we will not be able to log in right now or to access it right now, but if we do log in, we'll be able to access it. So you see right here, we're able to access the page, but if we aren't logged in, we aren't. So let me just try and go into application in the console, find my next auth cookies, so Auth.js, just press backspace to delete those, and then just refresh over here. And now we're instantly redirected back to the sign-in page, and we can also access the sign-up page. So the middleware is working perfectly now. We just had to do this little fix over here. We can now build out the text-to-speech page itself. So if I hop into, let me just close this. If I hop into the page we just created, I'll call this text-to-speech page. And then I'll just say test. And then one thing I would like to do before any of this actually is just add a little credit column to the user rows or to the user table. So over here under image maybe, I'll just say credits, and we'll just set credits to an integer, and we'll get it a default value of 10,000. So you'll have 10,000 credits to start up with. This just means we do not need to hard code any credits when we build out the actual layout, but we can just use this property. So I'll go ahead and just push this into the database. So I'll close down the server, db push, and then I'll just say Prisma Studio and delete our existing user. Or actually the credits were already applied, so perfect. That's because we set the default value, I think. Let me just open the server again. So I'll just say def again, and now we should be able to continue. So this text-to-speech page and all the layout is going to be reused across multiple pages. So it'll be quite complex, but I'll do the best to break it down as we build it, just so you can kind of get an understanding of how it works. So first of all, this is a server component, and I would like to get the user so we can query the database and find out how many credits the user has, for example. So we can say const session equals awaits auth, and we'll just need to import auth and just make this an async function as well, like this. Then we can say const user ID equals session.user.id. And now we should be able to say let credits be 0. And then we can say if there is a user, so if user ID, because it can be none, as you see, it can be undefined. So even though the user won't be able to access this page unless the user is authenticated, this can still be undefined. So we just need to use this if statement to make it not undefined anymore, or to make sure that it isn't undefined. So we'll say const user equals awaits database.user.findUnique, where ID equals user ID, and we would like to select the credits specifically. So credits true. And then under this, we'll go ahead and say credits equals user.credits. And since this can be undefined as well, we'll just set it to 0 by default. So what happens here is that we get the user from the session or the user ID, and then we find that user in the database and then pulls out the credits for that specific user, and then we set this variable credits to those amount of credits. Then we can just define a service as well. We'll say this is style TTS2. So this specifically text-to-speech is going to be the page for style TTS2, but then we'll also create pages for the speech-to-speech and also the sound effect generation, and we'll call these seed.vc and make an audio respectively. But we'll use this specific string to determine what headline to write in the layout on the dashboard. So first of all, I'll just go ahead and log in over here, which will take us to the page. Oh, that was a create account. So we'll just say test@gmail.com. And now we'll be able to see the page. And then I would like to create a component called page layout. And this component will store the layout, which is reusable for many different pages. This will set a title up here, and it'll also show the icon, for example. It'll contain a sidebar, and then we can wrap the actual page around the page layout component, which we'll create now. So we'll first of all go in and then hop under source, and then we'll create a new folder called components. In here, we'll divide our components into client and server-side components. So I'll say client, and in client, I'll say page layout.tsx, and then I'll say export function page layout. And for now, I'll just accept children. And children will be of the type React Node. And I'll then just open up the component and return, I'll just return h1 and say hello. And then we can just take this page layout and just import it over here. So we can say page layout, and then the children will be passed in as what is between these two tags. So we can say children right here, import the page layout, and then we can pass in the children. So let's say we put in a div right here. Then the children we can pass in like this, and that'll be the actual page. So now it says hello, which comes from the page layout, and it says children, which comes from the page that is being passed in as children right here. I just want to pass down this service as well. So I would like to be able to say service equals and then service, and I would like to store the types of services. So I'll go under source and create a new folder and just call that types. Under here, I'll say new file, services.ts. In here, I'll just say export type, service type equals style TTS2. That is one service. We also had the CVC for speech-to-speech generation. And then we have make and audio. So these are the three services we will be able to work with. Now, going back and just copying this service type name, we can accept a property in here called service. And this service will have the type, service type, like this. And now we'll be able to pass down the service type. Of course, we just need to import it. So we can pass down the service now, and because this style TTS2 is one of the possible strings service type can be, style TTS2, it'll give us no TypeScript errors at all. I also just want to pass down a boolean because some pages are supposed to show a sidebar while other pages are not. So I'll say show sidebar, and this should be determined by the page actually using page layout, such that if we are on text-to-speech page, for example, we can say, oh, we want the sidebar. But if we are on the speech-to-speech page, for example, we can say, oh, we do not want the sidebar. So that is how I envision this. And then I would like to say true for this text-to-speech page specifically. And then if I hop back, I can just add this property, and this will of course be a boolean because it can be true or false. And if we do not pass it down, we'll just set it to true by default, such that it is always shown if you do not pass it down, basically. Now we can start out by building the actual sidebar. So I'll put in a new div, say class name flex hide screen. This is the div that'll take up the entire screen. In here we'll put in another div. We'll say class name hidden, and we'll show it on large screens, so LG block. So on screens that are wider than 1024 pixels, we'll show this div, and this is going to contain the sidebar. So I'll go in under client and then say new file sidebar.tsx. In here I'll just say export defaults function sidebar, and I would like to pass in whether it's mobile, and I'll just set this to false or not. And I'll then say is mobile. This will just be a boolean. Great. So in here we can return the sidebar. So the sidebar I envision is a sidebar that's kind of like this one. So you can open it up and you can close it down. So this is going to be expanded or not expanded. Whenever you have it opened up and then you remove your mouse, it should close by itself. So look like this. And then when you hover it again, hover this minimized version of it, it should open it up automatically. Then you can also press a button to pin it, such that this functionality doesn't work. So it's just always open basically. So to keep track of these states, we'll use some use states, and therefore we'll say use client. So first I'll say const is pinned, and when it is pinned, one second, equals use states, and then we'll set this to true. So when it is pinned, of course, it won't automatically open and close. It'll just always be open or closed if that is what you have set it to. Then we'll just create another one. So is hovered, and then set is hovered equals use states, and we'll just set this to false because we do not hover it by default, obviously. And then we can just create a variable for determining whether to actually have it open or not. So we'll just say is expanded. So that is when it is open, and it is expanded when we say is mobile, or is pinned, or is hovered. And now let's actually try and build it out. So first I'll just import this over here. So I'll just say sidebar and just import that. And what does it say? We need to pass down is mobile, and we'll just make that optional. Going back here, we'll just make it optional since it is set to false anyways right here. So we can just say return. We'll return a div. We'll say class name, and we'll make it such that we can use variables inside of determining the classes. And then I'll put in the $sign and say, okay, is it expanded? If it is expanded, then we'll set the width to 64 pixels, or not 64 pixels, 64 in Tailwind. So we'll multiply that by 4 and get 256 pixels. Otherwise, we'll say width 16. So that is just to determine how thick it should be. So right now, it is a smaller width, and then when I open it up, the width is even thicker. And then inside this, we can also make it, or give it some default classes, which it will always have. So we should always have flex, hfull for example, flex call, along with border right, and then also border gray 200, bg whites, a padding of 3 on the x-axis, a padding of 4 on the y-axis, transition all such that the transition for opening up the menu is nice, and then we'll set duration to 300. That is how long the duration will be. Good. So inside this, we'll just put in the actual bar. One thing I want to do first though is that since this is the sidebar, we just want to actually track whether it is being hovered or not. So I can say on mouse enter. On mouse enter, we run this new method where we say is not mobile and set is hovered. So this hovering functionality where it hovers, where you hover it and it opens and closes automatically, we do not want on mobile, so we want to make sure that that is not the case. And then I'll just copy this line and say on mouse leave. And then again, we do not want this on mobile, and then we'll just set it to false when you take the mouse away from the menu. So now we have a variable, a state variable, tracking whether you're hovering or not hovering the menu, and then we can open it up or close it based on that. And that is what is happening here, where it'll expand in width, and then it'll have a nice animation showing the expansion over 300 milliseconds. Okay, so just like we had the ElevenLabs symbol over here on the sign in page and sign out page, I would like to do the same just for this sidebar, just so we can show the symbol everywhere we are on the page. So inside this div, I'll put in another div, and I'll say class name flex items center justify between. In this div, I'll say h1, I'll say 12, and so the number, and then 12 labs right after. Press save. Let me just see. We can see it right here on a breakpoint that is a little bit larger than a mobile basically. And then I just want to style this a little bit, so we can just say text extra large, font bold, and then if we are on, let me just do this. Perfect. So I'm just trying to make it such that we can use a variable inside of it. So I'll go ahead and do that. So if I do this, we can say if it is not expanded, then we'll just apply hidden. So we don't want to show the logo if it is expanded, obviously. So let me just try and set is expanded to false. Then it'll look like this. If it is true, it'll look like this. And this is the animation you see right here, where it happens pretty smoothly over 300 milliseconds. Great, so that is what we are building currently. Cool, so under this, we'll create a little pen that allows us to, and wait, I'll just set this to false actually. So if we hover it now, we can see that it opens up automatically whenever we do this, and that is exactly what we wanted. But then I would like a little pin symbol up here that allows me to click it, and then it'll be pinned. And then when it is pinned, so true for example, then it'll always be open just like this. So that is the next thing we're going to build. And this little pin symbol should obviously be hidden on mobile, because on mobile I just want a button that opens up the menu, because we don't have space or the width on a mobile phone to show both the menu like this that is always open along with the page contents. So I want to just hide this on mobile, both the logo as well as the pin symbol. So in here I'll say is mobile and then I'll say button. The button should have on click. So what happens when you do click it? Well, then we'll set it to pinned. So we'll say set is pinned, and we'll set that to the opposite value of what it currently is. So if it's true, then we'll set it to false. If it's false, then we'll set it to true. Now inside this button, we'll just put in some classes as well. We'll say flex, height of 8, a width of 8, items center, justify center, rounded LG, transition all, and then hover BG gray 100. So when you hover it, it'll transform the background color to BG gray 100, and this transition will happen with a little animation because we put on this transition on class. Cool. And then we'll just put on a title as well. So I'll say title, and then is pinned. And then if it is pinned, we'll say unpin sidebar. Otherwise, we'll say pin sidebar. So I'll just say hello inside of this. So now we have the button. So when I hover it, it says unpin sidebar. If I click it and then hover it again, it should say pin sidebar like this. So that is kind of the style we're going after. And we just want to put in a logo instead, an icon instead of just this hello. This was just for demonstration purposes. Now to show this icon, I'll put in a div. First I'll say class name. In here I'll say flex, and then I'll say height of 8, width of 8 again, items center, justify center, transition all, and then I would like to say is pinned. If it is pinned, then we say rounded LG BG gray 200. Otherwise we say text gray 500. And then inside this div, we can just check whether it's expanded or not. So it should show a different logo or different icon depending on whether it is expanded or not. So when it is expanded, it should show an icon showing or telling the user that you are able to expand it, and then we'll do the opposite if it is not expanded. So I'll say is expanded IO pin outline. So we can get this icon from React icons. So this is an npm library that has a bunch of different icons, and we'll just go ahead and install this. So I'll copy this command, go down here and install it. Then I'll close down the terminal again and just try and import this like that. And then we'll just say class name, height of 5 and a width of 5. And then if it is not expanded, we'll just go ahead and show something else. So I'll put in a div, a closing tag. We'll say flex, age fits, width fits, items center, justify center, rounded large, bg whites, px3, py2, and shadow. And then inside this, I can put in a span. Inside the span, I'll just say 12. So now we have a pin. If I unpin it by clicking it and removing my removing my cursor, I can then say it says 12. And we'll just style this 12 a little bit. So I'll say text, MD, font bold, and text black. So now it looks pretty nice. The menu opens and closes when we want it to, and we can pin it and it'll always stay open. So that is exactly what we wanted. Then we just need to add some actual content to this sidebar, such as buttons, for example. Let's build the content of the navigation bar or sidebar out here. So first I would like to just write navigation as a comment. So I hold down a command and then press K and then C, and then it comments out my code. So first I'll just put in a nav tag. The nav tag I'll just put in some classes on. I'll say margin top 8, flex 1, and then also flex column. This means, because I have a flex column, that we can keep putting items into it and they'll just stack on top of each other. First I would like to put in a section header. So I would like to go down and just create a component called section header, which we can use. So I'll say function section header. I would like to pass in some children and also whether it is expanded or not, since that is stored in the parent component up here. Cool. So these I'll just need to define the types for. So children will obviously be React Node, and isExpanded will be a Boolean. Now I can go ahead and say return, and I'll return a div where the classes are margin bottom 2, margin top 4, age 6, and padding left of 4. Now I can put in a span where I say class name, and I would like to do this. And then I'll use text small, text gray 500, transition, opacity, duration 200. And then for the variable, I would like to say is expanded. If it's expanded, then I'll set the opacity to 100. Otherwise, I'll set the opacity to opacity 0, like this. And then I pass in the children inside the span. So I can say children, like this. And now we should be able to copy the section header and use it up here. So that's the first thing I'm going to do in nav. So I'll say section header. The isExpanded is just going to be the same as isExpanded up here. And then I can say playground for the children. And it just updated over here. So now we can see it says playground. And then whether it is expanded or not, we can see that the opacity fades out. So that is what happened in here. So when we set is expanded to true, or when it is true, opacity is 100, otherwise it is 0. And then because we put on the transition opacity and duration of 200, we can then choose whether to fade it out or in by opening it up. So that is how the section header works. Cool. So under this, we should put in some buttons. So I'll create another component called sidebar button, like this. Here I'll pass in an icon. I'll pass in children, is expanded. I'll also pass in is active or not. So if a button is active, that means that it's the page that we're currently on. So I would like to mark that in the button. And then also an href, so if you do press the button, where do you go to? Now I'll just copy this entire thing. And then icon is going to be React Node. Children will be React Node as well. Is expanded will be a Boolean, and the same for is active. And an href is going to be string. So I can just start by returning, and I'll return a link from next link, so we can navigate without any page refreshes. And then in here, I'll first of all set the href. The href is going to be href from the properties. Class name will be flex, with full items center, rounded LG, px of 2.5, py of 2, text small, transition colors, and then a conditional where I say, is it active or not? If it is active, then I said BG gray to 100, so there is a gray background color if it is active. I also set font to medium. If it is not active, I set text gray 600, and then I only set the background color to anything else than white if it is not active, or if it is hovered, sorry, with this directive right here. So I can then pass something in as the contents of this link. So I would first of all like to show the icon. So I'll put in a div where I just show the icon inside the div. In here, I'll put in some class names too. I'll say flex, width of 5, height of 5, flex, shrink 0, items center, justify center. And then I can just use the sidebar button up here just so we can follow along and see how it looks while we're programming it. So I'll create a new sidebar button component. In here, we'll set icon, and this will be IO chat box outline, like this from React icons. We can then say is expanded. Is expanded is going to be is expanded, of course, from the parent use states. Then is active, and that should be, we'll get that from the path name, and we'll just need to get the path name. So a sidebar button, sorry, there will be a sidebar button for each page. So there will be a sidebar button for text-to-speech, speech-to-speech, make an audio, etc. So if you're on this link, then we'll need to say, okay, we need to mark that sidebar button as it is active. And then if you go to another page, then that sidebar button will be active. But to check what page we're actually on, so this one will need the path name, and the path name we can get from a hookup here. So I'll say const path name equals use path name, and just import that. And now we can get the path name down here. So I'll say path name. And of course, because the is active is a boolean, we need to just say path name that includes. So we want to check whether it is active or not. And it is active if the path name includes the following URL, app, speech synthesis. So I'll just copy this entire thing. So if we're on this page, then this sidebar button is active. And then I can say href. So app, speech synthesis, and text-to-speech. And now I just need to pass in the children as well. So I'll need to say sidebar button. So the children down here will be passed in by putting something in between the two tags. And the children is going to be text-to-speech. So now we can see an icon, the IO chatbox outline, but we can't really see the text-to-speech because we haven't implemented the children yet down here. Then I'll just open up a new div, set the class name. The class name will be margin left free, overflow hidden, transition all, duration 300, and for the conditional, I'll say is expanded. If it is expanded, I'll set the width to auto and the opacity to 100. If it is not expanded, I'll set the width to 0 and the opacity to 0 as well. Then I can pass in the children down here. And then I also want to do one more thing quickly. I'll say style, white space, no wrap. So going over here and just pressing this button, we can just see what actually happens. So what no wrap does, or why I put it in, is because when the menu fades down to a smaller width like this, I would like the text to not break. So by putting on no wrap, the text doesn't break. And then when you put on overflow hidden, the text will just disappear from under this border right here if it were to have a larger width than the entire sidebar. And then to prevent any funky things from happening with the icon being smaller or larger whenever the width of the sidebar changes as well, I put on flex shrink 0. such that the items will never shrink below their defined sizes. So this is the result over here. We see that it fades nicely, and we are able to log it still. Now, we just need to put in some more sidebar buttons now, because we have the component defined. So we can go ahead and just copy this one for starters and create another one. So this one is just going to be voice changer. Here we'll say IO mic outline instead of IO chatbox outline. And this will be speech to speech and speech to speech. So now we see we have these two. And then I'll just create another one for the sound effects. So I'll say sound effects. And here it is going to be app and then just sound effects, because it is not speech synthesis. And right there as well. And here I'll just change the icon again. So IO musical and then notes outline. That is the one I'm going to use. And now we have our different menus. If I do click them, we change to other pages. But because we haven't created the other pages and also used the sidebar in the other pages, we won't really be able to see those. So now with this top section of the sidebar done, we can go ahead and create the bottom section down here. Down here, we, for example, would like a sign out button. So let's start by creating that. So I'll just say bottom section, make that a comment, and then I can put in a div where the class name is relative and also empty auto. In here, I'll put in a button. For this button, I'll say on click. Whenever we click this button, I would like a button exactly like this, but when I do click it, it should open up a little pop-up menu that says sign out. So it shouldn't just be a sign out button, but an account menu open up basically. So you can add even more features if you would like to do that later on. So first of all, I'll say on click, and then we need a use state up here to track whether this little button is, or whether this little menu for signing out is open or not. And this we'll call show account menu. And we'll just say set show account menu. And this equals use states. And we'll set that to false for default. Scrolling down. Oh, that was a little bit too far. Scrolling down, we can say set account menu to true. So by setting it to true, every time we click, we'll be able to open it. But if we click it 2 times, I would suppose that the functionality is that it will close again. So if it's open and you click it, it should close. So that's why I'll just say we'll set it to the opposite of what it already is. So show account menu. Perfect. And then we'll put in some class names as well. So class name. And here I'll put in flex with full, item sensor, rounded large, px of 2.5. I would like to put in a py of 2, and then text small. Great. Then inside this button, I can put in another div. Here I'll just put in IO person outline as the component, or sorry, the icon. And we just need to spell it correctly and then import that like this. And then we just need to actually give it a width and a height. Maybe it's hidden behind this one. It actually is. So I'll go ahead and say preference, and then I'll say height for this session. But now we can at least see the icon down here. Then I would like to give the parent element some classes. So I'll give it flex, height of 5, width of 5, flex, shrink 0, items sensor, and justify sensor, like this. So now it sends it a little bit more like the other icons up here. And then right below that, I'll put in another div where I say my accounts. And we just need to style this so it looks kind of like the other buttons up here. So I say class name, and this should be a conditional. Then I put in margin left of 3, overflow hidden, transitional, duration 300. And then for the conditional, I'll say is expanded. If it is expanded, I'll say with auto, opacity 100. Otherwise with 0, opacity 0. And then again, I'll just use this no wrap. So like that. And just do the exact same right there. So now they almost look like each other. This one right here and this one up here. I can just see we have some text colors that are a little bit different. So for the sidebar button, we have text gray 600. So I'll make sure to just use that as well. So we set that in the link. So that means I'll have to set it somewhere right there. And now we have the text color as well. I'll just set it for only my account though, like this. And now these are very similar. If I press this, nothing happens because we haven't implemented that yet. So we'll just go ahead and do that. So right under, we'll say show account menu. If that is open, then we put in a div. This div should have a button inside of it. And this button should say sign out basically. So we'll say button sign out. If I click it, we see the button sign out, but this is relative right now. So it moves this menu item up and down, which doesn't look very nice. So I'll take this parent component and make it absolute. And then if I click it, we see that it doesn't move. Now we just need to fix the positioning. So absolute, and then I'll say bottom 12, left 0, set 10, and try and click it again. And now it's in a much better position. Good. Then we can say minimum width of 180 pixels. We can also put in rounded MD, border gray 200, BG whites, a PY of 1, and then shadow LG. And now it looks nicer even. And for the button itself, I'll put in some classes too. So flex with full item center. And then PX4, PY2, text small, text gray 700. And when I hover it, I would like to change the background color to BG gray 100. So when I hover it down here, it looks like this. And I can open it and close it. I would like to be able to click outside of this though and have it close automatically. So we'll just go ahead and implement that up here. We'll need first to create a ref. So const account menu ref, which is a reference to the element down here. And this will be use ref HTML div element. And it'll be set to null by default. So I'll just do this. And then what is it complaining about right now? The equal signs right there. And we just need to import this as well. Now to figure out whether it is clicked outside or inside, we can go ahead and use a use effect. So I'll say use effect. And then we'll just put in an empty array right now, dependency array, import use effect. And we'll then say function handle click outside, which is going to be an event with a mouse event. And then this is what happens when we do click outside. And when we do click outside, we just set this to false, obviously. But then we need to register this as well. So we'll need to listen for an event that listens to mouse downs. So we can say document.add event listener. And we'll listen to mouse down. And when you click down, we'll say handle click outside. And then we can say return. So we can clean up by saying document.remove event listener, and then mouse down, and again handle click outside, like this. So this will register the event and listen to mouse down. So when we click down, we'll check whether we clicked inside or outside this account menu ref. So the following button, so the following floating menu right here. If we do click outside, then we set it to false. So we can do this by saying if account menu ref.current and not account menu ref.current.contains event.target as node. And then we'll say set show account menu to false, like this. So if we just check that out, or try it out. We just need to set this down here though. So this is a reference and we need to put this onto an element. So scrolling down to where we use it, where we define this floating menu, that is down here, we can say ref and just pass in this reference. Of course, we just need to do one more thing after this. So if I click outside now, it works. The last thing we need to do is what happens when we actually do click this sign out button. Right now, nothing happens. So I'll say onClick. And then I would like to just define a method called handle sign out. Right now it's not defined, so it throws us an error or gives us a warning or an error. So we'll just go ahead and define that. So we'll say const handle sign out equals a new method with no parameters. And we'll then call sign out from next auth react. And then say set show account to false. So let's try and do that. We click here, sign out, and now we're signed out. And we can then log in again. And it works perfect. Good. It also looks fine whenever we do this. We can see the icon when it's closed and the text when it is open. If we downsize the screen to mobile size though, we see that the menu is gone, and that is on purpose because I would like a drawer instead. So with a drawer, you just click a button and then a drawer opens up, and then you can click outside of it or on a close button and then it closes again. Kind of like how it opens and closes right here, just with a button instead. So the sidebar doesn't take up all the space while on a mobile phone. So we'll just go ahead and do that. So right now the sidebar should be done. I would like to keep track of whether we are on a mobile or not, such that we can show the sidebar in mobile version. So it's mobile, we can set this to true if we are on a mobile. So I would like to create a store for storing all these values. So we're going to use something called Zustand. And a Zustand store is just a way of managing stores, managing state instead of using use states. So this will allow you to use the state in different components just by importing the store, instead of having to pass down props like this down through a bunch of different components. So we'll say, you just go and install it, so npm zustand, and then just take the following command right here, open up the terminal, and I'll just install it like this. And then I'll also just restart the server. Like that, and then close down the terminal. So to even find out whether we are on a mobile or not, we can put in a use effect. In this use effect, we'll say window.add event listener, and we'll listen to resize and say check screen size. And check screen size is going to be a method we define up here. And we then say set mobile screen, and this is a kind of a use state. We'll set this in a store, define this in a store, but this is just to set a variable where we set whether we are on a mobile or not. So we can get this from window.innerWidth. And if we have an inner width that is smaller than 768, we'll then say, okay, then we are on a mobile screen. So I'll just comment this out for now. And then whenever we resize the screen, this will be called up here. And then we'll set this boolean to whether we are on a mobile or not. And down here, we just need to say return as well. And then we can say window.remove event listener, resize, and then check screen size, like that. And then we just need to pass in a dependency array. And here we're just going to pass in this set mobile screen as well. So to actually get this set mobile screen, we'll go ahead and create our Zustand store to store some of this data in a store. So I'll go ahead and say source, new folder, stores. Inside the store, I would like to create one called UI store.ts. In here, I'll say export const use UI store. So we'll create a hook. And I'll use the create method from Zustand, where we go ahead and do this. And I'll just need to import create from Zustand. And now we can define how the types of the store should be. So first I'll say interface UI states. In here we'll define we'll just go ahead and do this, is mobile draw open. This is going to be a boolean. We'll also define is mobile screen, which will be a boolean as well. And then we'll just need to define toggle mobile draw. This will be a function that returns void. And also toggle mobile, we can just say set mobile screen, and that will be a function that takes a boolean, so whether it's mobile or not. And then it'll be a function that returns void. Then down here in this door, we'll have to actually implement those. So let's just tell Sustan that we're going to use the following UI states as the types. So we can say UI states, and now we get an error because we haven't implemented those yet. So we can say is mobile draw open false, is mobile screen false, toggle mobile draw. This will be a function where we say set, where we set the states like this. And we can then go ahead and say is mobile draw open, and this will be the opposite of what it already is. So state dot is mobile draw open. We'll just go ahead and put in a comma and copy that line. And now we can just do the same for set mobile screen, just where we get this parameter right here, is mobile, and then we set the states, so mobile screen, to that parameter, like this. We can then just go ahead and remove these states right here. And if I then copy use UI store, hop in on the page layout, we should be able to go ahead and import that. So I can say const and then UI store equals use UI store, and just press add import. And this page layout, of course, needs to be a client component. So we use client because we are using hooks. And then instead of importing everything as UI store, we can just go ahead and destructure it. So we have is mobile draw open, and then is mobile screen, toggle mobile draw, and then set mobile screen. So now we have the variables we need to store this. So when this component loads and every time set mobile screen changes, then we will we will subscribe to this event resize. And on a resize, if we are on a mobile screen, we then set is mobile screen to true inside the store. So down here under this div, we can go ahead and create another div, put in the class names. The classes will be fixed, inset y0, left 0, and it'll have to be inset, not insert, and then set 50, transform, transition, transform, duration 300, ease in out. On large screens it is hidden, so only on mobile phones. And then for the conditional, we're going to say is mobile draw open, then we say translate x0. Otherwise, we say minus translate x full, like this. Now inside this div, we'll create another one. We'll give it the class names relative, age full, width of 64, bg whites, and shadow LG, like that. Great. And then inside here, we'll create a button. We'll give it IO close as the icon, then just save. And under this button, I will put in the sidebar component once again. And this sidebar component will then have is mobile set to true. Now going up into the UI store, I would like to just set these to true. So is mobile screen, go back here. And this is then how it is going to look on a mobile screen. So we'll just do some styling for this button. So we'll say absolute, and then right 2, top 2, rounded full, padding of 2, text gray 500, hover bg gray 100. Like this, and just press save. So now it is in the right part of this sidebar, so it looks way nicer, and when you hover it, it has this rounded animation, rounded background, which also looks great. Now when we do close it, I would like it to actually close, so we'll say on click. And then toggle mobile draw, so we'll call this method which we defined in the store, which will then just set it to the opposite of what it is, so if it's open it will close. Then clicking up here, we see that we're able to actually close it now. Then just refreshing over here, we see that we have the sidebar, but it kind of blends in with the background that is also white. When you do open the sidebar, I would like the background to be kind of grayed out. So to do that, we'll put in another component up here, or another element. We'll say is mobile screen and is mobile draw open. If that is the case, we'll put in this div with the class names fixed, inset 0, set 40. So it'll have a lower set position than the sidebar. So the sidebar will be over this gray overlay, but this gray overlay will still be over everything that is beneath it. So the content of the page basically. Great, and then we can say bg black, bg opacity 50. And now we see that we have this gray overlay. So let's just go ahead and try and close this menu. And now I also want a way to open back up the menu. That is of course pretty important. So down below this one, I'll create another div. In here I'll say class name flex, flex1, flex call, and then overflow hidden. Now I can then just put in another div with the class names border bottom, and then border gray 200. Under this I'll put in another div. Here I'll say flex age 16, items center, and px4. So you see how that created this little top bar effect over here. So if we're on a mobile screen, I would like a draw symbol to be shown up here. So this we can do right under this px4, or actually inside of it. So we'll say is mobile screen. If that is the case, we'll put in a button where we have on click, toggle mobile draw. We'll also set some classes, mr3, rounded, lg, pr 1.5, hover, bg gray 100, and on large devices we'll hide it. And then we'll just put an icon inside of this, which will be IO menu. And we'll give it the class names height of 6 and width of 6. So edge 6 and width 6. So now we have this hamburger menu. If we do click it, it opens up the menu, and we can then close it right over here again. And it looks a little bit weird with this PR, so we'll just go ahead and remove that. Like this. And then we can put in a title for the page. So we'll say h1, and then we might have a title from the page layout up here. We do not yet. So we'll say title, and then title string. Now we can pass this title down over here. So we'll say title, and for this page, which is text to speech, we'll just call it text to speech. So now we'll have this title right here, and we just want to style that a little bit. So this h1, we can say class, text medium, font semi-bold, and now it looks way better. So we can still open up the menu, and on larger screens, we do not see the menu, but we still see the title. So that is perfect. Good. So I'll just go back in the store and set these to false again. Refresh over here. And then right now we have the following tabs where you can switch between these pages. But for the sound effects page, I would like 2 tabs up here, one called generate and another one called history. So while we're already creating this page layout, we might as well just create these so we don't have to do it later on. So first of all, I'll go to the props we passed down, and then I'll create a new interface up here. This one is called tab item. it'll have name, string, and then also a path to where it takes you, which is also going to be a string. We'll pass down these tab items, so we'll say tabs, and tabs will be of type, I'll just define it down here. I'll just say tabs will be of type tab item, like this. And then just to, let me just see, I'll make it optional first of all, because we don't really need it on many pages. And then I would like to just pass them down right here, just to play around with it until we have something that works. So we'll just say const sound effects tabs, because that is what they are. And then I would like name is going to be generate, and the path is going to be just something. We'll just say app for now. And then another tab should be history, and then we'll just take you to app as well. We'll just put in a comma and pass down the tabs right here, like that. And now we should be able to render out the tabs from the property we have right here. So going down to right next to the title, this is where we would like to do it. So I'll say if tabs and tabs.length is larger than 0, and this is where we do render them out, we'll return a div with the class name margin left 4 flex items center. In here we'll loop through all tabs, so we'll say tabs.map, and we would like to get the tab and then just return a link, so a next link. In here we should have tab.name, and for the link we also need to set an href. This will be tab.path, and we'll just set the key to the same value, because every time you use .map inside your return statement right here, you'll need to define a key. So we'll say key tab.path, just save that, and now we can just do some styling. So I'll say class name, make it a conditional. We'll say margin right 2, rounded full, px free, py of 1, text small, transition, colors, duration 200, and then for the conditional it'll be path name. So if the path name, we'll just need to get the path name up here as well. So just like we did in the other component, we'll just go ahead and say const path name equals use path name. So if the path name we're currently on, so the URL up here, matches that of the path from the tab, then we'll mark the tab as being active, otherwise it'll not be active. So we'll say if path name is equal to tab.path, well, in that case, we'll apply the styling bg black and text whites. Otherwise, we'll apply the styling text gray 500, and when you hover it, text gray 700, like this. So now if we do, let me just see what the issue is right here, encounter 2 children with the same prop. So this is because they have the same path. So I'll just change this path, because they won't really be the same anyways in real life. Now over here, we can just see that when we hover it, they look like this. Let me just try and actually test the other functionality. So I'll just paste in app. So this is how it looks when it is active. This is how it looks when it is not active. So now we have the tabs done as well. So I can just remove this property, because remember it is optional. And now the tabs are gone. And then we can pass in the actual children. So right here we passed in h1 as the children. So now we can actually go ahead and use those. So down here we'll create another div, class name flex1, overflow auto to make a scrollable container. Inside this we'll create another div, class name flex h full. Inside this we'll create another div, flex1 px6 and py5. We can then put in a last div with class name flex h full and flex column, where we pass in the children from the properties. If I press save, we then see the children, which we pass down from the parent component, inside our page layout right here. So this is how it'll look, and they move back and forth like that. Now, moving further, I then just want to show a sidebar over here on the right as well. This sidebar over here on the right should contain history, so previously generated clips with text-to-speech and with the voice changing, for example, and we'll create a component for that. Now, right here, we'll say show sidebar. So this is a property we pass down. So if we pass down this is true, we'll show the right sidebar, otherwise we will not. And because we have the tabs up here instead on the sound effects page, which we'll create, will not show the sidebar on the sound effects page. So that is why we even have this prop in the first place. So if show sidebar and service, what we'll do is render a speech sidebar component. So I'll just go ahead and create that. So under source, components, client, and then I'll just create a new folder called speech synthesis. I'll just say new file, and then write sidebar.tsx. In here, we'll start by saying export function speech sidebar. We'll just open it up like that, and then we can pass in the properties. So I would like, first of all, to have the service, which is the service type, and the rest of the state I'll keep in the UI store. So inside the UI store, I would like to add active tab. So what tab is active? So we can have history or we can have generate. This is just going to be a tab type. So we'll just say interface, type, tab type, and that will be equal to settings or history, like this. Then we just need a method for actually setting the active tab. So I'll say set active tab. This will be tab type, and just return void. And then I would also like a mobile version of this right sidebar that comes up from the bottom. So we'll just need a flag to specify whether that is open or not. So I'll say is mobile menu open. That will be a boolean. And then we'll just create a function down here. So toggle mobile menu, a function returning void. And we can then just implement these down here. So first we need this one, and we need active tab, both false. And then we can just implement the methods as well. So this one I'll just copy and call this toggle mobile menu. So is mobile menu open, and then set active tab is just a copy of set mobile screen. Set active tab, and then this will be a tab, and this will be active tab, and this will be tab, like this. And active tab should of course be settings and not false. Great, so settings will just be the default tab whenever you see the menu over here. Now we can just say right sidebar or speech sidebar and import that, and we need to specify the service like this, and then what else do we need? So service type, and then service comes from up here, and service is also a service type. So what is it complaining about? Maybe we just need to return something. I think that is it. Yep, perfect. Good. So in here we can start by using the store. So we'll say const, and then we need the active tab from use UI store. We of course also need set active tab, like this. We also need is mobile menu open, set mobile, toggle mobile menu, and also whether or not we are on a mobile screen. I'll then just build out the right sidebar itself. This will be I'll first of all just return a rect fragment, and then I'll return a div for the right sidebar with the class names hidden, age full, width of 350 pixels, flex call, border left, and then BG whites, AP of 5, MD, flex, and on large devices, width of 500 pixels, like this. Now if we open it up, we should be able to see the right sidebar right here from the border left. And then we can just add some stuff to that sidebar. So inside this, we'll add another div. Class names should be relative, margin bottom 6, and flex. Inside this one, we'll add another div. Class names should be absolute, bottom 0, left 0, right 0, and bottom B. Border B, sorry. Border gray 200. And then in here we can just put in we can just leave this as it is. Then I'll add the menu buttons. So first I'll put in this button, call it settings. The classes will be, I'll just make this conditional. The classes will be relative, set10, mr4, pb2, text small, transition, colors, and duration 200. The conditional is going to be active tab equals settings. If that is the case, then we'll apply border bottom 2, border black, text black. Otherwise, we'll apply text gray 500 and hover text gray 700, like so. So now it looks like this. This is the first button, and let me just add an on click to this as well. So on click on the button, set active tab, and that is going to be settings, like this. So when you click it, it is going to switch to settings. I'll just copy this entire button, put it down here, and say history and history. And right now both are active, so we just need to change this to history as well. And then I should be able to switch between them like this. Then the actual contents of the sidebar I'll define right outside of this div. So I'll say div with the class name, transition, opacity, duration 200. Inside here, I'll say if the active tab equals settings, then I'll show some reg fragment. Otherwise, I'll show some other reg fragment basically. And then right now we'll start by building out the settings part of this sidebar. So I'll put in this div, and this says, I'll just replace the reg fragment to be honest. So I'll replace this, and then the class will be margin bottom 6. Inside here, I'll just put in h2 saying voice. And here the user should be able to pick a voice that they want to use for the text to speech, and that should be a drop down. So first of all, I'll just style this just a little bit more, text small, and then I'll create a component called voice selector. And I'll pass in the service, so service right there. And then we just have to go and create this component, and then this should be the actual dropdown. So under components and client, I'll create one called voice selector.tsx. In here, I'll say export function voice selector, and we passed down the service. And we also just need to define the type. So service of type service type. And the component opens there. In here, we'll just return an empty reg fragment for now and just import it right there. And then the service, it cannot find the name of. So let me just see if what it is missing. So the property is definitely there, but the service right here is not found. So of course we just need to add it up here. Great. Then for the voice selector, we'll start out by defining a couple of things. Up here, we'll need a use state to keep track of whether it's open or not. So we'll say is open, and then set is open equals to use states, and it'll be false by default, so it'll be closed by default. Then we'll also need a drop-down ref. So remember how we used this ref earlier to keep track of whether we clicked outside this menu right here to close it? Well, we'll do the same for the drop-down. So if you open the drop-down and click outside of it, it should close automatically. So we'll use a ref to do that. So I'll say use ref, import that, then pass in HTML div element, and then null. We can then just quickly add the logic for when you click outside. So we'll say use effect, pass in the dependency array, and that is going to be is open. Then we will go ahead and say function handle click outside. This is going to be an event of type mouse event. Here we'll say if dropdown ref.current and dropdown ref.current.contains, and this should be not. So if dropdown current.not contain event.target. So if we do not click inside the dropdown, this has to be as node. What will then happen is that we set is open to false. Great. Then we just need to subscribe to mouse down. So if is open, then we'll say document dot add event listener mouse down handle click outside, and then we will just clean up this event listener. So we'll say return and I'll just paste this in and say remove event listener, and that should be fine. The use effect is apparently not imported, so we'll just go ahead and do that. And this should be inside an array, like that. And now it should handle us being able to click outside. It seems like there is a problem though. This needs to be right there instead. Perfect. Now the rendering of the dropdown itself, of course, depends on the voices that are available and also the selected voice. And I would like to keep track of that inside a store. So we already have this UI store, but I would like to create a store just for voices because it'll contain quite a bit of logic. So under stores down here, I'll say new file voice store.ts. In here, we'll just export how a voice is supposed to look. So I'll say export interface voice. A voice contains the ID, which is a string, a name as well. It also contains a gradient color, which we'll use to mark how the voice looks. So a little circle with a gradient color, depending on what voice is speaking. It'll just be gradient colors. And then service, and that should be service type, like this, which we'll just import. And then for the colors themselves, I'm going to just add something from my clipboard up here. So maybe go ahead and pause the video and just paste this in. This is just different CSS gradient colors, which I've generated with ChatGPT. And we can then assign each voice a different color based on their index. So go ahead and just copy these in if you would like to use these. Otherwise, generate something like this yourself with ChatGPT. Good. So the voices that we have available, if we are to define these, are the following. So const voices equals, is a type of voice, and that is an array. So we have an ID, we have Andreas as a voice, and we'll just say the name is Andreas with a uppercase first capital or capital first letter. And then the color for this voice will be gradient colors 0. And then we just need to pass in the service as well. So the service is going to be style TTS2. So what I'm doing right here is defining all the voices we have available for each different service. The best practice would be to fetch the voices from the API and then render the list based off of that. But since we have so few voices, I'm just going to hardcode them just for now. I urge you to, if you want to work with more voices, just fetch them dynamically from that API. We even created the API endpoints for doing that if that's something you want to do. So for style.js 2, we have Andreas, and we also have a woman. This will be gradient colors 1. So for the service seed VC, we have Andreas, and then we also have woman, seed VC, and then for the third voice for seed VC, we have Trump, and name Trump, like this. So these are the voices we have available, and then the colors we are giving the voices if they are picked. Good. Then we'll just determine the default voices for each service. So I'll say const default style TTS2 voice, and this is equal to voices.find voices.find, or sorry, v.service equals style TTS2, and then if I copy this line and say seed VC right here, and then this is going to be default seed VC voice. Now we can just define how the store will look like, so it's types. So I'll go ahead and say interface voice states. We'll at least have a list of voices of type voice array. We'll also have selected voices. This will be a records, because you can select a voice per service. So a record of service type and voice, like that. Then we also want a method called get voices that takes a service of service type and returns a voice with square brackets, because we want to get all the voices from a specific service. So if we pass in seed VC, we get these 3 voices returned, so we can render the list from those. We then want get selected voice from a specific service, which will return a voice. We then also want select voice to actually select the voice. So this will be service of service type and voice of type string, which will return void because it's just selecting a voice. Well, down here we can then say export const use voice store equal to create, and we'll use the voice states as the type for the store, and we'll just need to import create from Zustand, and then we'll access set and gets, and the store itself will then contain voices, so that is going to be voices, and then also selected voices, that is going to be style TTS2 default style TTS2 voice. For seed VC, it is going to be default seed VC voice, and then we'll also have make an audio. Here we'll just set it to null, and let me just see what it's complaining about. It is not assignable to type voice. So right now we have null right here, and that is not assignable to type voice, and also voice or undefined is also not assignable to type voice. So this right here can be undefined because we're using find. So right here, this might, even though we know that we have a voice available, TypeScript won't know that. So we'll just go ahead and make voice able to be null, like this. So I'll just say if it's not found, then it is null. And I'll do the same over here. And then we can move on to the methods. So get voices. Get voices is going to be a method where we pass in the service. We'll return get.voices.filter voice.service equals service. We'll then just define get selected voice as well. So I'll just take this entire method and copy it. So get selected voice, and here we'll return gets.selected voices and then we'll pass in the service. And because selected voices can be voice or null, these will also need to return voice or null. So get selected voice, we'll say voice or null. And then we just need to implement the select voice method. So here we say service and voice ID. And then we can say const service voices equals gets dot voices dot filter. So basically the same as what is happening up here. So I'll just take this, paste it in, and then we can go ahead and say const selected voice equals service voices dot find voice, and then voice dot ID, where it is the same as voice ID, or service voices 0, like that. So first we find all the voices that belongs to the service, but because a voice can have the same ID, so this one has the same ID as this one, they just belong to different services, so we need to identify them both by the ID and also the service. So first we get all of the voices from the service, and then we find the voice from that service with that specific ID with the .find here. Otherwise we just say service voice 0 and just grab the first one. Good. Now that we have the selected voice, we can actually go ahead and set it. So I'll say set states selected voices. This will be state selected voices and service selected voice, like this. So what we basically do is we take this object up here and then we leave. So if we set this voice, for example, then we just leave these as they are by inserting them like this. And then we just set this one only. So the only one we need to set, we set it right here by saying service. So that would be style.js2, for example. And selected voice would then be the selected voice we found from the array. And with that, we can conclude the voice store. So now we can go ahead and import it in the voice selector. So right under this drop-down div, I'll say const get voices equals use voice store. And I'll say states, and then I can say state.get voices, like this. And then I'll just say get selected voice, and I'll just grab that from here as well. I'll then say select voice and just grab that from here as well. So now we have these three methods available and can call those. So now I can just say const voices equals get voices, passing in the service. I can also say const selected voice equals get selected voice, passing in the service as well. So now we have a list of voices and also the selected voice, so the one we want to mark as being selected. Then down here, I'll go ahead and create the return statement. So first I'll say div class name relative. I'll pass in ref to be drop down ref, which we defined earlier. Then I can say div again. Here I'll say class name flex items center, justify between, rounded XL, border gray 200 px3 py2. When we hover it, I'll say cursor pointer, and then when we hover it as well, I want to say bg gray 100, and then also when we hover it, I want to say bg opacity 30, like that. And then I just want to open it up so we can see the menu. And when we do hover it, this is the drop down, which we'll fill out in just a second. When we do hover it, something happens with both the mouse and the background, so we know that we can engage with it. And inside this div, we'll add the items, for example. So we'll say div class name flex items center. We'll add another div inside here. So class name relative mr 2.5, so margin right, flex height of 4, width of 4, items center, justify center, overflow hidden, and then rounded full. we'll then just say style, and here we can set the background color from the gradient colors. So background selected voice dot gradient, what is it called? Select voice. We just need to use selected voices like that, dot gradient colors. So remember, each voice, if I just hop into the store again, each voice has its own gradient color based on this. So when we have a selected voice, we also have its gradient colors, and we can then just use that as a CSS property to show a color for the specific voice. So now that we have the color for the voice, we just want to note down the name of the voice as well. So we'll say span. Inside here, we'll say selected voice dot name, and then class name text small. Selected voice might be null, as we saw inside the store, so that's not the store. So going into selected voice store, it can be null, as we can see right here. So we just need to handle the case where it is null. And because we know that we will always have a voice because we did hardcode them, we can just say no voice selected, and then just make this optional, so optional chaining. And now we can see that Andreas is the selected voice. Good. So right under the span, under this div actually, I'll say is open. And if it is opened up, we'll say IO chevron up. And I want to put on some classes, so h4, and then also width of 4, text gray 400. And then this is if it is open. If it is closed, I'll say IO chevron down. So now we have this chevron that shows up or down depending on whether it's open or not. And right now it's of course closed, so we can't really change it. And we also didn't implement the logic for changing it. I do see an error up here, gray 200. That should be how it looks. And then also we want to make it such that we can actually open it up. So I'll say on click. And on click should be set is open. And we'll set that to the opposite of is open. So if it's closed, we'll open it up. And then this should toggle the open state, as you see on the chevron. And if we click outside of it, it closes. We just need to actually show the list and let the user pick between items now. So under this div, we'll put in a conditional is open. So if it's open, then we'll render the following: a div, so the container for the items. The class name will be absolute, left 0, right 0, set 10, empty 1, max height 60, overflow auto, rounded LG, border gray 200, BG white, and shadow large. And let me just see if we can see that already. We can see something that opens up, and then we just need to map out the voices inside of that. So we can say voices.map. And in here, we'll return a div. So we can say div, like that. And a div needs a key because we're inside the map function. The key will be voice.id. We can then also put in some class names. I'll make it a conditional. So in here, I would like to apply flex, items center, px3, py2, hover, cursor, pointer, and then also hover bg gray 100. And then I would like to say if the voice.id is equal to the selected voice.id, then we color the background gray. Otherwise, we don't. And since this is nullable, or since it can be nullable, we'll just put in an optional chaining and just press save. So we just now need to put in an on click and also the voice itself. I'll start with the on click. The onClick, when we do open it, should first of all select a voice. So we'll pass down the service and voice.id. And then we should also just close the menu, I think. So set is open. And we'll set as open to false. And just go ahead and save that. So now we see the menu, we see the options without the text, obviously. So if I click one of these, it changes to the other option and then closes the menu. Great. So in here, we can just put in another div and a closing tag and say class name, relative, mr2, flex, height of 4, a width of 4, items center, justify center, overflow hidden, rounded full, and then just style, which is going to be background voice.gradient colors. So if I just open it up now, we can see the color for each voice. And then inside this div, right next to this div, so I'll just close it like that. We can say span and then voice.name. And now we see the voice names. And we'll just make the text a little bit smaller. So text small. And now it looks way better. Great. So now we have a voice picker, and we also have the voice that has been currently selected inside the store, voice store, so such that we can use it throughout the application in different components. So that is just perfect. So closing down this voice selector, now that it is basically done, we can go ahead and implement the next part. So the voice selector is what we need for the settings tab, but for the histories tab, we need another component to show all the history items. So I go into, or I'll just hop into components, client, speech, synthesis, and create a new file called history panel.tsx. In here, I'll say export function, history panel, and I'll just pass in some properties. So the types is going to be service. That's going to be of service type. And then also a search query, because we would like to be able to search in the history items. That should be a string. And set search query should be a function taking in a query, which is a string that returns void. Then I would like to have hovered item, which is string or null. This just needs to be void, of course. And then I also want set hovered item, which is ID of type string or null. This should return void as well. And then history items, and that should be an optional parameter of some history item. I'll just say string, an array of strings for now, but we'll need to define what history items actually look like. And we can then just destructure all of these. So service, search query, and then also set search query, hovered item, and then set hovered item, and then items, history items. Perfect. Good. Now I first want to get the voices. So const get voices equals use voice store. I can say states and then state.get voices. We can then just say const voices and call this method to get all the different voices. We need to pass in the service though, like that. And then we can import the history panel from the right sidebar. So we'll say history panel. And we need to add all of these different properties. So we need to add service, for example. That is just going to be service. And the hovered item and the search query we'll define up here. So we'll say const hovered item, set hovered item. And this will be use states, string, or null. Defaulting to null, we'll just need to import use states. And the right sidebar will of course also be a client component. So we'll say use client because we use states and also the store here. So I'll just copy this and say remove this type, use string, empty string as default, and this will be the search query. So search query and set search query, like this. And we can then pass these down. So over here we had search query, set search query. This will be search query, and then set search query. This will be set search query. We have hovered items, or hovered item, sorry, and this will be hovered item, and then also set hovered item right there. And this will of course be set hovered item. Perfect. And then we have this issue right here because we aren't returning anything yet. So I'll just go ahead and say return empty rag fragment, and now that should work. We do not need to set history items yet because it's optional, as you see right here. Then I'll just return a diff first and foremost. So diff class name flex age full with full and flex call. In here I'll put in another diff. This should be the search input that's fixed at the top. So class with full flex shrink 0. In here I'll put in one more diff with class relative, and then I'll put in an input. The input should, I'll just close it like that. The input should be of type text, and if I just save that and go to history, we should see the input right here. And then we should have placeholder search history ... and then value should be search query, and on change we say e, so the event of the change event, and then we say set search query e.target.value, and then we just need to style it just a little bit. It looks pretty bad still though, so we'll just say class name with full rounded XL, and then border gray 200, px free, py of 2, text small, focus border black, focus outline none, and then focus ring 1, and lastly focus ring black, like this. So now if we click it, we see that it looks kind of like the input fields from the login form. And if we change it, we see that it does change and that the state is stored in the parent component. So that is perfect as well. Great. So these history items up here, what are they actually? So we can go into the schema.prisma file, and then we can actually define what the history items are, and what I would like them to be is to be clips that have been generated from the model, the models. So they'll contain some link to an S3 bucket, so a key, for example, to where the generated audio clip is stored. It'll maybe contain stuff such as the text to generate the clip, the voice that you want to use for the clip synthesis, whether the generation of the clip was failed or not, and also what service created it, so style.js2, seedvc, etc. So these things we can all define inside the schema.prisma folder or file. So we'll create a new table. So I'll say model, generated audio clip. In here I'll put an ID. The ID is going to be a string, and I'll set it to ID, and the default will be a CUID, so just a random good basically. Then I can say user ID, that is going to be a string as well. I would like a text column string as well. I'll just make this optional because for the speech-to-speech generation, so when you upload a clip of your own voice and you want to convert that to another voice, you do not need any text. Then I would also like to put in the voice, so right here, string. If you use the sound effects generator, you do not need to specify any voice, so that is why this is optional as well, if you do use that. Then I'll pass in the original voice S3 key. So this column right here is also going to be an optional string. So whenever you do the voice to voice conversion, you'll upload your original voice or original audio file, so original voice basically, to an S3 bucket, and this column right here will point to that object in the S3 bucket. And then when it is processed, it'll download the audio file from this S3 key and then transform or do some synthesis and convert it to another voice. And then it'll store it in another, or it'll store the key in another column called S3 key, which is also going to be a boolean. So this is the finished product. So the finished product will be there for both the text-to-speech, speech-to-speech, and also sound effects generator. But I'm marking it as optional because when this record is created, so when you create a record in this table right here, the audio might not have been processed yet or been ran through the AI models yet. And then when it has been run through the AI models, this S3 key column will be set. This way we can check if an audio clip has finished processing or not by checking whether this S3 key is null or not. We'll then also set a column called failed, say boolean, default, false. This way we can just see if it fails or not. If this, for example, isn't specified or is null, then we can also put in a created at. This will be a date time with the defaults, and the default value should be now. And then I'll just pass in a service as well, and this should just be a string. Lastly, I'll put in a reference to a user. So user relation fields, and we would like to point to the user ID. And this should reference ID, and on delete, we'll say cascade. So when the user is deleted, for example, cascade, when the user is deleted, all the user's associated records will be deleted as well. Lastly, I'll just say add index and user ID. And lastly, we just need to put in another index, and this has to be created at, like so. And then we will just need to add a relation from the user down to the generate audio clip as well. So right now we refer to the user, but we also need to refer to the audio clip up here in the user table. So I'll say generated audio clips, generated audio clip as an array. So this means one user can have multiple generated audio clips like this. And then I see a small error down here. There are 2 parentheses. We only need 1, and that should fix things up. So let me just say npm scripts db push. This will both update the database and also create the types on the client. So in Next.js here, I'll just go ahead and I'll actually just restart the server just to make sure we don't get any weird problems. I sometimes do. So with the server restarted, I can go ahead and just close down the schema.prisma and start implementing this history panel over here. So let me just create a function we can use to fetch these history records from the database. So under source, I'll create another folder called lib, standing for library. In here, I'll create a file called history.ts. In here, I can first of all export a type which we can use to reference what a history item actually is. So export type history item equals, and then we'll define the properties. We'll have the ID, which is the string, a title, which is a string as well, a voice, which is string or null. Then we also have an audio URL, which we can use to reference. So this is an actual URL to an audio file and not just an S3 key. So we'll need to transform from an S3 key to the actual audio URL. Then we need a time, which is a string as well. We'll need a date, which is also a string. And last, we'll need a service, which is a service type, like this. And we just need to import that. And then instead of this, this history item, I'll just take that and copy. And then instead of this string in here under history items, I'll just put in the history item instead and import that. So let's create a function called getHistoryItems. I'll say export async function get history items. We'll pass in the service, which is service type, and then we would like to return a promise of history items in an array, and then just close the method like this. Open up the method like this. Good. So the first thing we can do in here is just get the session. So this will run on the server. So I'll say const session equals await auth. then we can get the user ID. So I say if session dot user dot ID. If not, so if the session isn't there, we'll just return nothing. Otherwise, we can say try and then catch. And inside this try, I'll say const audio clips equals a wait database dot generated. We just need to import database dot generated audio clips dot find many. And we would like to find many where the user ID corresponds to the user's user ID. So session dot user dot ID. And also where the S3 key is not null. So I can say not null. And where the service is the service specified from the client as well. And then what I would like to select from these records we have found in the where clause are the following things. I would like to select the ID. So I'll say ID true. I would like to select the text. I would like to select the voice. Also the S3 key. I would like to select the created at and also the service like this. And then I just want to make sure we don't grab too many of these records. I'll just take the 10 latest and I would like to order those 10 by descending. So I'll just go ahead and say created at and then descending like this. This means we'll get the records in descending order, so we'll get the 10 newest basically. And now if I just go into the schema.prisma file, as you can see, all the columns right here doesn't exactly match the columns that we need in the front end. So these are the columns I would like the front end to be able to have access to. So an audio URL, for example, instead of just an S3 key, the front end doesn't really know what to use an S3 key for, but it does know what to use an audio URL for because we can play that, for example. So that is why these properties are different between what we need on the client side versus what we have stored in the database. So the next job will consist of just actually transforming from the database records to what we need on the client side. So I'll say const history items, and I'll say equals a wait promise.all. In here, I'll say audio clips dot map, say async clip. And then first of all, for the title, this one right here, I'll set the default title as generated clip. So I'll say let title be equal to generated clip. And then if clip.service equals seedvc, what we'll then do is just say title equal to voice conversion to, and then we can just append clip.voice because we have that stored in the database. And then else if the clip.text is not null, then we would like to say title equals clip.text.length. So this is if you have a text-to-speech, for example, or an audio, also a sound effect generator, then you put in the title, you put in the text. So let me just find the schema.prisma just to illustrate. So if you have text-to-speech, you fill out this text field and it'll contain whatever text you want synthesized. If you have the sound effect generator, you'll also fill out this text column to specify what sound you would like generated, but you will not fill this out if you have voice-to-voice conversion, because what text are you going to use? So we'll just need to say, okay, if we do have something that is not voice-to-voice conversion, so this is voice-to-voice conversion, then we'll just take the text field and cut off some of that, so it's only about 50 characters long, and then use that as the title. So I can say title equals clip.text.length. If that is larger than 50, then we'll say clip.text.substring from 0 to 50 ... and then we'll say otherwise we'll just take clip.text. So if we have more than 50 characters, we'll only take the 50 first, And then we only take the first 50 characters, otherwise we'll just take the entire text if it is less than 50 anyways. The next thing we're going to do is just get the audio URL. So we would like to take this S3 key from schema.prisma. This S3 key is just a key to a file system in an S3 bucket. And we'll then take this and convert it to an audio URL we can use to play from the frontend. And to do this, we'll need to generate a pre-signed URL. So up here, I'll create a new method called generate pre-signed URL. Or I'll actually just create a new file for that under lib. I'll call this one s3.ts. So it'll contain all S3 related logic. In here I can say export async function. And then get pre-signed URL. I would like to pass in the key to the item in the S3 bucket when the link is supposed to expire. So expires. I'll set this to an hour like this. This is seconds. And then also the bucket itself. So we would like to use environment dots. And then we can pass in the S3 bucket name. And we just need to define the types as well. So key is going to be a string, of course. The expires is going to be a number. And the bucket is going to be a string as well. And these two down here will be optional since we have predefined values for those anyways. Let me just see what it says. So we just need to continue implementing the method, and then it'll return a promise, so something we can await of a string, and the string is going to be the pre-signed URL. Then we can open up the method, and then here we can just do whatever we need. So first we'll say const command equals new get object command, and we just need to import or install the S3 library and also just the AWS SDK in general into our project such that we can interact with AWS through the API. So we're going to need a npm and then client S3, this one. So I'll just open up the terminal right there and just take this command and paste this in. And then we're also going to need npm and then S3 request pre-signer. So we'll just take this as well and find the installation command right there. Paste this in and install that as well. Close down the terminal again. And now we should be able to import this get object command. Otherwise, we can try and import it manually. So we'll need to say import and we'd like to import from AWS client S3. We also need to import the S3 client and also the put object command. Like this. Now, for this get object command, we'll need to pass in two things. The bucket, which we would like to get something from, and that is going to be the bucket from up here. And then also the key within the bucket. So this will be key, like so. And then we just need to run that through the S3 client, which we will need to instantiate. So up here I'll say const S3 client equals new S3 client. The region is going to be environment.region, and the credentials are going to be access key ID. This will be environment.aws access key ID, and then secret access key, which will be environment.secret access key right there. Great. So now we can use this to run the command. So down here I'll say return and then get signed URL. We just need to import that as well up here actually. So import get signed URL from, and we need to import that from AWS SDK request pre-signer. And we need to pass in the S3 client, the command, and lastly the expires in, like this. And this just has to be expires in instead of expires, both there and there. And now we can call this get pre-signed URL to convert an S3 key to an actual URL we can use to access the file in the S3 bucket. Cool. So in here, if we go down, we can get this URL. So I'll say const audio URL equals, and then clip.s3 key. And since this can be nullable, we'll just check whether it's null or not. If it is not null, we'll say await get pre-signed URL, pass in the key. The key is going to be clip.s3 key. We would like to also, let me just import this. We would like to, if it is not there, just set it to null. So audio clip can be the pre-signed URL, so the audio URL, or it can be null if it has not been set in the database yet. The next thing we can do is get the created at, so the time, and of course also the dates. So down here, I'll just say const created at equals new dates. We'll create this new date from clip.createdAt. From this we can get the date first of all. So that is createdAt.to local date string. Const time is going to be equal to createdAt. Like this, dot to local time string. And then we would like it formatted with hour being 2-digit and minute being 2-digit as well. And this just needs to have hence a start parenthesis, and let me just see, also an end parenthesis and a semicolon. And now we should be ready to generate the actual list of history items, or just return it. So I'll say return, and I'll return the ID, which is clip.id. We then need to return title. We can see all the properties up here. So just copying these down, we can see that we have an ID, we have a title. The title we have already created. We have a voice. The voice is clip.voice. We also have an audio URL. Audio URL, that is going to be audio URL up here. We then have a date, a time, and a service. Cool. Removing this. This will run all of these promises, so all of these get pre-signed URLs in parallel, because we put promised at all and then put this inside an async map function. So this will return a list of history items for us where all of these are being run in parallel. Next, after this, we can go ahead and just say return history items. And then if an error occurs, we'll say console.error, and then error fetching history items, and just print out the error in the console just for our own benefit. And then we'll just return an empty list like this. I can then press save, and then we should be able to use this get history items to fetch all the history items from the database. So inside this history panel, this is a client component because we are using a store. So we'll just need to specify use client. Then the one calling history panel is going to be right sidebar right here, or using it. This is a client component as well. Speech sidebar is being used inside page layout. That is a client component as well, but this page.tsx is a server component because we don't really have any client logic here. We are already calling the database once actually. So what I'll do down here is just say const history items equals await get history items service. Import this, and then because we are on the server and it's a server component, we can then call this database, we can then use this functionality that is available to us in the backend, so on the server side. So for example, we can get this session, we can do these pre-signed URLs, etc. Good. So going back here, we just need to pass down these history items. So I'll just say history items equals history items, and then we have them passed down over here actually. So we just need to pass them down through the props down to where they are needed. So inside page layout, we can define them as a property and then say history items here. We'll just need to import these. And then down in the right sidebar, we just need to do the same. And then say history items. And we just need to pass these down and just import them here as well. So over here under speech sidebar, we'll say history items equals history items. And then lastly, we'll pass them down to history panel. So history items equals history items. And now they are accessible in the history panel down here, where we should be able to access them and render them out. I would like to just create one fake row in the database, just so we know, that it works. So I'll hop into AWS over here and just sign into the console. And then I just want to find a sample which we can use as the S3 key, so we can actually play any sound if we want to. So under, let me just see, S3, and then the ElevenLabs clone, we'll just find an output, so we can use style.js to output, and just take one of these clips, say copy S3 URI, and then the S3 key is going to be the following one right here. And the bucket is this one, and we don't need to specify that. Good. So I have that copied, and then I can just open up npm scripts, say Prisma DB Studio. In here, I'll open up a new tab, say generate audio clip, add a new record. The user ID is going to be the user ID from in here. So I'll just set that in a second. First, I'll set the S3 key. Then I'll hop into user, get the user ID, and just paste this in under user ID. This will be set automatically. The text, we'll just use some placeholder text. So we'll just say, this is my generated clip title. The voice will set to Andreas. The service will set to style.js2. Press enter. And then let's see if we can save it. We still need to set an ID. So the ID will just be set to a bunch of this. And then we can say save one change. Good. Under user, we do not need to save anything. So now we have a record to play around with, and we should hopefully be able to generate pre-signed URLs, so actual audio URLs, from this S3 key right here. Good. Hopping back into the history panel, we can just go and continue with the implementation. So down here, we'll say if history items and history items dot length is more than 0. In that case, what we'll do is say, or return this diff, render it. This diff should have class name empty2, flex, a height that is custom with 100 viewport heights, width full, flex column, overflow, y auto. So I'll just save that and see what it is talking about. So there is a problem here. So I'll just return null in the else statement, and now it works again. Then inside this diff, I would like to filter away history items based on search. So I'll just say filter history items based on search. Make that a comment, and then say, go ahead and do this. And then I can say const filtered groups equals object dot entries, and we'll pass in history items dot filter, and we'll filter we'll filter each item, and we'll just need to fix this notation here like this. And then I can say item dot title, so we'll filter by title dot to lowercase like this, dot includes search query dot to lowercase. So we compare the title of elements, history elements, with the title, with the search query, and we'll put both in search case. We'll put both in lowercase to make sure that you'll actually search or find your search results in the history results over here, even though you put in an uppercase letter, for example. Good. So now that those have been compared, we'll also just search for the voices. So we'll say all voices dot find, and then we'll say voice dot id equals item dot voice dot name, dot to lowercase dot includes search query dot to lowercase, like this. And I can then say dot reduce, and I'll reduce them into groups. So I'll say groups record. We'll use a string and then type of history items, and then we'll say item right there. We can then go ahead and say const dates equals item.dates. If not groups dates, then groups dates is equal to an empty list. And then we'll say groups dates dot push, and we'll push the item to the group. And then we'll just return groups. I'll just finish this entire thing where we create the groups from the search queries, and then we can go through everything and how it works specifically right after. So first of all, it seems like we're missing a parentheses, so I'll just put one right here, and then press save. And then down here, we'll handle a case where we say show no results found when filtered results are empty. So we say return filtered groups dot length is larger than 0. If that is the case, we then say filtered groups. So that means we have filtered groups. I'll just go ahead and put in a reg fragment for now. And then otherwise, we'll then just return a paragraph where we say no results found, just like we described in the comment. And we'll just style this a little bit. We'll say class name, MT8, text center, text small, and text gray 500, like this. And then we should see it starting to take shape as soon as we build some of this next logic in a bit. So if that is not the case, if there are more than one filtered group, we'll say filtered groups dot map dates items and a group index, and we'll return a diff where key is dates, and then inside this diff we'll say diff. We'll just make a closing diff as well, put on some classes. We'll say sticky and top 0 set 10 my2 flex with full justify center bg wide and py1. In this we'll just create another diff with the classes rounded full bg gray 100 px3 py1 and text extra small. Now we can just pass in the dates like this. So this is going to be the header for the group basically, and the header for the group is the date. So we group all the history items by dates, and then down here we just need to loop through all the items. So items.map item, and we'll just return, we'll just put in a h1 for now, saying item, and then just title maybe, just so we can see something. And then we need to actually call the expression down here. So I'll put in the following, and we're just missing the start of this parenthesis. So if we go all the way up and insert that, we then see that the errors are gone. And over here, I can see the title of the group, which is the date, and then also the title of the clip. So this is my generated clip title. Now let's just go through how all of this over here works, because this was quite a lot of code to just get thrown in your head and go through that quickly. So let me just go through all of it and why we actually do this. So the first thing you might have noticed is that we use this weird notation right here. This is called an immediately invoked function expression. So you define a function like this, goes all the way down to here, and then you can see we actually call the function like this. So what it does is it basically corresponds to saying to React, run this function right now and render whatever it returns. So the reason we want to do this basically is to just keep all the complex multi-step logic. So creating the groups first of all, and then rendering the groups down here inside a JS or inside the JSX. So what we return right here, instead of creating functions for creating these filtered groups, for example, right here. So we just keep all of this together, and then we just render whatever comes out of that. So going over here, as you saw, we have the group header, so the date basically, and then we have the different titles under that, so the different items. This is just a placeholder for now, but we'll fix that in a bit. So first of all, we need to create these groups. So each group has one date, and then it has multiple items for that date. So we go up here to where we start the function, and then we say filter groups equals object.entries, and then history items is just an array of these history item objects, and then we filter them to match the search query up here. So we first check if the title matched the search query, or if the voice used matched the search query, and then we filter those away which doesn't match this filter. And then after this, we can use the reduce function to order all of these items into different groups. So we start with an empty array, and then for each history item, we look at its date. If we have not seen that date before, so if we haven't created a group before with that date, we create a new group inside the dictionary and then add an empty array to that. After this, we'll take the item and then add it to the group with that certain date. And then after building all of those different groups, building all the groups with all the different dates and all the different items inside of that, we just return the groups. And now we have filtered groups up here, which is a dictionary with a string being the key, and then also the history items being the values. And this is of course the date that you see over here. Cool. So now we have the filtered groups, and then we want to go ahead and actually render those. So that is what we do down here. So first we say, okay, do we have more than 0 groups, or do we have 0 groups? If there are 0 groups, we just return no results found. So we can just try and set this to false and see how that looks. It looks like this. If we go back, this is what we render otherwise. So we say filtered groups.map. So we loop over all the filtered groups. Then we put in the dates for each group. And then for each group, we also loop over all the different items inside that group. And then we just print out the item.title for now. We want to make it a little bit nicer formatted though, so it isn't just a title like this. We both want a download button, but also a play button. So down here where I return null, I'll just go ahead and return another div. Inside this div, I'll say paragraph, like that, and then say no history items yet. And then the paragraph I'll format a little bit. I'll say, class name, I'll say empty3, text small, text gray 500. And for the div, I'll say flex h full, flex call, items center, justify center, and then text center as well. So justify center. So this up here is shown, for example, if you put in a search query where you do not have any results. So if I put in this, it says no results found. And this down here will be shown if there are no history items, basically. So going up here and just saying false, then we see no history items yet. So that is the difference between this one and then this one down here. So instead of just returning this item.title right here, which is what we see over here, let me just go ahead and create a component for that. So inside the same file, I'll say function, history, item. I would like to define the properties. So we'll pass in the item, which is going to be history item. So it's going to be the history item from inside the library. So right here, if we say export, I'll just search for history item. We should be able to find it somewhere. Yeah, we have history item right here. So we'll just need to import that. And we'll say as history item type. and then we'll just need to use that, the places. So the reason we get this conflict, this error, is because this name was conflicting with the history item type. So we'll just go ahead and differentiate between those by renaming this up here as history item type in this local file only. Good. So the next prop I would like to pass in are the voices. This will be voice, like so. And I'll just import that. Then hovered item. This will be string or null. And then set hovered item ID string or null, returning void. And then we can also define an onPlay. So there is going to be a play button, and that will call some function up here in the parent component that will then play the audio when we implement that. This will be item, history item type, and it'll just return void as well. So if we just take these and destructure those like this, and on play as well, we can then start by finding the voice used. So I'll go ahead and just open up the component like this and then say const voice used equals voices dot find. I would like to find voice where voice.id is equal to item dot voice. Otherwise, otherwise we'll just use the first voice, and we know that it is there because we hard coded it. So we'll just go ahead and put in the exclamation mark like so. Under this, we can then do our return statements. The top level element is going to be a div. Class name is going to be relative. Flex items center. Rounded LG. Padding of 4. And on hover, we set the background color to a gray color of 100. Then we can call this set hovered item when the mouse enters the element. So on mouse enter, we'll then just call this function that says hovered item to item.id. And on mouse leave, we'll just do the opposite. So call a function that says set hovered item to null. Good. And then inside this div, we can say another div with class name flex with full flex call and a gap of 1. And let's just quickly use this history item instead of the following right here. So I'll say history item, and we'll just put in a key. The key is going to be item.id. We'll also set the item to item. We'll then set voices to voices, hovered item to hovered item, then set hovered item to set hovered item, and lastly we just need to put in the onPlay, and we'll just put in an empty function for now that doesn't do anything. So let me just see what is wrong with this. It is supposed to return void, but it returns, it's supposed to return voice, but it returns void. So down here, I'll just say void, and that should fix that. Now we should be able to actually build out the rendering and see the element take form over here or shape up. So first we'll put in a div with the class name relative with full. Inside this we'll put a paragraph where we put in the item.title or no title if it just so happens to be not set. The class name will be truncate and text small like this. So hovering truncate, we can see that overflow is hidden. So if it's wider than the parent element, it'll just overflow the width and then not be visible. And then it'll also set white space to no wrap, such that it'll not wrap to the next line. Good. So under this paragraph, I'll just go ahead and put in a conditional called hovered item equals item.id. So if this item right here is the one that is being hovered, we'll just render the following: a div where the class name is absolute, right 0, top 0, flex items center, gap 1. and then BG gray 100, padding left of 2. We'll put in a button. Inside this button, we'll just go ahead and put in some class names. So rounded, full, padding of 1, hover BG gray 200. Inside the button, we'll put in IO play with class name, height of 5 and width of 5. We'll just import this from React icons. And then we'll put in another button. We'll just do the exact same setup actually. And this will just be IO, download, outline, like this. So hovering the element over here, we can then see the play button and the download button whenever we do hover it, but they're gone if we do not hover it. Then we'll just fix the styling a little bit down here. So I'll say div, put in class names, flex items sensor, space x of 1. Inside the div, I'll say another div, class flex, height of 3, width of 3, items sensor, justify sensor, and then rounded, full, text extra small, text whites, and then we can say style, background, and that is voice used dot gradient colors. So now we see the color for that specific voice, so Andreas. And then inside this div, just outside next to it, we'll say span. We'll then put in the voice used dot name. So the voice and the color we have now. The span will just say text extra small, font light, text gray 500. So now it looks way more subtle. Next to the span, we'll put in another one where we just put in a little dot. So I just put this one in my clipboard right here, and we'll then give this the exact same class names, and we'll just copy this span as well, and then also just put in item.time, or now if it is not set, so just in a string for, of course. So now we have the time of generation for the clip. We can then also hover it to see the play and download buttons. So this looks great. And then if you add in more clips, you will then just have a group with more clips under that. Alright, so if we actually click this play button over here, nothing really happens, and that's because we haven't set that up yet. So we pass on this, or pass down this onPlay function, and right now it calls nothing. So let's just go ahead and implement a function that it can call to actually play the audio. So this function will be called handle play history item, and that equals item history item type. So that is what we receive. And then from this we can say if item.audio URL, because audio URL can be string or null. And then we say play audio, and then we just need to go and implement the actual logic of playing the audio, but now we can at least call a function instead of just calling nothing, like this. And then nothing will change over here, it'll still just call this function, so we just need to implement this as well. Although, if we just test this out, I've made a small observation. So you see how we see the hamburger menu. We see the hamburger menu between this breakpoint right here, and then also this breakpoint down here. But we don't really see it on the smaller phones like we were supposed to. So that is an issue, and we just need to go fix that. So hopping under page layout, we can just check out the logic for determining whether we are on a mobile or not. So right here we say set mobile screen, and we set mobile screen to true if the window width is larger than this. But that's really not how it's supposed to be. It is supposed to be smaller than. So if we are smaller than this breakpoint, then we should be able to see it like it. Then it should be able to work as it's supposed to. So now we see it working, but there is still a little gap between this breakpoint right here and then the large breakpoint. So we can just go ahead and set this to large. So if you search for Tailwind breakpoints, we can just find out the large breakpoint 1024, because the large breakpoint is the breakpoint we use to determine whether to even use the menu or not. So going down to IO menu, we have LG somewhere, LG hidden. So we hide this menu if we're on large screens. So everything below large screen should then show the menu. Good. So refreshing over here, we can now see that it works all the way down to mobile screens. Good. So before we can go ahead and build the logic for playing the audio, we're going to go ahead and build a playbar down here. So the playbar will be shown from this edge right here and then all the way to the right part of the screen. But the playbar will not overlay my account, for example. I'll just remove this again. So the playbar will be kind of this high or this tall, and then it'll be shown as an overlay over everything that is currently on the page. Then it can open up and it can close down, and you can toggle it by generating speech or generating audio, for example, or pressing play over here on some history items, some previously generated clips. So going into page layout, scrolling down, we have the speech sidebar. And below the speech sidebar, I would like to put in a playbar component. So we'll first go ahead and create a playbar component under components, client, and then new file, playbar.tsx. In here we can say export defaults function playbar, and then just return a React fragment for now. Then I'll just say use client, and then go ahead and import this playbar down here in the page layout, such that we should be able to work on it and then see it simultaneously down here. Great. Then to keep track of the audio playing, I would like to create a store for that, such that we can use the audio store in different components. For example, we can toggle the audio by playing here, and then we can see what audio should be playing down in the playbar component. And this will all be done without prop drilling, but instead just by importing the store and then figuring out what you should do. So you'll say audio store.ts, and then here we can start by defining the interface for how playing audio should look like. So the types. So I'll say export interface. Let me just make the code a little bit larger. I'll say export interface audio info. So audio info should contain an ID, which is a string. It should contain a title, also a string, a voice, string or null. It should contain an audio URL, which is a string, so what we use to play the audio in the playbar, a duration, string, progress, also I'll just say number, and then created at, which is a string, and then a service, so style.js2, etc. So we can use to figure out the gradient of the clip. So we can show the same thing we did down here, but we show with created at, and then the voice, and then also the gradient color. So we'll just need this service as well. And I'll just go ahead and make these optional, since these up here are the most important for now. Let's then just define how this store should look like. So we'll say interface audio states, and this will contain a current audio, so what is currently playing. This will be audio info or null if there is no audio playing. We can then say is playing. This will be a boolean. We can use this to determine whether to set the playbar button to a pause icon or a play icon. We can then say is playbar open, since it is foldable, or expandable. It can be both expanded so you can see it, or you can fold it down so it's invisible. So this will also be a boolean. We can then say progress, that is a number, and duration, which is a string. We can then just define the actions. So this will be set current audio. That is going to be a function taking the audio. That is going to be of type audio info. And that'll just return void. Under this, I'll create another one called set is playing. This will just take is playing, which is a boolean. I'll then create another one, set is playbar open. This will be is open, and that'll be a boolean. We then have set progress. This will be progress, a number, and set duration. This will be duration, which is a string, like that. Let's just also create a function called play audio, where you pass in the audio and then it starts playing and sets the current audio. So audio info, returning void, toggle play pause, like this. And then we need a toggle playbar, a skip forward, skip backwards, and then a download audio. That'll use the audio URL, so this one right here, to go to the corresponding link. So the pre-signed URL, aka the audio URL, is going to link to a downloadable link or downloadable audio file in the S3 bucket. So if you click it, you'll just download the URL automatically. So this download audio function is just going to click the link basically and let the user download the audio like that. So now that we have an interface defining how the store should look like, we can go ahead and implement it. So I'll say export const use audio store equals creates from Zustand, where we use the audio states, and then I'll take the set and get functions and make those available. And then we can define the store. So first we'll set the current audio. This will just be null. Is playing should just be false. Is Playbar open should just be false as well. It should only be playing whenever you actually click a play button and not be playing something from the get-go. Then progress will set to 0. Duration will set to 0, 0, 0. The set current audio will say it receives an audio. Then we can say const current equals gets.current audio. And then we can initialize an audio manager. So const audio element equals audio manager. And this audio manager is what we actually use to play the audio in the HTML. So I'll just create a function for handling and creating this audio manager. So under source, I'll create a new folder called utils because it's just a utility. And then I'll call this audio manager.ts. In here, I'll say class audio manager. We'll have a private audio element, which is of type HTML audio element or null equals to null. So it's just null by default. Then when we call the initialize, which we were just about to do, that should be a function where we return HTML audio element or null. So if this.audio element, then we return this.audio element. Otherwise, we'll just create a new one. So if type of window is not undefined, what we'll do is say this.audio element equals new audio, and then we'll return this.audio element. Otherwise, we'll just return null. Great. We can then get the audio, so we'll just say get audio as another function. That'll just return HTML audio element or null, since it can't be null. And we'll just return this.audio element. Below that, we'll say get current time from the audio. This will return a number. We'll return this.audio element dot current time. And we'll put in this optional chaining because it can be null. So if it is null, we'll just return 0. Then we can say get duration, which returns a number. I'll then say return this.audio element dot duration or 0. We can also create a get progress, returning a number. So I'll say if this.audio element does not exist or this.audio element dot duration does not exist, then we'll just return 0. Otherwise, we'll return this.audioElement.currentTime divided by this.audioElement.duration times 100, like so. Under the get progress, we'll set the audio source, or we'll make it possible to set the audio source. This should be a function taking a URL, so that is going to be the audio URL, and it should return void. In here we'll say if this.audioElement, then this.audioElement.source is equal to the URL. And then we can say this.audioElement.load to load the audio from the S3 link into this audio element up here. Good. Below set audio source, we'll create a play function. So play will return a promise of void, and then or undefined, and we'll just return this.audioElement.play. And below that, we can just create a pause. So here we can say pause instead, and just return void. Like that. Call it pause. We can then just create a skip forward method that takes a parameter called seconds. So how long into the audio clip we would like to skip forward, and we'll just set this to 10 as a default and return void. So we'll say if this.audioElement, we'll then open the if statement like that and say this.audioElement.currentTime is equal to math.minimum. So we don't want the user to be able to skip to second 15, for example, if the audio clip is only 10 seconds long. So we'd like to make sure that we avoid this edge case. So we'll say math.min this.audioElement.duration, or 0 if it does not exist. Otherwise, we'll compare this to this.audioElement.currentTime plus seconds. So what happens here is that we take the smallest of these two numbers. So if the current time.seconds is further or is more than the duration of the audio clip, then this number will be smallest and we'll skip to the end of the audio clip because we skip to math.duration, audio element.duration. But if this is smaller than the duration of the clip, then we'll just skip to that part. And we just need to do something that is a little bit like that down here in the skip backward method as well. So we'll say skip backward. And then instead of math.min, we'll say math.max. And we'll say 0 here. And then we'll just put in a minus. So if this becomes a negative number because an audio clip can be a negative duration, then it'll just default to 0. So just skip to the start of the audio clip. Otherwise, if this becomes 2, for example, then it'll skip to second 2 of the audio clip. So with this down, we can go ahead and just export the audio manager. And this is what we'll use inside the store to actually initialize and play the clip. So we'll say export const audio manager equals new audio manager. Like this. We'll hop into the audio store. And this actually isn't set current audio. This is going to be play audio. Just for your info. And then I'll say dot initialize. Here I'll say if current dot, current and current dot audio URL equals audio dot audio URL. In that case, we'll say get dot toggle play pause and just return. Good. We can just start after having implemented this initialize with the borrowing functions up here that will just set these values. So we can start with set current audio, for example. So I'll say sets current audio. Here we'll just pass in the audio and just say set current audio is equal to audio. We can say set is playing. We'll then pass in is playing and call the set function. I'll just copy this line and call this one set is playbar open. Like this. And then we'll receive is Playbar open, and just set that. Copy this to the next line, set progress, call this progress, and this progress as well. Then we can say set duration, call this duration, and then duration here as well. Good. So now these methods are implemented. We can just go ahead and implement the rest of the function here. But I see we are missing some things from the play audio actually. So right now we have the audio element. So we have initialized the audio manager, and then we have called toggle play pause, but we still need to do things such as set the current audio and other things. So inside this play audio, I'll just do set, and then set the current audio to audio. Also set is Playbar open to true, and then is playing, I should set that to true as well. So when you do play, it'll open the Playbar for you and start playing with the current audio. Good. Then I can just say if audio element, then I'll say set timeout, and then audio manager dot set, like this, audio manager dot set audio source to audio dot audio URL, audio manager dot play dot catch will catch an error, and then we can say console dot error if that happens, error playing audio, where we say error right here. Under this we'll say sets is playing to false if an error occurs, and then for the timeout we'll just give it 0 right there. So the reason for putting this code right here inside a set timeout is to make sure that we let all the UIs depending on these variables render before doing the things that actually happen inside here. So if a UI is depending on is Playbar open and is playing, for example, then the audio will first start playing after the UI has been rendered for this. So it's just a technique to push the code inside of this set timeout to the end of the current JavaScript event loop. So inside the set timeout, we call the set audio source method, where we just load the audio, and this is the pre-signed URL corresponding to the S3 bucket item. Next, we then say audio manager.play. So we call this say audio element.play. This is inbuilt into the JavaScript API. Then next, if an error does occur while calling this .play method, we'll just console.error, so console.log in red basically, error playing audio with the error, as well as setting is playing to false, such that it pauses the video, such that it pauses and shows the pause symbol down here. So with the play audio out of the way, we can go ahead and take a look at the toggle play pause function. So I'll just copy this down here. So toggle play pause will look like this, and then inside it we'll first get whether it is playing or not. So we'll say is playing equal to gets.isPlaying. We can then say const audio is equal to audio manager dot get audio. We can then say if not audio or not get dot current audio. We then just return. So if there is no audio, we can't really start or pause the audio from playing. Then we'll say if is playing, then audio manager dot pause like that, and then we'll set is playing to false inside this door. Otherwise, if the audio is currently paused, we'll then say if not audio dot src and get dot current audio dot audio URL. Then we'll say audio manager dot set audio source, and we'll set the source to the pre-signed URL, so current audio dot audio URL. And since we make sure the audio URL actually exists up here, we'll just go ahead and put in the following exclamation mark just to not get an undefined error. Good. So under this if, we'll say audio manager dot play dot catch error. We'll then say console dot error playing audio plus error, and right under this we'll go ahead and say sets is playing to true. So what happens here again is first we find out whether the audio is playing or not. Then we get the audio from the audio manager, so the audio element, so that we can actually play it if we want to. Then we check whether the audio is null or whether current audio is null, so the one from the store. And then if the audio is currently playing, so the audio in the store is currently playing, then we set it to pause, and then we pause it in the audio manager, and also set it to is playing equals false in the store. This way we keep the store synchronized with the state of the actual audio manager. Otherwise, we just need to say else here actually. Otherwise, if it is not playing, then we need to start playing. So first we check whether the audio has an SRC, and also whether we have an audio URL in the current audio object up here that we can play from. And then we just say audio manager.set source or set audio source, and then pass in the audio URL. And then we can say audio manager.play and then catch any errors that might happen, and also set playing to true, so we can show the correct state down here and show that it is playing. Next thing we can implement is the toggle playbar. So I'll just copy this down as well. And then in here we'll say sets is playbar open, and this will be equal to not get dot is playbar open. So when we toggle the playbar, we just set it to the state that it currently isn't. So if it's currently open, then we'll just negate that, set it to false. If it's currently false, we'll just negate that and set it to true. Good. The next thing we need to implement is the, let me just see up here, is the skip forward. So this should be pretty straightforward. We should just call the audio manager and say audio manager dot skip forward. And then we just need to do the same for skip backward, like that. And then the last thing I would like to do is just implement the download audio. So when you call this method, when clicking here, for example, it should just download the audio by creating a link and clicking that artificially. That takes you to the audio URL, which should automatically download it for you. So we'll just go ahead and implement this method. So we'll say const audio is equal to get dot current audio, and then if not audio dot audio URL. So if it doesn't exist, then we obviously can't redirect the user to it. Otherwise, we'll say const link equals document dot creates element, where we pass in an anchor. We'll then say link dot href equals audio dot audio URL. Then we'll say link dot download equals audio dot title or just audio dot vav, so the file. And then we'll say document dot body dot append child, and this will append link. Then we'll say link dot click to artificially click it, and then document dot body dot remove, since we have clicked it already, and we'll just remove the link. So what happens here, and it's supposed to be remove child. So what happens here is that first we check whether we have an audio URL to redirect to. We then create an element on the screen. So instead of just going inside HTML and creating an anchor like this, we just do that automatically with JavaScript. Then we attach the href, so where the link leads to, as being the audio URL. We then say, okay, if you do download it, it should download it as the file name being audio.title or audio, if the title is not there, .vav. Then we just append that link to the body, so just the HTML page, click the link, and then remove the link afterwards. And this should then redirect the user's page to the audio and just download it and close the page after downloading it. And this way you'll end right back up here on the URL that you came from. So we can just go ahead and put in a comma right there, comma right here. And then let me just see if we are missing any other commas. There is an error down here. It expected 0 to 1 arguments but got 2. So the 0 has to go down here. instead of up with the parentheses. Good. So now we have the audio store, which we can use to play the audio. And now I'll just implement the Playbar. Or actually, we can just try and test out the audio store because we already have the history panel, which does depend on it. So we'll go ahead and just import const play audio equals use audio store. Import that. Then we'll say play audio. ID is going to be item.id.toString. Title should be item.title. Voice should be item.voice. We also need the audio URL, so item.audio URL, and also the service, which is just going to be item.service. Cool. So if I save this and then hop over here and just refresh and turn up the volume on my computer, if I then press play, nothing really happens. So let's just go down and find out how it's used. So we pass it down via the onPlay. And then down here, we aren't really using the onPlay. So we want to use it at this button, IO play. And then on click, we'll say play, pass down the item, and just save that. I'll just refresh over here and then go into history and click play. And then we get an issue. Failed to load because no supported source was found. So I first want to check that the audio URL is actually okay. So we can go in to audio store and then find the play audio and just say console.log audio.audio URL, save that and just try and open the console over here and play it again. Click the link that was printed. The specify key does not exist. Okay, so going into Prisma Studio, we just need to make sure that the key is actually alright. So I'll open up Prisma Studio, and then under generated audio clip, it might be because we took the following and appended it, or prepended it, so I'll just remove that, save the change, and try again. So history, hello, hola, bonjour, ciao, konnichiwa, guten tag. Okay, so it plays now, so that is perfect. So the problem was that we had a / too much, so we just removed that and now it works. Good, I'll just close down Prisma Studio again and then we can move on. So let's go ahead and remove this console.log, close down the console, and then start with implementing the Playbar. So let me just close that as well, under Playbar, we would like to, first of all, just import the store, so const, and then store equals use audio store. From the store, I would like to just destructure all of these different parameters here. So we are at least going to need current audio, is playbar open, is playing, toggle playbar, toggle play pause, skip forward, skip backward, then also download audio, set is playing, set progress, set duration, and I'll just save this, and now we can use these imports. I'll actually just add progress and duration as well, and then we can continue. Good. So next I'll say const get voices equals use voice store. I'll then select the states.getVoices method as the only thing, and we'll then build out the Playbar. So first I would like to put in a React fragment and say is Playbar open, and then I'll go ahead and do this and say and then I'll return a div with the class name is absolute bottom 2 left 1.5 a half set 10 minus translate x a half transform and then cursor pointer like this. And then when you do click it, I would like to toggle the Playbar, so to open it. So I'll say on click and then say toggle Playbar like this. And then over here I'll just say set is Playbar open to true just for testing for now. So current audio, set Playbar open to true, go back, and inside this div, I'll then put in another div where I say class name, flex, age 1, width of 96, items center, rounded full, BG gray 300. Inside this div, I'll put in another one where I say class name, age 1, rounded full, and BG black. In here I can then also put in a style prop, so I'll say style width equals, and it'll then be progress equals 0. In that case we'll set it to 100, otherwise we'll set it to progress, like this. Then I'll just say %. So hopping back into the audio store, if we set the progress to 50, and then is Playbar open to false, we'll then see this bar down here, and if you click it, it should do something. It should set this to true. So I'll just reload over here, but this is a hidden view or minimized view of the Playbar. So if I set the progress to 20, we'll then see it being only 20%. So this way you can see the audio playing down here, but you won't have to look at the fully open Playbar. So I'll just set this to 50 now, and then set is Playbar open to true. And then we can move on to the next part of the Playbar. I want to note though that if you do click it, it should open up the Playbar. So that is why I put this on click toggle Playbar property on it. Then I'll say div class name relative border top border gray 200, a white background and a shadow of medium, like this. And then inside this div, I'll put another one where I'll say class name absolute left 0, top 0, a height of half with full, background gray 200, and we'll hide this on screen sizes above medium. So going down here, we should be able to see it. And then I'll just put in another div where I'll say class name absolute height of 0.5 BG black, and then we'll just do the same trick up here where we change it a little bit. So instead we'll say width equals, and then just progress %, like that. And this is then a full width view on mobile only. So going down to mobile screen size, right now we can't really see it because there's 0 heights for the bar. But if I just put in a random div and then say class name and then height 12, for example, we can then see the progress bar down here that shows 50% because that's what we set in the store. So now we can see the bar. It has a border top, which is what we see right here. It has a border gray, and then we also have this progress bar that is visible only for mobile phones. So it's hidden on screen sizes above medium breakpoint. Good. So this should then contain the bar, this should then contain the bar, and then down here we can put in the contents of the bar. I'll then just put in another div here, say class name, transition, all, duration 300, ease in outs. I'll also put in a style tag or property, and then say height. And then if the Playbar is open, I'll set it to 80 pixels. Otherwise, I'll set it to 0 pixels, like this. So now you see that there was an animation. So if I go into the audio store, set this to false, it disappears with a nice animation. If I click this, it then opens up with a nice animation. So that is the thought behind this. So I'll just set this to true for now, so we can go ahead and work on it. So inside I'll put a div, say class name, hidden, age full, medium. So on larger devices, on devices that are not mobile basically, I'll put on a grid, and also grid calls. And then I would like to put on a custom configuration, so 25%, underscore 50%, underscore 25%, like this. Inside this one, I'll create a left section for the bar first. So I'll say div. First I'll actually just say left section, just so I can tell the difference and make that a comment. In here I'll put in a div. I'll say class name, flex items center, px4. Inside this I'll put in another div, say flex call, and a gap of 1. I'll then say p, and then put in current audio dot title, and then just format this a little bit. So I'll say class name, and then max with extra small, truncate, and then text small. And now we don't really see anything down here, so I'll just hardcode a string and make it over the medium breakpoint. So now we actually see something. And I think the reason we didn't see anything is because the title or current audio isn't set. So up here under current audio, it currently isn't set. So if I press history and then play, we do see the title. Hola, bonjour, ciao, konnichiwa. And I'll just pause the audio. It sounds pretty much like me though. So this is my generated clip title, it says. So we can at least see that it works now. And that is pretty nice. And then we can continue coding. So under this paragraph, I'll put in a div with the class names flex items center, and then text extra small, text gray 400. I'll then just say voice and then I'll put in a React fragment. Here I'll say div class name flex items center. Inside this I'll put in another div. Here I'll say class name mr1 flex height of free, width of free, items center, justify center as well, rounded full, and text white. I'll just go ahead and save that. And voice we'll just define up here. So under get voices, we'll just go ahead and say const style tts2 voices equals get voices, where we pass in style tts2. We'll just do the same just for seed vc. So seed vc voices. We can then say all voices, and we'll just concatenate these two lists together. So style tts2 voices and seed vc voices, like this. And then we can find the specific voice we're looking for. So const voice equals all voices dot find, and I'll say v, where v.id equals current audio dot voice. And now we have the voice ready down here. I'll just press play and then just pause it quickly after. Hello. So now we should be able to move on down here. So if there is a voice, we can show the gradient color first of all. So I'll say style background, and that is voice.gradient colors. And under this, we'll just show a span with voice.name, like this. And under this, we can just show a span with a class name mx1 to space it a little bit, to space some things out a little bit. And then we'll just put in this small dot we used before as well. So I'll copy this one and just put it in right here. And now we see the dot. We are still missing the gradient color though. So I'll just try and play it over here. Hello, Ola, and see what is going on. So we obviously have some classes mixed up. So right here we have flex and then height of free, width of free. So it looks fine now. We just needed to fix the classes. And then I would like to also put in another div that shows the timing. So when it was created. So I'll say class name flex items center. I can then say IO timeline, time outline, where I pass in the class names mr1 height of free, width of free, and then also a span that says current audio dot created at, or just now if it doesn't exist. And I'll just format this a little bit, or I'll just leave it as it is. Just check it out. So it says just now. So it looks pretty good down here. So we'll create a center section. This was the left section. So I'll say center section. In here I'll put in a div with the class name flex column, items center, so center on the x-axis, and then justify center to center on the y-axis. So these switch around whenever you put in flex col versus flex row, so just the normal one, just for your info. Anyways, I'll put in another div here, say class name flex items center, to center it on the y-axis because we only have a flex, and then space x free. I'll then put in a button. The button should have RI replay 10 fill. And I'll just format it with some classes. So I'll say h5 and width 5. Save that. And now we have this skip backwards play button. Then I can go ahead and just say class names for the button. Rounded, full, P2. When you hover it, I'll set the background to gray 100. So it looks like this. And when I do click the button, so on click, I'll just call the skip backward method, and that should trigger the skip backward in the store and then in the audio manager further down in the call stack. Now I'll just hop over here and say play again. Hello ElevenLabs, so we can see it. I'll copy this button, call this forward, and then skip forward instead. I just need to import this icon, and then we also have the button right here. We just need the pause button in the middle. So I'll say toggle play pause, and then depending on what state we're in, we'll need to show either the play button or the pause button. So I'll say is playing. So if we are playing, then I'll put in IO pause with the class name h5 with 5. And I'll copy this entire thing. Otherwise, I'll put in IO play, also with the same parameters. So I'll just import that and import that as well. Press save, and now we see the pause button. If I click there, right here, we see that we can play and pause if we want to. It does seem like the play button is a little bit left aligned. So what we'll go ahead and do is hop down to the IO play and say ML 0.5, press enter, and now both are perfectly aligned in the middle in tag, regardless of whether it is playing or not. And right here, I'll say flex h10 width 10, items center, justify center, rounded full, BG black, and text white, like this. This means we'll get a little bit nicer of a button. I can help you communicate and we can play and pause if you want to. Then right outside of this section, I'll put in another one. Here I'll say class name empty1, flex width full, items center. I'll then put in a span. Inside the span, I'll put in some formatted time. I'll just hard code this for now. And then for the span, I can say class name mr2, text extra small, text gray 400, like this. And we just need to spell this center correctly. And then to get this formatted time and not just a hard coded string, we can just hop up and define a function for that. So first I'll define format time. Here we'll pass in seconds, which is a number. And first I'll say const minutes equals math.floor, seconds divided by 60. I can then say const seconds, and then I'll say modulus instead of division. Then I can say return, and then I'll put in minutes seconds dot toString dot padding start to, and I'll pad it with zeros. And then right under this format time function, we can say const get current time formatted. Here I'll say return format time audio manager dot get current time, and we'll just call this function down here instead of this hard-coded string. And then we can see the following right here, a message in multiple. And then we can see if we play languages, then the time counts up, so that looks perfect. Then right after the span, I'll put in a div. I'll say class name relative flex1. Inside here, I'll put in another div. I'll say class name absolute h1 rounded full background black. And then I'll just put in a style tag. So I'll close the div like this, say style, and then say width equals progress in percent. So like that. And now we have a progress bar showing how far we have played. And then we'll just need to show how far we are, the max duration of the clip. So just how long the clip is. So if we have played 5 seconds of the clip so far, but it's 10 seconds long, we'll just format a string that is 0, 10 over here. And then that should show the user how long they have left. Then under this div, I'll put in another span. So I'll say span duration and just format that as well. So up here, we can just take the exact same classes, text small. I'll just put in a margin left of 2 to separate it a little bit from the Playbar. Hello, hola, bonjour. And we need to do some extra logic up here, further up in the code, just to make it work perfectly. But now we can at least see the duration, how far we've played so far, and also some kind of progress bar. Hello. So with that done, let's go ahead and define the write section. So in here we can download and also toggle the Playbar. So I'll say div, class name, flex, items, center, justify end, a gap of 4, and then px6. I'll then say button. Inside the button, I'll put in IO, download, outline. I'll say class name, height of 5, and a width of 5 as well. Just need to import that. So now we see the download symbol. For the button, when you say on click, I'll then just go ahead and say download audio. The class name should be rounded, full, p1.5, and hover should be bg gray 100, like this. And then when I click the button, it downloads the clip over here, so that is great. I'll then just create another button by copying this one. This one should say IO chevron down, and this one should also say toggle Playbar, like that. And when I save this, we should be able to toggle the Playbar so it moves down nicely like that. And now just need to take care of the mobile view. So if we go down here and say mobile view, we can then put in a div where the class name is flex, h full, md hidden. And then we'll just make this smaller so it fits a mobile. So as you see, we don't really see all of these action buttons on the mobile. And the reason we don't do this is because we can't really fit all of these into the mobile view. So let's say we have all of this and all of these things. When we do make it smaller, how are we supposed to fit all of that? Well, we'll have to remove some of the items. So that is how we're going to do it. So that is why we create a separate mobile view, which we hide on larger devices. And then the normal view up here will just show on normal devices, but not on the mobile. So in here, I'll put in another div, say class name, flex, flex1, items center, px of 4. I'll then put in another div as well, say flex with full, flex column, and a gap of 1. Inside that, I'll put in a paragraph that says current audio.title. I'll style this as truncate text small. So now we see that. And under this, I'll just put in the voice. So I'll say if voice, then we'll return a React fragment. And perhaps we can just take the exact same thing from up here, like that, and just paste this down. So we just need, of course, to paste it in right there instead. And just close it off. So now we at least see the voice and then also the gradient color. And this will just wrap in a div, like this, and say class name, flex items sensor, text extra small, text gray 400. And now it's way smaller and way more subtle as well. So this fits better for the mobile view. Then we'll just put in a date time. So we'll say class name flex items sensor to center it on the y-axis. Then we'll say IO time outline, where we put in the class name MR1 age free width free. And then right under this, we'll put in a span where we say current audio dot created at just now. So this is how it's going to look. I'll just make this uppercase. And lastly, I can just put in the action buttons. So going down here to div, I'll say class name flex items sensor, gap of 2, px of 4. I can then put in a button, say on click, download audio. Class name, I'll put in rounded full, a padding of 1.5. I'll then put in hover, BG, gray 100. And then inside here, I'll put in a download button. So IO, download, outline. I'll put in the class names height 5 with 5. So now we have a download button. If I just copy this button, this one should be toggle play pause. And then hopping over here to the following logic, we can just copy this so we don't have to repeat ourselves. And here I'll just change this a little bit. So I'll say flex age 9 width 9 items sensor, justify sensor, rounded, full, background of black, and then text whites. And now we have a play button. It sounds like, or it looks like I spelled this wrong because it is definitely not fully rounded. So this is going to be the mobile view. This is going to be the desktop view. So as you see, less information is packed into the same amount of space. So you can skip, for example, but at least you can see the entire thing on mobile.
Bonjour, ciao.
And we can download it as well. We can see the title. So that is just great. Now, one thing I noticed is that this doesn't look very nice. So we can put this under, this is my generated clip title. And I think this was what I was trying to do even. So I'll just take this flex call and wrap it. So this flex call and wrap the entire thing. And then we can see it looks way better. This is how it is supposed to look. Good. So right now we don't really update the progress of the bar down here anywhere. It just is hard-coded right here. So we need some way to listen to just listen to the audio manager. And then we can take the progress and update it with the correct information. And thereby also show the correct progress down here. So going up, we'll put in a use effect that'll listen for exactly this. So I'll just put one in here and say use effect. I'll put in first the dependency array. I'll just import use effect as well. And then say if not current audio, then we'll just return. Then we'll say const audio equals audio manager dot initialize. If not audio, then we'll return. Then inside here we'll create 3 different methods that are being triggered by 3 different events. The events will be audio dot add event listener, and then the first one is going to be time update. So whenever the time basically changes inside this audio manager. So if it goes from second 2 to second 3, then this event will be called. And then we'll call a function called const handle time updates. So this will be the callback for this event listener. Now we can then say const current progress equals audio manager dot get progress. And then we'll say set progress dot current progress. Sorry, not dot. We'll say set progress and then current progress here instead. Good. So now we can do the exact same thing just for whenever the duration changes. So we can listen for loaded metadata. And then we'll just create another one. So we'll say a function called handled loaded metadata. And we'll say audio manager dot get duration. And then this will be duration time. We'll then say const formatted duration equals format time duration time. And then we'll say set duration to that formatted duration. And then just call handle loaded metadata down here. Now let's create one last function. This one is going to be called handle ended. So whenever the audio stops playing, and when that happens, we'll say set is playing and set that to false. Down here, we'll call this function whenever ended it happens. And then now that this has been set up, we can just go ahead and create some cleanup. So we'll say return, and we'll make sure to unsubscribe from these events as well whenever this is done. So we'll say audio.remove event listener. And we can just take these and copy them actually. Just replace these by remove event listener instead. There, there, and there. And then in the dependency array, we'll need to pass in the current audio, set duration, the set is playing, which we're already also using, and then set progress right there. So these are basically just the things we are using. And if any of these change, it will re-render the component. So if I just press save and then go over here and reload, and then just play a clip. Hello, hola, bonjour, ciao, konnichiwa. We can see that things change down here. The progress bar at least works now, so that is great. I'll just set this to false though, because it gives us kind of a weird animation or kind of a weird look, because all the data isn't available inside of it when it loads. So I'll go ahead and just press here. Hello, hola, bonjour. Then we can close it down. So now the progress bar works. If I skip, hello, hola, that also works. I have noticed that the gray background for the progress bar down here is missing. So if you just play, hello, for example, hola, we can see the progress bar, which is black, but we can't see any background that lets the user know that there actually is a progress bar. So finding progress, we just want to wrap this one in a div where we put in some classes. This will be h1, rounded full, and then bg gray 200. And now we see the gray background, and if I play, hello, hola, bonjour, the black progress bar moves on top of the gray, so that looks perfectly fine for me. Now if I refresh over here, we can see that we can always see this tab, but I would like to only show the play bar and also the progress bar if we actually have a current audio. So we only show this thing and also the play bar if you do click here, otherwise it is just floating down here, really without any purpose. So I'll just find where we use the progress bar. So I'll say, play bar. So I'll say play bar. And then in here, I can just import the audio store. So I'll say const and then current audio equals use audio store. Then I can only show the play bar if that is the case. So current audio. And if that is the case, then we'll show the play bar. So right now we can't see it, but if I do press click, hello, hola, then we see it pop up down here, and we can then close it again. So that is the functionality I would like. Now, one more thing is that this history bar over here isn't really visible on mobile. So I would like a little button or floating button down here that you can click that then opens up this menu just from the bottom instead of from the right. So this should be shown only on mobile. So I would like to show this if we are on mobile screen, so is mobile screen. Then I only want to show it on the text-to-speech page and also the speech-to-speech, but not the sound effects page. So I'll go ahead and say and path name dot includes, and then I'll say app, and then sound effects, which is what we're going to call our sound effects page. And then I'll say and then I'll just render out in a React fragment for now, but what we'll do is just create a component for that. So under speech synthesis, under components, I'll say new file, mobile, settings, button.tsx. In here, I'll say export function, mobile, settings button. And the properties I would like to receive are toggle mobile menu. This is just a function returning void that opens up the mobile menu. I'll just destructure this, and then we can open up the function. Good. So in the function, I'll just return a button. The button, when clicked, should just call this toggle mobile menu, and then we'll put in an icon, ri settings free line with a width of 5 and also a height of 5. Good. Then I'll just style the button too. So we'll say fixed, and then bottom 28, right 6, set value of 40, inline flex, height of 10, a width of 10, items, center, justify center, rounded LG, border, BG white, padding of 0, shadow none, transition colors, duration of 200, and then on hover I'll say BG gray 100, on active I'll say BG gray 202. So just taking this button and using that instead of the React fragment, like this, we'll just import that, and then the toggle mobile menu will then be toggle mobile, and we'll just need a flag for the toggle mobile menu, like this. But then we also need to go ahead and actually create the mobile menu. So hopping under right sidebar, right here, and then we can just take is mobile menu open and use that to determine whether to show the normal sidebar or the normal speed sidebar or the mobile version. So the normal one is hidden on mobile version, and then it shows when you're over the MD breakpoint. So we'll just scroll down and create another one just for mobile instead. That will show if you are on mobile. So first we'll just create a mobile menu overlay. This will be set if we are on mobile, so is mobile screen and is mobile menu open. If that is the case, we'll then put in a new div with the class names fixed, inset 0, set 40, BG black, BG opacity 50. And then when you do click it, so on click, we'll then just close the mobile again. So it'll just be a dark overlay like this. Then when you click it, it closes again. And then we just need to actually slide up the menu from the bottom to show the mobile menu. So down here, we'll create a new div, say class name, fixed, inset x0, bottom 0, set 50, transform, transition, transform. The duration of the animation will be 300 milliseconds, ease in out, and then MD hidden. And then we'll put in a conditional for if the menu is open. If it is open, then we'll say translate Y0, otherwise translates Y full. Inside here, we'll just go ahead and create another div. So we'll say class name max height 80 viewport heights. Then we'll put in overflow, Y auto, rounded, top XL, BG whites, padding of 5, and a shadow of large. We'll then just create a little close button we can use to close down the menu. If I open it up right now, for example, so right here, we see that we can't really close it except for clicking outside, but it does work though. So I'll just create a small close button. So I'll say button, I'll actually just put it inside a div. So div, class name, MB4, flex, items center, and then justify, end. In here I'll put in an IO close with a width of 5 and a height, I'll just make it 4 actually, and also a height of 4. If I open up this, we see this little close button. I just want to make it closable, so I'll put it inside a button, and then I'll put in an on click, and then I'll say toggle mobile menu. Now if I hover it again, we can see that I can click it and close the menu down. Then I can create the settings and also the history tab, which we'll be able to switch between, just like in the normal sidebar. So here I'll just say tabs, then I'll say div, class name relative, MB6, and flex. I'll put in another div. Here I'll say absolute, bottom 0, left 0, right 0, and border bottom. And then border gray 200. I'll then put in a button where I say settings. I'll style this just a little bit, so I'll say relative set 10, MR4, PB2, text small, transition, colors, duration 200, and then I'll put in a conditional, so what the active tab is, and if the active tab is settings, then I'll go ahead and put in border B2, border black, and text black. Otherwise I'll put in text gray 500, and on hover text gray 700, like this. And when I do click the button, so on click, I'll put in set active tab settings. And now we see settings over here. And I just want to copy this button and call this one history. And this will of course set the tab to history. And also I should change it to history right there. And then if I switch between these down here, we see that it works perfectly fine. And then for the actual content of the menu, we'll say tab content. And this will start out with a div. So div, and then class name, transition, opacity, duration 200. And then we'll say active tab equals settings. Then I'll put in a React fragment. I'll just put in a div actually. A div where I say class name MB6. Inside this div, I'll put in a heading 2 where I say voice. And my class name for that is going to be MB2, text small. I just made a little mistake, which I'll fix. Perfect. And then I can put in a voice selector as well, where the service is going to be the service. And then we just need the else statement. And for the else statement, we'll put in the history panel. We just need to pass down the properties like we did up here as well. So I'll just take this entire thing and copy it down. Right there. Press save. And now under settings, we can pick between different voices. And under history, we should be able to see the different clips like that. Great. So if I just open up the menu and resize like this, we see that there is a gap where the menu is not shown, but the overlay is shown. So we can just go ahead and find the overlay right here. And then we see that it says MD, so it should be hidden after LG actually, like that. And now we can see that it works all the way through for all the different breakpoints, like this. Great. So that is just a little fix that I wanted to give you guys. And then of course we have finished up the Playbar, we have finished up the menus, and now we can go ahead and implement the actual content of the page. So we can start out with text-to-speech. So going in here, we'll just close all of the pages. And then if you can go under source, app, and then app again, speech synthesis, and then you can hop under page. And then instead of having the children down here, we can go, instead of having children hard-coded down here, we can go ahead and implement a component that represents the contents of the entire text-to-speech page. I would like to create a component under speech synthesis and then text-to-speech. I'll call this text-to-speech editor.tsx. In here, I'll just say export, and then default, I'll just say export function, text-to-speech editor. I would like to pass down a service of service type, and also an amount of credits, which is just going to be a number. And then in here, I can just say service and credits, like that. Then I'll just import this component instead of children. So I'll say text-to-speech editor, add the import, pass down the service. That is going to be style TTS2, and then the amount of credits, which will be credits right there. And what it's complaining about, we aren't returning anything. So let's just go ahead and do that. I'll say return, put in a rect fragment, and then I'll return a text area, first of all. And then inside this text area, I'll say value equals, and then I would like a use state up here called text content. And then set text content equals use states, which we'll just import and set that to nothing just for now. We'll also just create another one for the placeholder. So I'll say const and then active placeholder, and then say set active placeholder equals use states. And then I'll just put in start typing here, or paste any text you want to turn into live like speech, like that. ... Perfect. And this should be the placeholder. So I'll say text content, then I'll say placeholder, and that should be active placeholder. And over here, I'll just refresh the page. It seems like my server got stuck. And then we just need to use the client right here. So I'll say use client. And now we see the input field with the placeholder like that. So it already looks way better. Now I can just go down here and say when we do change the value, so on change, we'll then just set the text content up here. So I'll receive an event and then say set text content to event.target.value. Good. And I'll then also create a loading state. So I'll say const loading and set loading equal to a use states where it is false by default. And the text area should then be disabled when we are loading, like that. And we can then just append some classes. So we'll say class name, and then width full, flex grow, resize none. We can then say rounded, large, background white, padding of 4, placeholder. So the text you're seeing right now, that should be font light. And then placeholder should also have text gray 500. Focus should be border none. Focus should also be outline none. And focus should be ring 0, like this. So this is how it looks like right now when you fill it out. And then you can really resize it because the resize none is on. So if I just do this, we'll be able to resize it down here. So that is the size it is. So I'll just revert this. And now this is how it looks. Under the text area, I'll put in a div. So I'll say div, class name mt4, px0, and on larger screens, px4. Inside this div, I'll say paragraph, get started with, style this with mb2, text small, text gray 500. So we can show some examples under this. And I only want to show the examples if the text content.length is 0. So if you haven't put anything in, I would like to show the examples, but if you're already typing, the samples should just be gone. So 0, then I would like to show a div with the class empty auto, and then I put in the paragraph, and then for the else statement, I'll just go ahead and put in a React fragment for now, like this. I'll then just put in a div and say class name flex wrap, and gap of 2. Inside this, I would like to loop through a bunch of examples and then render those out. So I'll go ahead and say array.map, and then I would like to map text and icon. So I'll just put one example in. So the text could be narrates a story, and the icon could be IO book outline, like this. And then I can say .map and just return some HTML from that. And I just need to add a parentheses right here. And then I need to add these down here. And then one here. And this is where I'm going to say button. And then I'll say the key, since we're inside a map, is going to be text. The class names are going to be flex, items, center, rounded, large, border gray 200, bg whites, px of 2, py of 2, so just p2, and then text extra small, hover, bg gray 50. And then inside this button, I'll just put in a span with the icon and some styling, mr2, text gray 500. And under this, I'll just put in the text like this. And when I hover it, so on the button, when I say on mouse enter, then I would like to call a function called handle button hover, where I pass in the text, and I can just implement that up here. So I'll say const handle button hover, where I receive the text as a string. And then I would like to set the placeholder, so I'll say set active placeholder, and I'll just set it to the text for now. And then down here, I'll say on mouse leave, and when the mouse leaves, I'll just set it back to the default placeholder. So set active placeholder, like that. And then if I hover over here now, we can see that the placeholder changes. But instead of it being narrate a story, I would like a more complex prompt that this just represents. So instead of just saying narrate a story, I would like it to actually put in a story right here when I narrate it. Or sorry, when I hover it. So what I've done is to prepare some template text before the video. So up here, just about there maybe, I'll paste in these template texts. I think you should go ahead and go to the GitHub repository and just take these and copy them in from the text-to-speech editor and just copy them into your own code so you don't have to type all of this text out yourself. So instead of just showing narrate story, we'll use this as a key to find the following value and then show this as the placeholder up here. So now we can say template texts and then text as key of, type of template texts, like this. If I then just go ahead and hover narrate a story, we can then see the entire thing right here instead of just narrate a story. And I would then like to be able to click this narrator story and have this entire thing be inserted as the actual text content, such that you can use this as a prompt to generate text with. So we'll just hop up and create another method. This one is called handle button click. And then we'll just say set text content instead of set active placeholder. And then down here, we'll find this one and say on click. And then just call this with the text. Like that. So if I click narrator story now, the text is just inserted and the examples are gone, exactly like we wanted it to be. And then for all of these, we have a bunch of different examples, but we don't have all the keys down in this map function. So down here, I only have this single example. So what I've done is, with both these template text that I've prepared, I've also prepared the examples down here. So I'm just going to paste these in and then say add all missing imports. I've just generated these with a LLM, so a ChatGPT, and then I didn't have to type them out myself. So all of these are just examples. So I urge you to just use ChatGPT to generate some examples, or just go to my GitHub repository and copy the ones in that I have just copied in as well. And then if I hover the different examples down here now, we see all the different examples popping up, and I can then click direct a dramatic movie scene, for example, and then this is being inserted. Now going down to here, if the examples are not shown, but we already have some text, then we're actually ready to just generate the text. So we'll then just put in a button. So I'll just say button and then generate for now. And then if we have text, we can see the generate button. Otherwise, we can see the examples. So let's just create a component called generate button, which we can use both in this page, but also in the speech-to-speech page and in the sound generation page, if that's what we want to do. So I'll hop in under client speech synthesis, and then I'll create a new file called generate button.tsx. In here, I'll say export function generate button. And then the properties I would like to receive are the following. I would like to receive onGenerate, which is just a function returning void. Then I would like to receive is disabled. This should just be an optional boolean. Under this, I would like is loading. Under this, I would like show download. So next to the button, I would like there to be a download symbol if you specify it in the properties. So under this, I'll say credits remaining. This should just be a number, and we have the credits, so that should just always be shown. And then character count. So that is how many characters you have entered into the input field, and we'll show this next to the generate button along with a max character limit. So character count should just be optional number, and then we'll say character limits. We'll then say button text, and we'll say class name to put in some extra classes if we want to. So a string, and then full width, boolean. So we can make it full width on mobile, because if we're on mobile, we won't really need to, or we don't want to show a button that's only this large. We would like it to fill the entire width. So on mobile, it is going to be full width true, and on desktop, it's just going to be full width false. And then we can say show character counts. That will be a boolean. Show credits is just going to be a boolean as well. And then we'll just take all of these properties and just destructure them right here. So I'll say is disabled, is loading, show download, credits remaining, and then character count, character limit, button text, class name, full width, show character counts, and then also show credits. So that's all. In here, we'll just return a diff straight away. And I'll also just import the button. So generate button, I'll make it a use client. I'll just import this button over here. Oh. And then also pass down all the props. So on generate, we'll create a function up here called const, and then handle generate speech, which will just look kind of like this. And I'll just pass this down. Then I can say is disabled, and it is disabled when the text content dot length is more than 5,000. That's going to be the limit. Or text content dot trim dot length is 0. Or so when there's nothing in the text input basically. Or when is loading. Like that. And then we'll show the loading. So say is loading whenever is loading is true. And then we'll show the download button on this page. We'll just set that to true. Credits remaining we'll set to credits. Character count we'll set to text content dot length. And lastly, the character limit will be 5,000. So the same amount that disables the field up here. Good. So if I just put in narrate a story, for example, then we can render out the button and see it in real time as we build it out. So this div right here will have class name, and I'll make it a conditional like this, and then I'll say flex with full, flex, column, reverse, items, center, gap 4, on larger devices, flex row, and then on larger devices, justify between like that. Then I'll pass in the class names that you might want to pass down via this class name property. Good. Inside this, I'll first of all say show credits, or so this is a conditional, or show character counts, and character counts is not undefined. And then I'll show a div like this. Inside the div, I would like to put in some classes. So I'll say flex with full, flex wrap, items center, justify between, and a gap of 2 like this. Now inside this div, I'll say show credits inside a conditional, and I'll then render out a div. So in here I can say class name, flex, items center, span. The span is going to be credits remaining dot to local string. And then I'll just end that with credits remaining. The span, I'll just say class name, text extra small, and text gray 500. So I'll just hop in here and say show credits, set that to true, and then we can see 10,000 credits remaining. And then we would like to show that in some cases. Not right here though, we'll just make it to when we do need it. And then we can also show a character counter like that. And then this will be shown if show character count is true and character count is not undefined. And also character limit should also not be undefined. Then we'll pass in a paragraph. In here, we'll just say span, and then character counts. In the first span right there, we'll then put in a division symbol, and then another span, say character limit, close that, put in another span, so a span end tag. We already have that, I can see. Perfect. And then I'll just say show character counts, set that to true. And now we can see the character count down here as well. So the paragraph just needs to be styled a little bit. So text extra small, text gray 500. And then below this, I'll put in another span with saying characters. And then we just need to put in some spacing between these two elements right here. So I'll say ML1 hidden, and then SM inline block, like this. So going back in here and then saying show credits, setting that to true. We can then both show the credits, but also the amount of characters that is left. So that is kind of the idea with what we just built. If I just hop back and remove these again, we can just go ahead and continue. So below this div, I'll put in another one. I'll say class name. And then I'll put in flex, items center, gap free. If we have full width set to true, then we'll say width full. Otherwise, we'll say width full, and then medium width fits. Then we can start with the download button. So I'll say show download and button. Then we'll say type button, and then disabled we'll just set to true until we have it implemented. So true. And let me just see what it says so far. So show download is set to true. And in here I'll just put in a go download icon with the class names height of 4, width of 4. We then see the download symbol. We just need to do a couple of things more though. So under class name, I'll put in hidden, minimum height 9, minimum width 9, items center, justify center, rounded, large, border gray 200, BG white, text gray 500, hover BG gray 50, LG flex, and press save. So now because we set LG to flex, we'll just make it larger. So on large screens we can see the download button even though it is disabled. So that is perfect. We don't want to be able to see it on mobile phones. So that is why we say hidden right here. And then we can go ahead and create the button for generating. So I'll say button, and then on click should at least be generate. So on generates. Do we have that up here? On generate. Like that. And it should be disabled whenever we have is disabled or is loading. And then for the classes, I'll put it in a conditional. So for the classes, I'll say height of 9, width full, white space, no wrap, rounded, LG, background black, PX free, text small, font medium, and then I'll put in text white. And then if it is disabled, we'll just put it in that conditional. If it's disabled, then we'll say cursor not allowed and opacity 50 to grayed out. So we remove half of the color. Otherwise, we'll say hover BG gray 800, like this. So if I press save, now we're on a mobile, it is full width. If I go ahead and do this, it is not full width anymore. So that is perfect. Well, inside this button, we can then go ahead and say if it is loading. And if it is loading, we'll then return a div. Otherwise, we'll return just a button text. So that'll just be button text. Otherwise, it should be a div with the class names flex, items center, justify center, Inside this, we'll put another div. Here we put in the class name. So this will be height of 4, width of 4, animate spin to create a spinner, rounded full, border 2, border whites, border T, transparent. And inside this div, we'll just put in, right under this, we'll just put in a span and say button text. And just style this with ML2. So scrolling up, I'll just set a default text for the button text. I'll just set this to generate speech. And I just need to do it up here instead, like this. Press save, and now we see it says generate speech. This is how it is going to look on desktop view. And then let me just try out the spinner. So is loading, we'll just set to true. So this is how the spinning version looks. So if that is true and this is true, then this is how it's going to look. Perfect. So that gives you an idea of how the generate button is going to look and what capabilities we have given it. I would like to implement all the layout, etc. for both the text-to-speech, voice changer, and sound effects pages. So what we have seen right here, just do the same for the 2 other pages. And then when this has been done, we'll go ahead and implement the backend logic that is required to call the EC2 instances and actually run the AI jobs. So I'll close down the following things and then go in and create a new page. So under speech synthesis, I'll create one called speech to speech, like this. And in here, I'll just copy the page from text to speech, like that. And I just noticed that this component here, text-to-speech editor, is inside of the apps, and it definitely shouldn't be. I want to put this inside of components, so I'll just drag this into speech synthesis, like that, and then hop back, and then we can go into a new speech-to-speech page, and just go ahead and work with that. So I'll say speech-to-speech, and then just see what it's complaining about over here. So it can't find this after we moved it, so I'll just go ahead and import it again, hop back into speech-to-speech, and now we can remove this text-to-speech editor, just create a new page instead. So under speech synthesis, we'll create one called voice changer.tsx. We'll export or first of all, we'll just say use client. We'll export a function called voice changer. This will receive credits, and credits will be of type number. And we'll just return a React fragment for now. So in speech to speech, I'll just use that as the child, pass down the credits, like this. And the service will then be seed VC, and this will be voice changer, and the rest seems to be perfectly fine. Good. So under voice changer, we just need to import that, and then over here we can just refresh and go under voice changer, and we should be able to see the new page. And we also have all of the layout over here reused because we just wrapped the entire thing in the page layout. So building these next 2 pages shouldn't be too bad because we can reuse a lot of what we have built already. Good. So I would like to start out with a couple of use states which we're going to need. So we're going to have an upload field. So because this is a voice changer, we need to first upload our own voice, then select the voice over here, press convert voice, and then it'll take our own voice which we have uploaded, convert it to the voice over here, and then we can download that. So the way we upload something is via a file. So first I'll store the file inside a use state. So file and set file equals use states. And then the type can be either file or null. And I would like to just say null here as default. Then I also would like to store whether the user is dragging or not. So is dragging, set is dragging equals use states false. So since you can drag a file to upload it, I would like to keep track of whether the user is currently dragging or not. And we can do this with a use state as well. Then we'll just go ahead and say const is loading, and then set is loading. And this will be equal to a use state as well. And that should just be false by default, like this. Then I can just use the audio store, so const play audio equals use audio store. We'll need that as well. And then const get selected voice equals use voice store state dot get selected voice. And we can then get the specific selected voice, and that'll be selected voice equals get selected voice from the service. So we'll just pass the service down as well. So right here. Service type. And then I'll just say service. And here I can pass in the service like that. Under the selected voice, I would like to define a function that is executed when a file is selected. So either via dragging or via just opening the file dialog and then picking a file. This one is called handle file select equal to selected file. So this is the property which we'll receive. So whenever you pick a file, we will receive a file as a parameter for the function. Then we can check whether it is allowed or not. So is allowed audio, because we only want to be able to upload a couple of specific audio file types. So we'll just create a little array up here to store which ones are allowed. So these will be allowed audio types. And this will be audio MP3 and also audio WAV, these. So we check whether the file type is in that array. So we say allowed for audio file types, allowed audio types dot, and then includes selected file dot type, like that. And then we also want to check whether it's under 50 megabytes or not, because we don't want the user to be able to upload hugely big files. They should be reasonable. So const is under 50 megabytes is equal to selected file dot size, and then we can say smaller or equal to, and then 50 times 120 or 1024 times 1024 again, and this will amount to 50 megabytes just in bytes. Then we can say if is allowed audio and is under 50 megabytes, then we'll set the file. So we'll actually select the file if it lives up to these criteria, and we'll set it to file. So select the file. Otherwise, we'll just make an alert for now and say is allowed audio, file is too large, max size is 50 megabytes. Otherwise, I'll do it now. Otherwise, we'll say please select an MP3 or WAV file only. Something like that. Good. So now we should be able to only upload these kinds of files and under 50 megabytes. Then I also just want a function, handle generate speech. This is the one that is going to call the backend to create the files or to synthesize the audio. We won't implement this yet. We'll just create it so we can call it further down. So we'll just go ahead and leave this as it is. And then I'll just implement the HTML itself. So I would like to return a div. Oh, that was wrong. This div should have the styling flex, flex1, flex column, justify between, and px of 4. In this we'll put another div. I would like to give the styling flex, flex1, items center, justify center, and py of 8. Inside this I'll put even another div with the class name, width full, max width XL, rounded, 2XL, border 2, border dotted. So this is going to be the field, the box that contains the file upload drop zone. I would like to put in a conditional where I say is dragging. So if you're currently dragging over this one, or not over, just dragging in general actually, what we'll do is just make the border blue 400, background blue 50, otherwise we'll say border gray 300. So when you're dragging, we should be able to tell the user that you can drag to this field by making it stand out in some way. And we do this by making the background and border blue. And then if you have already selected a file as well, I want to create a state for that too. So I'll say file, bg whites. If a file has not been selected, it's bg gray 50. And then I'll just put some more classes on, padding 8, transition all, and duration 200. Then I can see we haven't saved this file, so let's go ahead and save that. Then over here, we just need to add some more things to this div. So I'll press enter right there and say on drag over right here. So whenever this is called or this event is fired, we'll set is dragging to true. Then we'll say on drag leave. Then we'll set is dragging to false. And on drop, then we'll do the following. So we'll just receive an event actually. And then we'll go ahead and say set is dragging to false because we dropped it now. Then we can say e.datatransfer.files and e.datatransfer.files.length is more than 0. Then so if there is actually a file that was dropped and there are more, because you can select more than one file, so check whether more than 0 files are selected, and then if there are any files selected at all, and if there are any files selected, we'll say const file and just select the first one. So e.datatransfer.files 0, we can only select, or we can only process one at a time anyways. Then if file handle file selects like this, and then we pass in the file. So handle file select, going up to that, we'll then check if the file is fine or not, and then set the file if it lives up to the criteria. If you just click this div right here, we'll also want to handle that case. So we'll say on click, and if you click it, I would like to open up a file picker dialog. So this shouldn't obviously be possible if you're loading. So we'll just put in this guard statement where we'll return if you are loading. Otherwise, we'll create an input from document.createElement. We'll create an input element. The type should be file, like that. And we would like to accept audio MPEG, or actually just audio MP3, audio WAV, so the same ones we defined up here. And then I can say input.onChange. So when you do change it, that'll be a function receiving an event. So first we'll get the target. So const target equals e.target as HTML input element. If target.files and target.files.length is more than 0, then we'll get the file. So the first one, and then if that file exists, because we are indexing in to a list we don't know anything about. So if that file exists, we'll just select the file if it lives up to the criteria. And then with this new input created, we'll go ahead and click it. Because when you have an input field of type file and you click it, that's The same as just opening up a file picker dialog. So we'll just do this artificially in this way. So when you click it, all of this happens, and then you can select a file. So over here, if I just click this now, I'm able to select files. So that is perfect. I can then also test the dragging functionality. If I just take this file and try and drag it over the input field, it is blue, and there's a nice animation. So that is also exactly what we wanted. Then if a file has been selected, I'll just make this conditional. So if a file has been selected, we'll return a div. This div should have the class names flex, flex call, items center, text center. We'll put another div inside of this. This div should have class name margin bottom 4, rounded, LG, border gray 200, and lastly BG whites and padding 3. I just need to spell this correctly though, padding 3. Inside this one I'll put an icon, so FA upload with the, I just need to close that, with the class names height of 4, width of 4, and text blue 400. I'll then just import this icon, and right below the icon I'm going to show a paragraph with the file.name. Style this with MB1, text small, and font medium. I'll then show another paragraph under this with the file size. So this is calculated from file.size divided by 1024 times 1024 dot to fixed, so only two numbers. And I'll just put this entire thing into another pair of parentheses to do to fixed on this entire clause. Good. Under this file size text, I'll put in a button. It should say choose a different file. The class name is going to be a conditional, and I'll say empty4 text small, and then depending on whether we are loading or not, I'll show cursor not allowed and text gray 400. Otherwise I'll show text blue 600 and hover text blue 800, like this. And then when you do click the button, so on click, we'll receive an event, and I'll say e.stop propagation to just stop anything from happening that would normally happen when you click the button. And then I'll say if not loading, then we'll set the file to null, just so we can reset the form if we would like to do that after having selected a file. Now I'll just put in a disabled property as well, set that to is loading, and we can just test how it looks for now. So we can click here, select a file, and we can then see choose a different file that resets the form. Otherwise we can see the file size, we can see the file size, the name, and also this icon right here. If a file has not been chosen, so we'll just refresh to see that view as well, we'll just implement that down here. It'll be a div with the styling class name flex, cursor pointer, flex call, items center, py8, text center. We'll put in another div here with the class name mb4, rounded lg, border gray 200, bg white, padding of 3. Then we'll put in an upload icon, so this will be fa upload with the class name h4, width 4, text gray 500. And then under this we'll put in a paragraph, click to upload, or drag and drop. And I'll just style this text a little bit, so I'll say mb1, text small, font medium, copy this paragraph. Down below I will call it the next one mp3 or WAV files only, and then I'll say up to 50 megabytes. This will then just be text extra small and text gray 500. So it's going to look exactly like this. So this is the state before picking a file. This is when you do pick a file. Then you can hop back to the original state again. And lastly, we'll just put in the generate button. So down here, we'll put in a generate button. We'll pass down the on generate property, handle generate speech. We'll put in an isDisable property. This will be if there is no file uploaded or if it is loading. We'll also pass down the isLoading. This will just be if it is loading. We'll then say show download, if true. So we'll just always show the download button, even though it is disabled for now. We can then say credits remaining, credits. And the button text will then just be something like convert voice. So we'll have the button down here. I can then upload the file. And this is now not disabled anymore. Great. So that is about it for the voice changer page. It works both on mobile and on desktop. So we can go ahead and just close down this page and also page.tsx. We'll then create the pages for both the history and generate tab for sound effects. So going under source, app, and then app, we can create a new one, a new folder called sound effects. In here, we'll create a folder called generate, and we'll create a folder called history. So first, let me just see, history should be inside sound effects, not inside generate. So under generate, we'll just take the page file from page.tsx, for example. And again, we copied or we made the generate button in the wrong place for one of the components. So we'll just take this generate button and transfer into the client folder, say move. And now let's take a page from text to speech, copy that into generate, and then we can start working on that in here. So in here, I'll say sound effects generate page. Then down here, I would like to remove the following child. We don't really need that. And then for the service, don't really need that as well. For history items, we don't need that. We need that for the history tab, but not the one we're currently in. We do need to create a new array though, sound effects tabs, which we made support for in the page layout component earlier. So in here, we can put in objects with a name, generate, and a path, so where the links lead to. This will be app, sound effects, generates, and we'll just make two of these, one for history and one for generate. Great. Then we can take these sound effects and pass them down. So here we'll just pass down tabs. This will be sound effect tabs, show sidebar false, service will not pass down, and the name is going to be sound effects, like this. And now we can navigate over to the sound effects page. Oh, we just have a small error here. So it navigated us to app/sound effects, but we want to go to app/sound effects/generate. So if we just hop into the layout here, so app and then sound, yeah, so this one is fine, but the sidebar will need to change. So app sound effects generates. And down here, it is just going to be app sound effects generate. Going back again, clicking sound effects, it will then take us to the correct page. Great. And right now, this one should be active both if we are on the history tab or on the generate tab. So I'll just make this an array. Oh, sorry, just remove this generate part such that we match the URL both for generate and history. So I'll go ahead and save here, hop back, and then we can create the component for actually showing the contents of the sound effects page. So I'll hop into my file explorer, just close everything so I can see better. App and then app and then components, And then inside components, I'll create a new folder under client called sound effects. On the same level as speech synthesis, in here I'll create a file called sound effects generator.tsx. So inside the file, I'll export a function, sound effects generator, where we receive credits as a parameter, or as a property, sorry. And then we'll just type that as a number. We'll make this a use client component, so a client component. And then inside we'll just return a rec fragment for now, hop back in here, and just use that in our new page. So we'll go ahead and do that. Just import it quickly and say credits equals credits. And everything in here should be set up otherwise. And it's complaining right here, service is declared. So I'm just going to pass down the service as make an audio, so it doesn't complain. And then we can hop back in here and continue with the sound effects generator page. We're going to need a use state for the text content. So the user will be able to fill out a text box, and then the text the user is filling out will be stored in this use state. And then set text content. This will be equal to a use state, which is just empty for starters, like that. I also want to keep track of whether it is focused or not. So I'll say const is focused, set is focused. And this will of course just be false to start with. And then I would like an active placeholder as well with examples. So hopping under speech synthesis, text to speech editor, I can just copy both the loading and the active placeholders directly into my new file and change this to describe your sound effect and then click generate. Like this. I also just want to get the play audio from the audio store. So we have that ready for when we are about to play the audio. So use audio store. Then I want to define the maximum amount of characters. So I'll say const max characters. And that is just going to be 500. So I don't want the user to be able to input more than 500 characters. So that's just an arbitrary limit I'm defining. Then I can say const is text empty. So this flag will probably need somewhere as well. And that'll be equal to text content.trim equals this. So this just removes white spaces, for example, and trailing. So trailing white spaces and line terminators. And then we compared the trim string with an empty string. So if it is this, then it's just an empty piece of text basically. Then we can create a function for handling the generate sound effects. In here we can say if is, or we'll just wait with the implementation until later, so we can do it in conjunction with the other pages as well. So let's try and build the actual page. So I'll just make this closable, and then first I'll just return a rec fragment, and I would like to put in a gradient background as the background for the entire page, so it looks kind of cool. So I'll say style JSX, and I'll then put in these curly brackets as well as this right here, the backticks. Then I can say keyframes. So this will be kind of a gradient. We'll do gradient move. I'll then open this up and say 0%. So at 0% we'll use background position 0% and 50%. I'll just copy the statement 2 times, say 50% right here and 100% down here. So here I'll say 100 and 50, and here I'll say 0 and 50 again. And we'll use this a little later on. So below this, we'll put in a div. This is the actual page we'll do now. So class name, relative, flex age full, width full, flex column, items center. We'll put in another div. We'll then say class name absolute, left 0, right 0, top 1/2, minus translates, y 1/2, transform. And then we'll also just put in another div in here, where we'll say style, animation, gradient move 20 seconds ease infinite. And then just put on some classes as well. So class name, height of 200 pixels. So this is the gradient bar we're creating right now with full background gradient to R from till 300 via blue. So these are the colors in the gradient to till 300, opacity 20, blur 70 pixels. And if I press save, we have this cool little gradient we can use as a background. So that looks pretty nice, in my opinion at least. Good. Outside this div, we'll create another one with the class name relative set 10 flex age full width full flex column items center gap 10. On large devices, we would like padding top 20. Inside this div right here, we'll put in another one, say class name, age fit, width full, max width 2XL, rounded XL, border, and then is focused. And then if it's focused, we'll say border black, otherwise border gray 200. And I'll just put some more classes on as well. So I'll say BG whites, a padding of 4, shadow XL, transition, colors, and just a duration of 200, like this. So now we have this little box with the background behind it. Great. So inside this box, we should put in some elements. So I'll put in a div, class name, flex call. Inside this, we can put in the text area, which I'll close like that. Say class name, age 16, resize, none, rounded, medium, padding of 2, placeholder, font, light, placeholder, text, gray 500, focus should be border, none, focus should also be outline, none, and focus should be ring 0. Then I'll put in value to be text content, and on change should be a function like this. We receive an event, and then we say const text equals e.target.value, and we can then say if text.length is less than or equal to max characters, then we'll set the text content to text. Great. Then we can say on focus. So on focus will set is focused to true. On blur will set is focused to false. The max length, it should be on blur, not on blue. The max length of the input field should of course be max characters. And the placeholder should be the active placeholder, like this. So this is how it is going to look. And then when it is focused, we can see the ring around the entire thing lighting up. So it's a really nice animation. Then under this text area, we can put in another div with the class names empty1, flex with full, justify end. I'll say span, class name, text extra small, text gray 400, and then text content dot length out of maximum characters. So this will just show the user how many characters they have left, like this. That's a pretty neat little feature as well. And lastly, after this div right here, we can put in another div. This div will have the class names empty-free, flex, justify end, and we can then put in the generate button. We'll import that, and then on generate, we'll say handle generate sound effect. Is disabled, well, it'll be disabled if the text is empty, or is loading. Is it loading? Yep. And then we can say is loading, which will also just be loading. The button text will be generate sound effects. The show download will be true. Sorry, I'll set it to false actually. The credits remaining will be credits, and full width will be false. So this is how it is going to look. When I fill some text out, we'll be able to click it. Otherwise, we will not be able to. Then down here, we can create some examples like we did on the text-to-speech page. So I'll put in a div, say class name age fits, width full, max width 2XL, rounded, XL, border gray 200, BG whites, padding of 4, shadow of large. So it's a box kind of like the one above, just with examples instead. Then I'll put in a paragraph and say try a sound effects example. I'll then say class name, margin bottom 2, text center, text small, and text gray 500, like this. Try sound effect example. Right beneath this, I'll put in a div, and then flex wrap, and a gap of 2 for all the different examples. Inside this div, we would like to loop through an array, and then say .map for that array. So exactly like we did before, but I have something in my clipboard, and that is a list of these examples already generated from ChatGPT. So we can just go ahead and pause this video and copy it, or use ChatGPT to generate something like this, or just go to the GitHub repository and download this, or not download, just copy it straight away from the GitHub repository, so you don't have to type this in yourself. So this is just icons and then examples. And then going all the way up, we'll just use these as keys in a dictionary. So going all the way up, just here maybe, we can paste in this as well. This is also from my clipboard. So in the GitHub, also just copy this, such that you do not have to come up with all of this yourself. It is just ChatGPT generated. Good. Hopping down to the map function, we would like to get text and icon. Then we can do this and return a button. The button should have a span inside of it. The span should say icon. We would also, undefined is not a function, it says. Let me just save over here. So just saved. Now we have all the icons, but not the text. We still have an issue. Each child in the list should have a unique key property. So that is what we have forgotten. So we'll just use the text. And now the error is gone. So for the icon, we'll just go ahead and say class name, mr2, text gray 500. And then right next to that, we'll just put in the actual text like this. And then we'll just style the button a little bit. So I'll say flex items center. Now it looks like this. Then we can say rounded, large, border gray 200, BG whites, px2, py2, text extra small, and hover BG gray 50. So now we have the actual example buttons that looks way nicer. When we do hover this button, so on mouse enter, then we'll go ahead and say set active placeholder, and we'll set this to template texts, text as key of, type of, template texts, like this. So when I hover it, it'll change the text up here. And then I'll just copy this entire thing and say on mouse leave. And just use this default text whenever we leave the field again. So it's going to look like this. And now we just need to be able to click one and then insert the text into the field itself. Then I can say on click equals this function. So we'll just define that. And it'll be content equals template texts, text as key of, type of, template texts, like this. Then we can say if content.length is less than or equal to max characters. Then we'll set the text content to content. Otherwise, we'll set the text content to content.substring of 0 to max chars. This way it'll just cut off the text that is too much if there were to be too much text in one of these examples. So we can click these now and we can see that it fills out the text. So it works pretty fine now. So now that this page generate is basically done, we just need to be able to call the AI model. So we are basically in the same state as for the other pages right here. So we just need to implement history. So the way I'm going to do that is just by doing a duplicate of this one basically. So I'll hop in under sound effects generator, just copy that and call this history list. And then under app and then app, sound effects and history, I'll just take the generate page, copy it in under history, and then call this sound effects history page. Now we don't really need credits here. We just need the history items. So we'll delete this. We'll keep the tabs. So I'll just say const history items equals a wait get history items, and we just pass in the service. So that's just going to be make an audio. Like that. So we pass this in. And then we also pass in the service right here. And then we just create a new component instead of this one right here. So that's what I did over in the other component, history list. And we'll just call this history list. We would like to accept history items, which is just history item, an array of those. So going back to the history page, we can use that as a component. At the import, history items will be history items. And now we're basically done with this page right here. So I'll just close that, close the sidebar, the page right here as well. And now we can move on with the component. So if I refresh, click history. Oh, I got an issue. So that is just because we haven't cleaned up yet, but now we can at least access the page. So that is great. So I'll just remove all of this except for play audio, because we need that. So all of this I'll replace, as well as a lot of this down here. I'll remove this entire div and only keep the cool gradient background. So now we can navigate between these and we have the same background. Great. We can then start filling out the content. So I'll just say content and then put in another div. Class name should be relative. Set 10, flex, age full, width full, flex column, items center, and on larger screens a padding 10 of 10. I'll add another div in here, as always, width full, max width, oh, that was a problem, max width 2XL, rounded XL, border border gray, 200, like that, BG whites, padding of 6, shadow XL. So now we have a floating bar, kind of like we did over here. Then inside that, we'll put in a little div where we say class name MB4. And then here we'll put in an H2 where we say recent sound effects. We'll style this H2 by saying text large and font medium. So it's going to look like that. We can then loop through the history items and display them on this list right here. I just want a sample so we can see what it looks like though. So going to npm scripts and then db studio, it'll open up Prisma Studio for us. And then going under generated audio clip, we'll just change this from service Auth.js2 to make an audio. This way it'll show up in the make an audio page. Good. So here I can say history items.length is larger than 0. If that is the case, we'll return something. Otherwise, we'll return something else. So the first thing we'll return is just a div. We'll set the class name to mt6. And we'll then say object.entries. And I would like to order the elements by date again. So if I just search for reduce, we can take the logic we used right here. So I'll just go down to where reduce was used and just copy this entire part. Hop back into the history list and then just create a function up here. So const group items, not a function, just a definition. And then I'll say history list history items. What do we call it? Oh, sorry, we need to do it inside, of course. Inside the function. So history items dot reduce. And then we can use these grouped items down here. So we'll say that dot map. And we get the dates and the items. We then open up a function where we return a div. The key, since we're in a map function, is going to be the dates. The class name is going to be mb6. In here, we'll just create another div. And we'll say class name mb3. We'll put a span inside of this div. This span will contain the dates, and it'll be styled with class name, text extra small, font medium, text gray, 500. And I just refreshed over here, and we can now see that we have the dates. So the groups are at least working, so we know that we have some element to test with. So under here, we'll put in another div. In this div, we'll say class name, and then flex column, gap 3. Inside this div, we'll say items dot map. We'll map item like this. So we'll return a div, and because we're inside a map, the key is going to be item dot id, and the class name will be flex items center, justify between, gap 2, rounded, lg, border gray 100, bg white, padding of 4, hover bg gray 50, and then on larger devices, gap 0. Then the left side of this bar right here, we'll create now, left side. So we'll say div, and then the class name will be flex minimum with 0, flex 1, items center, Inside this div, we'll put another one, of course. We'll say class name mr4 flex shrink 0, and then we'll put an icon inside. IO volume high outline. Import that, and then we'll say class name h5 with 5 text gray 500. So now we have the icon for the clip and we can hover it. And then I just want to put the title in as well. So I'll put in a paragraph. Inside this paragraph, I'll say class name, break words, text extra small, font medium, text gray 800, medium, truncate, medium, text small, like this. And then we can show the title. So we'll say span first of all. Inside the span, we'll say item.title.length is larger than 15. Then we'll say $, curly brackets, item.title.substring between 0 and 15. So it's maximum 15 characters long. And then we'll say ... Otherwise, it'll be item.title. And we just need to close this again and then style the span a little bit. So we'll say block sm hidden. And then we'll do the opposite for larger devices. So we'll say hidden sm block right there. And then we'll just show the entire title like so. And there is a pretty apparent issue. I said lang instead of class name, I can see. So I can just save this. And now we can see the text over here. So on smaller devices, it cuts it off to maximum 15 characters and appends the ... On larger devices, it can show the full title like this. So that is exactly what we wanted. Then below this left side, we'll create the right side. And the right side will contain a div again. So this will of course also have a class name. So we'll say flex items center gap free. Then we'll say span item.time. And the class name is going to be text extra small, text gray 500. So text extra small, just need to spell it correctly. And then below the span, we'll put in another div. And here we'll say class name flex gap 2. We'll say button. Inside the button, we'll put in an IO play outline with the class name h4 with 4. So we have this little play icon. And we'll just configure some hover states as well. So class name flex h8 and then with 8 items center, justify center, rounded full, bg gray 100, hover bg gray 200. So when we hover it now, it looks like this. So it looks way better now. I'll then just take this button, copy it to, I'll just put in an on click. We missed that. So on click, we'll just call this function where we say if item.audio URL. Then we say play audio, where we pass in the ID. That's going to be item.id.toString. We then pass in the title, item.title. We pass in the voice, item.voice, or nothing. We then pass in the audio URL, and that'll be item.audio URL. We'll pass in the service, item.service. And I'll just copy this button now down below, and then right here it should be a download icon instead of a play icon, and we should also do the downloading instead of playing the music over here. So here I'll say if item.audio URL, then we'll do a const anchor equals document dot create element. We create an anchor, then we say 8.href equals item.audio URL, a.download equals and we'll just create a string which we can format. So we would like to name the file that is being downloaded by item.title, or just sound effect if it doesn't exist, in a string of course, and then .wav. Then we can say document.body.appendChild, where we append an A. Then we say a.click to navigate to that link, and then we remove the anchor from the body again, so remove child, like that. And we then just change this link to IO download outline, and then over here I can press play, hello Ola, and I can press download, and it downloads the link for me. Oh, sorry, not the link, it downloads the file for me. And down here we have the fragment for the else case. So if there are no, let me just see, if there are no history items, what we'll do is just put in a div. We'll say class name flex, height of 40, items center, justify center. Inside this we'll put a paragraph. So we'll say class name text center, text gray 500, and we can then say no sound effects generated yet, like that. And we can just test this out up here by invoking it manually. So I'll say false, and then it says no sound effects generated yet. So that is just perfect. And so now we are basically done with the history list. I'll just clean up all the imports, and also this max characters, we don't need that as well. And then we're actually ready to start coding up what happens when you do click generate, and we'll need to call the EC2 instances. So up here, for example, that is one place we'll need to do it. I'll start out with the text-to-speech editor. So down here, handle generate speech. So what will happen when we do this? So first I would like to create a mock endpoint so we don't have to spin up the EC2 instance, because if you want to save money, you obviously don't want to have the EC2 instance running for more time than possible, especially if you're just following along and not planning to deploy this to production. So by creating a mock API endpoint, we can simulate the functionality one-to-one and then just not have the EC2 instance running. So that is the approach I'm going to take. So under API, and then we'll create a new folder. We'll call this mock. We'll then create a new folder called .slug. And then inside this, we'll say route.ts. Inside here, we can then first define the services. This is going to be style TTS2. In here, we can call a voices endpoint. Here we can get Andreas and woman. The next endpoint we're going to define is seed VC. Here we can get Andreas, woman, or Trump. The next one I would like to define is make an audio. In here we can not get any voices because it is a sound effects generator. So first we're going to simulate the get endpoints. So I'll say export async function get, and then we'll say request, and that is going to be a next request. We can also get the, let me just make this a little bit smaller. We can also get the parameters of type params slug string, like that. This will then just be a function. We can then say const slug equals await params.slug. We'll need to await params.slug, otherwise Next.js is going to throw us a warning, and we just need to put in the equal sign, of course. Then const service endpoints equals slug. So for example, if you call API mock style TTS2 / voices, this will be the service and this will be the endpoint. So those are the informations we'll get from this slug right here. I can then say if not services, and then service as key of type of services. So if this service doesn't exist in the array up here, and we just need to say services, open up the function, the if statement, then we'll return response.json error service not found with the status code 404. If the endpoint they're trying to hit is voices, so if endpoint is voices, then I'll return response.json status.json, where I say voices is equal to services, service as key of type of services dot voices, like this. If the endpoint is instead health, which is another endpoint we define for all of the API models, we'll just return status healthy and model loaded. Otherwise, we'll return response.json error not found and status 404. So this will cover all the get endpoints that we defined in our API that is running on the EC2 instance. And then for the post endpoints, we'll say export. I'll just copy this entire thing to be honest. We'll say export async function posts, and then we'll receive the parameters as well. But inside the function, we'll just say const awaited params equals await params const slug equals awaited params dot slug and const service equals slug. Then we can say do the exact same thing as up here. If the service is not found, then it is not found obviously, and then we'll just say await new promise. So we will have you wait 2 seconds if you call this method to simulate how long it would take for an AI model to run some inference, for example. So I suspect it might take about 2 seconds. So that's why I just await a new promise that resolve to a set timeout. And we'll just wait for 2000 milliseconds. So this way we can simulate actually calling the AI model and then see some loading states over here when we press generate, for example. Good. Then we'll say const s3 key, because we also wanted to return something, right? So in the database right now we have this fake history item. So this has an s3 key, and we'll just use that exact same s3 key since we know it works. So const s3 key will be equal to the following. Then I can say const pre-signed URL is equal to await get pre-signed URL. We'll pass in the s3 key and then say return response.json, and then all 3 endpoints or AI models will have the exact same response. Basically, it'll be audio URL pre-signed URL like that, and then the s3 key will then be the s3 key like this. So let's just test it out. I've saved over here and the server is still running. So if I just open up a new terminal and then say curl -x and then post, I'll just do it like that. And then I can say http localhost at port 3000 /API /muck /style TTS2, which you then wait for 2 seconds, and we then receive the audio URL back along with the s3 key. So that is down here. If I open up the audio URL, it should download the file, and it did. So that means the audio URL is valid. So great. Now we have a mock URL that means that makes sure that we do not have to start up the EC2 instance. So we can just use this while building out the entire front end, or at least building out the interaction with the AI models. And then when we have built everything out, we can test out with an EC2 instance if we wish to. I have just opened up the browser here, and I would like to explain the next steps and the tools we're going to use for that. So for example, when I put in some text and click generate sound effects, we would expect to just call the EC2 instance API. The EC2 instance would then generate the audio clip, put it into the S3 bucket, and send the URL back to us so we can show it here in the front end. And while this works fine if there's a few users, an EC2 instance only have that many resources. So it might be fine if there's 5 people doing this simultaneously, but what if we have like 100 or 1,000 people doing this simultaneously? We'll basically run this program or run the program on the EC2 instance 100 or 1,000 times at the same time, and then the EC2 instance can start to struggle with following along, and the answers will take longer for everybody, and the machine might crash. So to avoid completely overloading the EC2 instance, instead of synchronously calling the EC2 instance whenever we click this button, we'll separate clicking the button from the actual processing on the EC2 instance. And we're going to use a tool called Inngest to do that. So this is the flow we're going to follow. When we press the generate button, so generate right here for example, we're going to call a server action in Next.js in the Next.js server backend. This will create a job in the database with an unfinished status. So this corresponds to the S3 key being null right here. We'll then push this job to a generation queue, and this generation queue is managed by Inngest. After this message that was pushed to the queue will be processed asynchronously from the client. And this means that we can say, for example, we only want to process 10 messages at one time, and this will then throttle the load to the EC2 instance and make sure it doesn't get overloaded. This also means that in theory, 1 million people could press generate at the same time, and the EC2 instance wouldn't even notice it, because the EC2 instance only consumed the messages or the jobs in the generation queue with 10 at a time. So based on your configuration, such as throttling and rate limiting, Inngest will then decide when to process each message in the queue. And when a certain message is being processed, it'll then call the EC2 instance, generate the AI. The AI will return the S3 key back to the Next.js backend. Here we will update the job in the database, set it to a finished status, and also save the audio ID. So what will get returned from the EC2 instance is the S3 key. So we'll set this S3 key in the database, and now it'll also be available to see on the history pages, such as this one for example, for the user. And when the S3 key has then been set, the frontend can now play the audio in the client right here in the Playbar. So the pros of this solution is that we won't overload the EC2 instance, and the cons of the solution is that the user might have to wait a little bit longer for his audio clip, and in the worst case if there is a huge demand, the user might be able to come back in an hour or a couple of minutes, and then his audio clip will be ready right here because it processes asynchronously and then just adds itself as finished to the database once it is done. So that is a basic idea of the problem and also the solution I propose to fix it. So I'm going to do a more in-depth breakdown of how we are going to do this. So down here I have the Next.js client in the red box, and this is basically just what you see here. This is what I mean by the Next.js client. We then, for example, have a generate button, so you could fill out some text and click generate. So in this example, I am on the text-to-speech page. I then click the generate button. The generate button then takes us up to the Next.js server, so this is via a server action. In the server action, we'll create an audio clip in the database, so that is what we have done here. But the S3 key is going to be set to null, like this, and then we know for certain that it is not finished generating. Good. After we have done this, we'll insert a generate job into the queue, so we'll let Inngest know that we have a text-to-speech audio job that should be processed. And Inngest then knows that we can only handle maybe 10 of these jobs at a time, so Inngest will handle the throttling. Now, this server action will then call the database up here. The database will insert this record, return the ID of the record, and when inserting this generate job into the queue, we then insert it into this queue right here. That is what represents the Inngest queue. Now, because we have the ID of the item from the database, we return that ID all the way back to the Next.js client and save that right here in the text-to-speech page. And because we do not know when the clip is going to be finished and processed because it is being done asynchronously inside this queue, what we'll do is just poll the database every 500 milliseconds, so every half a second, and then check the database if the clip has been processed or not. And we can do this because we have the ID that was returned whenever we inserted the element into the queue. So how are we doing this? Well, we create another server action. This server action is going to be our polling server action. Inside the server action, the first thing we do is check the audio job status in the database. So we call the database, then we check if the S3 key has been set or not. If the S3 key in here has been set, we will generate a pre-signed URL from that S3 key and then return that generated URL back to the front end and then insert it into the Playbar where we can play the audio clip. Otherwise, we'll keep polling every 500 milliseconds until this is done. And then in case the user refreshes the page, it'll obviously stop polling on page load because we do not have the ID anymore. But whenever the clip is finished processing, it will show up in the history items over here, so the clip won't be lost. So let's take a look at what actually happens with Inngest. So we inserted the job into the queue over here, and then when Inngest sees that the demand is little enough that we can process some messages, so this all depends on how our configuration has been set up. We can set throttling to 10 a second, for example, or we can set it to 1 a minute, or everything in between. So when Inngest decides that we are able to process a message, we define a function in our Next.js backend. And this is basically an API endpoint which Inngest can call with the information stored right here in the message. So for each message in the queue, so each job generation or audio clip generation job, this function will be invoked once. So the first thing that will happen when this function is invoked is that it'll call the EC2 instance, and this EC2 instance will run inference with the AI models. It'll then return the S3 key back to the ingest function, which lies in our Next.js backend, update the job status in the database. So it'll take that S3 key that was just returned from the EC2 instance, set that S3 key right here in the database. So now we know that it is finished processing. It'll then take that database row and then update it over here in the database. And now, because we are polling every 500 milliseconds, we should see that it has been updated. And then we can show the clip in the front end and actually play it. So that is the flow we are going to use. So this is an excellent option for making sure our system don't get overloaded because we run a bunch of requests simultaneously to the EC2 instance. And it really lets us use the resources we have to the maximum extent because we can throttle it and configure it exactly like we would like to. So if we know that our EC2 instance can only handle, let's say, 5 requests per second, then we can just throttle it to only handling 5 seconds of requests per second. And the alternative to this would just be calling the EC2 instance directly. But then as soon as you scale up and get a little bit more users, your EC2 instance might start to get overloaded, and you'll see this with degrading performance. So it'll take much longer, for example, or your system might crash. And if you want to fix that without a queue system such as Inngest, you'll have to buy even more EC2 instance, run the same API on other EC2 instances, and then use a service such as Kubernetes to distribute the load between the EC2 instances. But because we don't really want to pay for more than one EC2 instance and just use the resources we already have, we just use a queue system such as this one that just throttles the load for us automatically. So with this architecture in mind, let's hop back into the code and start to develop this out. The first thing I would like to do is just install Inngest as an npm package. So I'll open up an integrated terminal, then say npm install Inngest, and just wait for this to finish. Then I'll just hop into my package.json, go all the way up to scripts, and then add a script right next to def right here. I'll then call this script ingest def, and then I'll say npx ingest CLI at latest, and then def -u http localhost API ingest. So that is going to be our ingest endpoint. Now going to the Inngest website, Inngest lets you see this entire dashboard where you can see the functions that you have defined and also the runs that you have ran. So this is when you submit messages to the queue and they call the function to process those messages. So you can use this dashboard both in the cloud when you're in production, or you can just go ahead and use it locally until you are ready to do that. This means that you won't even have to go in and sign up. You can just go straight to the docs and get started with it. So I'll just go to Next.js, and then we already installed Inngest, and we already created the command or put it into the npm scripts for running the server locally. So basically just run this dashboard right here locally. The next thing we need to do is just create an Inngest client. So I'll copy this, go to source, and then create a new folder in the source called Inngest. In here I'll create a client.ts, paste in the code, and just call this ElevenLabs clone. I'll then just follow the next step down here. So I'll go to source, app, API, and then I'll create a new route called Inngest. Under Inngest, I'll create a route.ts file and just paste in the following code right here. So we just need to create a function in just a second and then pass it in under functions right here. And then we should be ready to use Inngest. So I'll just hop over to source and then Inngest, new file, and say function.ts, just functions.ts. In here, I would like to create a function. So I'll just copy this code right here, paste it in. And then the function ID should just be generate audio clip. The event will just be something like generate.request. And then this we can just leave as it is for now. We'll then just call this AI generation function and paste this function in to the route right here and just go ahead and import that as well. Good. So now we shouldn't have to touch this anymore. So we'll just close this down and then we can focus solely on the functions.ts. One thing I quickly want to do though is just hop into the environment variables and then just add a few more. So we made this mock URL over here. So this mock API, and I just want to reference this in the environment variables such that we can use that inside this functions.ts file. Good. So I'll create one called style TTS2 API routes. I'll then create one called seed VC, and then another one called make an audio API route. And then the last one I'll call backend API key, and this will be equal to just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just like we defined in the Docker files. Good. So the style TTS2 API route will be HTTP, and then //127. So just localhost 001 at port 3000, and then it'll be /API/mock/style TTS2. And then for the other routes, it'll just be seed VC instead, and then make an audio instead, like this. So this will then just be some environment variables pointing to the mock URL. And then when we're ready to test out with the EC2 instance, we can switch these routes out for the actual routes that connects to the EC2 instance APIs, and then test it out with the EC2 instance. So let's just go ahead and go to the env.js as well, and just copy these in to make them type safe for the project. So down here, we'll just copy this line, paste this in, and do this 3 times, like that. And then down here, we can just reference them. So process.env.styletts2 API routes, and then seed VC, and lastly, make an audio API routes, like that. And we of course just need to put in some commas, and then use the correct naming. Good. So hopping up, closing this and this, we should be ready to start on the ingest function. So I'll just close down the terminal and make the code a little bit larger. Good. So the first thing I would like to do is just remove this this awaits, and then configure the function. So next to ID, we can start by putting in retries, and I'll put in 2. Then I'll put in throttle, and then I'll put in limit 3, period, 1 minute, and then the key is going to be events.data.user ID. So this is the key it'll throttle for. So if it sees the same user ID twice, then it means that it'll have to limit that user to 3 requests per minute. So retries specifies the maximum number of retries for all steps across this function. And then for the throttle specifically, we can just go and check out the documentation. So going down to ingest functions, I think it's under flow control. So throttling allows you to specify how many function runs can start within a time period when the limit is reached, new function runs over the throttling limit will be enqueued for the future. This means that we won't really lose the messages, they'll just be enqueued for the future, so the user will just need to wait a little bit longer or come back to the page whenever they're ready. If we scroll down, there is another option called rate limiting. So rate limiting just ignores the function runs over the limit and doesn't enqueue them for the future. So that is definitely not what we want to do. We want to enqueue them, so that is why we'll use throttling. Good, so going into the ingest function, the first thing I would like to do is to get an audio clip ID. So we'll say const audio clip ID equals events.data. So whenever I push a message to the ingest queue, I would like that message to contain an audio clip ID, and this clip is just going to be the ID of the message right here. So whenever it was created in the database with a S3 key set to null. This means that we in this ingest function can just query this generated audio clip table, find the record with this ID, and then find out what service it used from over here. So if, for example, if it was style.cts2, we just get the voice, we get the text, and then we'll be able to call the EC2 instance with that information. So I want the message to ultimately contain all the information needed to call the EC2 instance and run AI inference. So after getting this audio clip ID, what I can do is say const audio clip equals a wait, and then we'll do something called a step. So we'll say step.run right here, and then we'll pass in a name. We'll call this step get clip. We'll then say async and define the function for the step. So this step will call the database, awaits database, we'll just import that, dot generated audio clip, dot find unique or throw, where ID equals audio clip ID. And we would like to select the ID where it is true, the ID. Let's copy this line. We'd like to select also the text, the voice used to generate the clip, the user ID, and then lastly the service, like this. And the output of this step will then just be what comes out of this database query. So this will be the audio clip with ID, user ID, etc. So we can wrap chunks of code inside steps with Inngest, and each of these steps are then treated as an independent and retriable unit of work. So this means that if one of these steps fail, so for example, if you get a network timeout or an API issue, or you can't connect to the database for some reason, Inngest will then automatically just retry it without affecting the other steps if we have multiple steps. And this means that the developers manually won't have to implement this retry logic, but just retry it until we have exhausted the amount of retries, which we have set to 2 up here. So after we have gotten all of this information from the database, we can go ahead and just call the EC2 instance. So this will be another step. So I'll say const results equals await step.run. This one will be called call API, and this should also be a retriable unit of work basically, which can retry if the API call to the EC2 instance fails. So I'll say async, just define the function here. So I'll first of all say let response of type response or null be null, and just import, just fix this spelling error. So after this I can say if audio clip dot service is equal to style TTS2, then I would like to call that specific API. So I'll say response equals await, and we'll use fetch from JavaScript API. Then we'll say env dot style TTS2 API route, which we just defined a second ago in the environment variables, plus, and we would like to call the generate route specifically. Then I would like to use the post method. So post, and then also send the following headers. So I would like to say content type, and the content type should be application JSON. And then we also send along an auth key, so authorization, and that should just be I'll just say env dot backend API key. So this is not set up for our API mock endpoint, but it is set up for the EC2 instance if we decide to run it on there. So after the headers, we can just go ahead and define the body of the request. So this will be JSON.stringify, and we would like to stringify this object. We would like to pass along the text. That should be audio clip.text from the first step up here. The next one should be target voice, and we'll send along audio clip.voice like this. I'll then just copy this entire if statement. So I'll say if, and then call this else if. Do the exact same thing down here. Else if, press save. And now we have one for style.js 2. We'll need to build one for seed.vc. So this will be seed.vc API routes. And if this is the case, we both need a target voice, but also an S3 key pointing to the source audio. So we'll call this source audio key. So this is the audio we would like to convert from. And this is the voice we would like to convert to. So this will be events.data.source audio key, like that. And instead of generate, this will be convert to match the naming of the API routes in the backend repository. Then down here, we'll say make an audio. And the only thing needed for this request is actually the prompt. So we'll go ahead and just say prompt. And then events.data.prompt, like this. And we just need to use the correct API route. So make an audio API route. Then after this else if, we can go ahead and say if no response. Then we'll throw a new error, API error, no response. And then we'll just say if a response dot okay. So if the response is not okay, then what we'll do is just say await database dot generated audio clip dot updates, where ID is equal to audio clip dot ID, and we would like to update the failed column to be true. So failed column should be true if the response is not okay. I'll then just go ahead and return response.json as promise. And I'll say audio URL string s3 key string. And then we can use this in the next step where we save the response to the history. So we'll say const history equals awaits step.run. That was all wrong. Step.run. We'll call the step save to history. And here we'll create an async function where we say return await database dot generated audio clip dot updates, where ID matches audio clip dot ID, and we would like to update the data s3 key results dot s3 key, like this. So if this succeeds, then we will have obtained the s3 key from the EC2 instance API response, which we can then set over here in the database so the polling or the client knows that the clip is ready to be played. Now up here, I would like to just throw a new error actually. So if the response is not okay, I'll just say throw new error and then API error. And I would like to say plus response.status text. And then after saving to history, the last thing we can do is just deduct credits. So we'll say deduct credits equals await step.run deduct credits async function. And here we'll just do the same. We'll just import the database, use the database and say .user instead, where ID is audio clip .user ID, and we would like to update the credits, and we'll say decrement, and we'll just decrement 50 credits for each operation done, regardless of what operation it is. And then down here, we'll return success true. Great. So now we have set up all of our ingest function, we have divided it into multiple steps of retriable logic. The first one gets the clip from the database. The next one calls the API on the EC2 instance. The third step is going to save the data from the EC2 instance to the database again, so it'll save the S3 key. And the last one is going to deduct 50 credits from the user's accounts. So now whenever we add messages to this queue in ingest, this function should be called. So we can start setting up what happens now whenever we press the generate button, because we just need to add messages to the queue basically, and then build out the polling logic to find out whether a message has been processed or not. So if we go into the text-to-speech editor, in here I would like to call a server action because we're inside a client component. So what I would like to do is just go under actions, create a new file, call this generate speech.ts. In here I'll create a new function, so export async function, generate text to speech. I'll pass in the text from the frontend, which is a string, along with the voice, which is also a string. I can then just say use server here in the top, and then I'll say const session equals await auth, and then I can say if session.user.id is not there, then we'll just throw a new error, user not authenticated. This means that we can get the ID without it being undefined, but with it just being a string basically. So the first thing I'll do is just create this new audio clip in the database. So I'll say const audio clip job equals await db dot generated audio clip dot create, and I'll create it with the data text being text, voice being voice, user, and we'll connect it to the user table, so id session.user.id, and we'll then just set the service to style TTS2 because this is text to speech. So hopping into Excalibur right here, what we did right here was basically this part. We created the audio clip in the database. Next, we need to insert the generate job into the ingest queue over here. So this is what we'll do now. So we'll say ingest, await ingest, which we'll just need to import .send. So we'll send a message into the queue. We'll say name generates .request. So by putting in this right here, we will hit this function, because this function can be invoked by the following event. So that is why we put in this name, and then we'll also pass in some data. So we'll say audio clip ID, and that'll be audio clip job.id along with user ID, which will be session.user.id. So this data right here is what we'll be able to get out from the events.data. So you see how we can get the audio clip from event.data.audioClipID. Well, that is because we send it in, so we can get the event.data.audioClipID. And then also the user ID right here is used as the key, so event.data.user ID, to limit how many requests a user can get processed by the EC2 instance per minute. So that is why we need to pass in the user ID as well. Now hopping back to Excalibur, what we just did was the following step right here. Now we just need to return the ID back to the client such that we can do the polling on the client. So down here we'll say return audio ID, and that'll be the audio clip job.id. I'll then also pass back another property called should show throttle alerts, and I'll just set this to true for now. This means, or what I want this to do, is to check whether the user has created more than 3 of these in the last minute. So if the user has clicked generate speech 4 times during the last minute, this should be set to true, otherwise it should be false. And then we can show some form of banner here in the front end that lets the user know that their processing might take a little bit longer because they have created so many jobs during the last minute basically. So we'll just create a function for handling this. So I'll say const should show throttle alerts. This will be an async function. So async user ID string. I'll say const 1 minute ago equals new dates. And then I'll say 1 minute ago dot set minutes. 1 minute ago dot get minutes -1. So this will get a date object where the minutes is just 1 minute ago. We'll then just say const count equals a wait database dot generated audio clips dot counts. And we would like to count them with the filter where user ID is user ID and created at equals greater than, so GTE 1 minute ago. And we can then pass in this date we just created. So if the user has created more than 3 of these database records during the last minute, this will then be 4. If he has created 4, for example, so the count will be 4. So we'll say return count is larger than 3. So if the count was 4 and it's larger than 3, then this will be true. But if a user didn't create any, for example, this will be 0, and 0 is smaller than 3, so this will be false. So we can just take this should show throttle alert and use it instead of true. So I'll say await should show throttle alert session.user.id. And then we have the first server action ready here. We'll just go ahead and create the one for speech to speech. So right here, the voice changer already as well, since we are already in the file. So I'll copy this entire method and copy it right down below. Then I'll say generate speech to speech. I'll pass in the original voice S3 key. So this is an S3 key pointing to an object in an S3 bucket that we would like to convert the voice from, and this is the voice we would like to convert to. So instead of text, I'll say original voice S3 key, set this to the original voice S3 key, and the service I'll just set to seed VC. And then because we also use this original voice S3 key, I just want to make sure that we actually use that inside the functions.ts. So going down to where we call the seed VC API, instead of doing event.data, I'll just do audio clip.source audio key, which will then be original voice S3 key. So I just need to select that over here, set that to true. And the target voice is also stored in the audio clip. Good. The rest should be the same. And I'll just go ahead and copy this method once again for the last. So this one should be generate sound effects. And the only thing we want to pass into this function from the front end is the prompt. So the user might prompt a car honking, and that is the only thing needed to generate this clip. So the prompt will be a string. And we just need to change this to make an audio. And then up here, we'll say text will be prompt. Prompt like that. And here we just send the audio clip ID again, along with the user ID. And I just want to make sure we use the prompt up here. So under make an audio, instead of taking it from the event.data and then sending it along, sending it along in this request on this message, we might as well just get it from the audio clip. So we just need to say .text like that. And that should then be enough to call this endpoint and generate the audio clip. So going back to the Excalibur over here, what we just built was the server action where we insert the generate job into the queue. So we did this just 5 minutes ago, and now we just finished inserting it into the queue. So what I would like to do now is the polling server action. So this is what happens every 500 milliseconds, where we check the database for whether the status is good or not. So whether the S3 key is null or not null. And then we just generate a pre-signed URL if it is not null. And this server action I'll just create in the same file called generate speech. I'll just scroll down a little bit and then create it down here. So I'll say export async function generation status. I'll pass in the audio ID from the front end, and then I will return promise with an object storing success as a boolean, audio URL as a string or null. And then the first thing I would like to do is just get the session. So I'll say const session equals await auth. And then we'll just grab this audio clip from the database. So we'll do what we said right here. Check audio job status in database. So I'll go ahead and say const audio clip equals await database dot generated audio clip dot find first of row, where ID equals audio ID and user ID equals session.user.id. And I would like to select the following columns. So ID, failed, S3 key, and lastly, the service. So if something went wrong inside this ingest function and then the response was not okay, then failed was set to true. So we just want to handle that over here. So in case the clip failed, so if audio clip dot failed will then return success, false, and audio URL null. In case it didn't fail, so down here, if audio clip dot S3 key, so if it succeeded and the S3 key has been set, will then return success true, and audio URL await get pre-signed URL key audio clip dot S3 key. And in case it hasn't failed but the audio just hasn't finished generating, we'll just go ahead and return success true audio URL null. This means it will just continue to show the loading state and keep polling. So if we just hop into the history tab over here, and then we see no history items, we can just go under sound effects. We can then see this history item. So this history item comes from the page itself. So sound effects history. And here we make this query because this is a server component. So when the page loads for the first time, so when we just refresh the page, this query is made to the database and then passed down through properties to the client components. So when you click generate over here, it might create a new record in the database and even finish poll or even finish processing. So the S3 key might even be set. But going over to the history page, this query is not going to be rerun because we haven't really refreshed the page since last time. So to avoid having to refresh the page to see the new results after they have finished generating, we'll just do that manually without refreshing the page. So we'll do something called revalidating a path. And this will basically just do or redo all the database queries that is done when a specific path loads, such as this one. So hopping back into generate speech, we can just create a function that does this for us. So we'll say const revalidate based on service equals async, and it'll be an async function that receives the service type. And then based on what service it is, so we'll say switch service. If the case is style TTS2, then we'll revalidate the path only for style TTS2 because there's no reason to redo all the database queries for sound effects if we only created or generated a new audio clip for the text-to-speech page. So if we click generate here, we only want to revalidate the database queries for this page and not for the other ones. So down here, if the case is style TTS2, we'll say revalidate path, import that from Next.js cache, and then we would like to revalidate app speech synthesis. So I'll just copy this entire URL, to be honest, right there, and then just say break right after. I'll copy this thing 2 more times, and then I can call this seed VC, and this one make an audio. So this one will be voice changer, speech to speech, and this one will be called sound effects generate, and then it'll be history actually, and not generate because it'll be the database queries for this page specifically. And then we just need to call this function whenever we have found out that a clip has either failed generating or succeeded generating. So right here, for example, we'll need to call it, and we'll just say audio clip dot service, and we know this is as service type, but TypeScript doesn't, so we'll just go ahead and specify that manually. And then we'll do it whenever it fails as well. And now we should be able to call these server actions in the client to actually insert a message into the queue and see it working end to end. So hopping into the text-to-speech editor, I would like to say if text content dot trim dot length is equal to 0. So if there's no text, I don't really want to continue running this method. So I'll say return, and then I'll put this in a try catch. So try catch, and I would like to catch the error. So inside this try, I'll say set is loading. So set loading, I think, yeah. And I'll set this to true, and then I can say await generate text to speech. And now that is imported, I can pass in the text content and also the selected voice. So we just need to hop up and grab that. So up here, I'll say const get selected voice equals use voice store states dot get selected voice. Then I can say const selected voice equals get selected voice, and I would like style.js 2. Then just copying this and hopping back here, I can pass the selected voice into the server action and then just destructure the response. So I'll say const audio ID, comma, should show throttle alerts. And then we are having a problem with await not being able to be done in a synchronous method. So we'll just say async up here. And the selected voice should be .id as well. And since it can be undefined, I just want to check whether it is there or not. So I'll just put in an or statement or not selected voice, and that should then fix it. Then I'll just store the audio ID in a use state up here. So I'll go ahead and create a new use state, const current audio ID, and sets current audio ID. That'll be equal to a use state. That can be a string or null. And it'll just be null by default, like this. So now we can store the ID that is being returned from the server action. So we'll store the ID inside the text-to-speech page, and then we can poll with that ID every 500 milliseconds. So scrolling down again, we can just say set current audio ID, and then audio ID, and then also if should throw throttle alert, then we'll just say console.log more than 3 requests not allowed. And for the error, we'll say console.error, error generating speech, and we can then say error here as well. And we'll then just say set is or set loading, and we'll set that to false. So we can check if the queue system even works now. So what I'll do is hop under npm scripts and then say ingest dev and just go ahead and run our local ingest server. So I'll say y and just let this install, close down this terminal, and now we can copy this URL right here, paste it into our browser, and then we see the ingest development server right here, just like we saw on the front page of Inngest, just the local development server version. So under functions, I currently don't see anything, so I just need to go to my route and check that it is actually set up. It should be set up, but we can also see that there is an error over here under apps. So it's syncing, but it can't really connect to our endpoints. So it's also not having, it also doesn't have the port specified. So we'll just go in and fix that. If I go into my packet.json and then just specify the port right here, I should be able to run it again, and now it should work. So I'll say ingest dev and then just refresh over here, and it says HTTPS, which is also wrong. So I just want to make sure that it works now. HTTP localhost port 3000 API ingest. Good. So now there should definitely not be any problems. refreshing over here. Now it has detected our endpoint, and we can also see our function. We will be able to invoke the function manually by just passing in the data, but we won't really need to do that. So going into ElevenLabs text-to-speech, we have set up such that this handle generate speech should be called whenever we click the generate button. So we can try and just put something in and just see what happens. So narrate a story, for example, and then generate speech. And then in the Inngest server, we can see that a run has been completed. So it seems to have thrown 0 errors inside this functions.ts, which is very nice. And then if we check in the database, we just need to run Prisma DB Studio. If we check in the database, we now have once upon a time, we now see that inside the text right here. And then we see that the service is Auth.js2, the S3 key has been set, and we also see the user ID. So everything seems to be working perfect with the Auth.js2 setup for Inngest. We do see though that it is loading forever, and that is because we just set loading to true, but we don't really do any polling. The polling is just it's just not there, so loading will just always be true. So we just need to go and fix that and then do the actual polling. So under history, you can also see that there are no history items yet. So if we refresh, we see the history item. So polling will also solve this problem. So let's just go ahead and fix that problem right now. So inside the text-to-speech editor, I would like to go up to right here, selected voice, and then say const play audio equals use audio store. And then I'll put in a use effect. This use effect will be used for the polling. And then I'll put in a dependency array. So first I'll check for whether the current audio ID is there or not, and whether it is loading or not. So it's just loading. Then we'll say return. Then we can say const poll interval equals set interval. And we can then define an async function. Inside this function, we'll put in a try, a catch, and inside the try, the first thing we can do is get the generation status. So we'll say await generation status. So that is the server action which we defined ourselves. We'll pass in the current audio ID. So this is the server action I'm talking about. Now we have the status. So that is success or audio and audio URL. Below this, we'll say if status.success and status.audio URL. Then we'll say clear interval and pass in the poll intervals. We'll stop polling, and we'll also set loading to false. We'll stop loading and just start playing the audio. So to do this, we'll create a new audio. So this will just be an object. ID will be current audio ID. The title will be text content.substring. So we want to make it maximum 50 characters long. And then plus text content.length is more than 50. If it is, then we'll put on 3 dots. Otherwise, we will not. Another prop we want to add is going to be the audio URL. So we'll say status.audio URL. The voice will just be selected voice.id. The duration will be, we'll just hardcode this for now because we don't really have any logic for handling that. Progress will be set to 0, and the service will be set to the service. Good. So now we can call the play audio method from the audio store, pass in the new audio, and then we can say set current audio ID to null. And we just need to see what it's complaining about here. Undefined, so the voice needs to be not undefined, so I'll just go ahead and add that to the guard statement, and the voice should be there, selected voice should not be undefined, and I can then say remove this optional chaining. Otherwise, so this is the if statement, otherwise, else if, status.success. So if it failed, then we'll clear the interval, stop polling, pass in the poll interval, and then we would also set isLoading to false. We'll set the current audio ID to null, and we'll just console.error failed. Good. Afterwards, we can hop inside this catch and just say console.error if an error really occurred, error polling for audio status. And we can then just pass in the error. On this, we'll say clear interval, so just the same as up here. So we will clear the interval and stop polling, set loading to false, and set the current audio ID to null. And then we can define down here as a second parameter how often the polling should happen. So this will be every 500 milliseconds. And lastly, we can say return to clean up. That is something you should do. Clear interval, poll interval. So this will clean up the function for you. Now we just need to update the dependency array with all the things from outside the use effect, which we use. So that is going to be the current audio ID is loading, selected voice.id, play audio, text content, and service. Good. Then if I just hop over here and refresh the page, we can then just test out the polling. So I'll say narrate a story, generate speech. Hello, Ola, bonjour. And it started playing, so it seems like the polling worked fine, and we don't have any errors over here. Let me check the terminal. We don't have any errors right here as well in our Next.js backend, or we don't have any errors in the Inngest development server. So it seems to be working great. The only thing I want to do now is just actually show this error to the user, warning it is actually. So let me just find that. So under the handle, generate speech, right here we just say console.log, more than 3 requests per minute is not allowed. So what I'll do is use something called hot toast and then React. And this is a library which we can use to make correct toasts. So it isn't just a console.log, but something where we can actually inform the user. So I'll say React hot toast, open the terminal, npm install React hot toast, and then we just need to add this toaster element somewhere in the root of our app. So I'll just do that. So I'll hop into the layout of our app, and then right under the body, I'll just add the toaster. Let me see, we just need to import that. So I'll say import toaster from React hot toast from. Okay, and the import resolves now, so that's perfect. Good. So now instead of doing this, we can say toast, just import that. Then I'll remove the following console.log and say exceeding 3 requests per minute will queue your requests. And then I would like to pass in an icon as well. The icon should just be a time hourglass, and I have one in my clipboard right here. So right now I can just say true for now, just so you can see how it looks. Then over here, if I press generate speech, we see the time glass and the following warning. Hello, Ola. And then if we want to actually test that it works, we can try and click generate speech 3 times in a row. So there. Hello, Ola. Again. Bonjour. Hello, Ola. Bonjour. And again. So now we see exceeding 3 requests per minute. Hello, Ola. Will enqueue your requests. So that is perfect. Now the user also knows that these requests are being processed asynchronously with something like a queue, instead of the user thinking that they can just click generate speech all the time and have the results instantly. So it kind of aligns expectations and leaves the user not waiting for a bunch of minutes if they think it is going to be there straight away. Also, check out this history page over here. If I click generate speech, we then see that it updates right after being generated because we revalidate the page route up here. We can also just check out how the credit features, or whether the credit features is working or not. So I'll just pick one of these, and I just want to find out why any credits are not shown. So scrolling down to generate button, the credits remaining are being passed down, and we probably just need to set show credits to true, like this. And now we can see how many credits we have remaining, like that. That looks pretty good. So we can see that if we press generate speech, hello, hola, bonjour, and then refresh, we have 500 credits left, or less. So the features seems to be working, and now we can go ahead and focus on one of the other pages. Text-to-speech is done now. We have all the features. Let me just test with women, which is the other voice. And this, of course, won't work because we are using the mock API. I just remembered, so we'll have to wait with testing that until we are ready to use the EC2 instance. The history part is working as well. Konnichiwa, guten Tag. This works too. We should be able to search, so once upon a time or why. Perfect. So let's go ahead and focus on the voice changing page now. And now just go and close these pages, which we don't really need anymore. So the voice changer page is going to be inside speech synthesis and then voice changer. And then here we'll need to do something that's kind of like what we did in here with the polling. It is almost the exact same logic, so we can reuse a lot of what we have just built in here. So let's start by hopping over to the voice changer component, scrolling up and just see what we have. So inside this handle generate speech, we're going to do a couple of things. First, I'll say if not file. So if there is no file, we'll just return. Also, if there is no selected voice, we'll just return as well. Then I'll say try, and then catch right after. So catch error. Good. Inside the try statement, I would like to set is loading to true first of all, because we are loading now. And then I would like to get a pre-signed URL we can use to upload a file to the S3 bucket. So how this works is that we can't upload the file directly to the Next.js backend, which will then upload that to the S3 bucket, because then all the traffic will have to travel through our Next.js backend as well. But we can use the Next.js backend to generate a URL through the API, through the SDK to the S3 bucket, and then we can send that URL back to the client, and this URL will then let us upload the file straight from the client and then to the S3 bucket. So we'll need to generate this pre-signed URL, so an upload URL. So I'll just go ahead and create that. So if I hop under s3.ts, our library file, I can then say export async function get upload URL, and then we would need to specify the file type for the upload file as well. And then I'll return a promise containing an object, and this object is going to have upload URL, which is a string, and an S3 key, which is also a string. That is what we'll return. Good. Then we can say const allowed types equals, and then we only want to allow audio /mp3 as well as audio WAV. Then we'll say if not allowed types dot includes file type. In that case, we'll throw a new error. Only MP3 and WAV files are supported. I'll just have to fix this. So if it is one of these, then we'll just get the file extension. So const extension equals file type equals audio MP3 If that is the case, then the file type will obviously be mp3. Otherwise, it'll be WAV because we only have these two available. Now we can say const s3 key equals seed vc audio uploads, like this. And then we would like to insert a random UID or UUID for the upload URL. So when we upload the file, it'll get a random name that doesn't conflict with any other files that we have uploaded. So I'll say crypto, which we can just import dot random UUID. So this will never conflict with any other files because the chance of this UUID being generated being equal to another one that has been generated is very low. Cool. Then we can say dot and then pass in the extension like this. So we'll then put it into this folder right here. We will say crypto.randomuid to generate the file name, and then we'll append the extension, which we already know because we have uploaded the file and gotten the file type right here. Under this, I can just create the command to upload it. So just how we created a get command for the get pre-signed URL, we can also make a put command to upload files. So I'll say const command, and I can just copy this command actually. So command, and this will be a put object command. The buckets will be environment.s3 bucket name. The key will be the S3 key we just created. And then the content type we'll just need to set as well. So content type, and that will be the file type. Good. Now we can say const upload URL equals await get signed URL. And we'll pass in the S3 client, the command, and then also when the URL should expire. So if you don't use this URL to upload to the S3 bucket within 1 hour, so I'll just say 3600 seconds, then it will just be invalid basically. Then I'll return the upload URL and also the S3 key. So this is meant to run on the server. So we'll just go ahead and create a server action for this as well. So I'll go to generate speech under actions, and then we can just create a function for returning this upload URL. So I'll go ahead and say export async function generates upload URL file type string, and I'll say const session first of all. Maybe we can find another place where it's been done. So right here, that is what I want. So I'll say const session and get the user ID. Then I can say return, and then awaits gets upload URL, and then we pass in the file type. And I think I just said the wrong thing just one second ago. I said user ID. What we really want to do is just check whether the user is logged in or not when calling this endpoint, and then only logged in users should obviously be able to get this upload URL. Good. So hopping back into the voice changer, we can then first of all get the upload URL. So I'll say await generates upload URL. We'll pass in file.type. We'll destructure the output, so const upload URL and S3 key. Now we can use this to upload the file. So we'll say const upload response equals await fetch to the upload URL, and we'll fetch via the put HTTP method put, and then we can pass in the file as the body. And for headers, we can go ahead and define the content type, and this will be the file type. So that is what we're sending over the HTTP request. Good. Now that we have the upload response, we can then also check whether that is correct or not. So I'll say if not upload response.okay. So if it's not okay, then we'll throw a new error saying failed to upload file to storage. So after checking this, then every code being ran after this if statement should then be fine. So we'll then say awaits generates speech to speech. We can pass in the S3 key, and then also we can pass in the selected voice.id, and we'll just destructure the output to be audio ID and should throw or should show throttle alerts like this. And then we can first of all show the toast. So going in here, we can use this exact same if statement like that. And we just need to import toast, of course. And we can then set current audio ID, which we'll just need to define. So in here we had a set current audio ID. So this use state we can just define up here as well, right there. And now we can set current audio ID. So this is what we'll use to do the polling, like that. And then in the catch statements, I can just copy what we did in here as well. So going all the way down, it should be around here. Now I'll paste this into the catch statement, and then set will be set is loading. Good. And now we just need to implement the polling. So I'll take the entire, use effect up here, and copy that entire thing into the other file, and just place it under this handle generate speech right there. And then we can just see what we are missing. So is loading, and then also the text content we'll just replace with file instead. The service we'll just remove. And then this will be set is loading, and then we can start from the top and just see what we need to change. So first I'll import the use effect. I'll just need to import this generation status as well. We'll still need to poll every 500 milliseconds, so that is correct. And set will be set is loading. Then for the new audio down here, the title will not be this, which we've created ourselves. It will be file.name or voice changed audio if that doesn't exist. And then whenever it starts playing, we should also just set the file to null, because we shouldn't be able to generate from the same file twice. Or at least I don't think the users intend to do that. So I'll just remove the selected file for them automatically. And then in this console.error, I'll say voice changing field. Please try again. Oh, I don't really need that. Anyways, if I just hop back into this, I'll just make that error message a little bit clearer in here as well. So in here, I'll say text to speech failed. Good. And then here it is error polling for audio status for here as well. And now we should be ready to go with this one as well. Good. So I'll just open up my S3 buckets. And I think I need to log into the AWS account again. So I'll just come back when I've done this. Good. So now that I'm logged in, we can just open the ElevenLabs clone, then find the SeedVC audio uploads. And then we should be able to see the uploaded files whenever we upload them, just so we can validate whether it is correct whenever we do testing. Good. So first I would like to just upload a file. So I'll click right here. And by the way, setting has been set to Andreas. So if I find one of these voices,
hello, and
I'll try this one maybe.
They can't order me to stop.
And then just say open and convert voice. And nothing really happened. So let's just see if we got any console errors. I think the problem is maybe that we just aren't calling the function. So let's just see handle file select. Well, let me just find handle generate speech. So we are calling this in on generate. Let's just check the terminal. So def, we get an error right here. So something is obviously just missing. I'll just try and restart all of my servers. So npm scripts, and then I'll say npm def, ingest def, and then also Prisma Studio. Good. Now I'll just open up localhost again and try and upload a voice once again. Good. So right here I'll say source 1, convert voice, and now it starts spinning. Right here, we don't see any errors yet. Hello, hola, bonjour, ciao. But it did convert my voice to the clip we uploaded, so that is perfect. And then if I just check in the SeedVC audio uploads, we have a file being uploaded today. Maybe if I go under less modified. So we have a file being uploaded right now. So that seems like it is working perfectly. Great. Connoisseur. I'll just try with another voice as well. So Trump, and just use the same clip. Convert voice. And of course, this is not going to work because we're using the mock server.
Hello,
I just forgot
Ole.
again.
Bonjour. Ciao.
It is still going to be my voice. Great. So with this page out of the way, speech to speech, we can go to the last page and finish up, which will be sound effects. Good. Let me just check that the history worked over here as well. And it does. So the sound effects, we'll just need to find that page as well. So if I search for sound effects generator, we can see the page over here. Good. So we'll just need to create the use state called current audio ID, which we will need for loading right there. Oh, sorry, for polling. And then down before the return statement, oh, sorry, we won't do the pull and get. We'll just finish the implementation of the generation first. So I'll first say if is text empty. Well, if it's empty, then we'll just return. Then I'll put it in a try catch statement. Inside the try, I can say set is loading. So set loading, we'll set that to true. And then const audio ID should show throttle alert, and that'll be equal to await generate sound effects. We'll pass in the text content. And then under this, we can say if, we'll just copy that, showing the toast. So let me just see where we have that, maybe all the way down here, right there. So we'll just paste that in and add import from React Hot Toast. And then whenever we have generated the audio, or not, we have added the job to the queue, we'll then say set current audio ID, and we'll set that to audio ID to start the polling process. Inside the catch, we'll just use the exact same logic as in here. So error generating speech, and this will then be sound effect, and we'll set is loading to false. And now we should be able to call the method right here to start the generation, and we just need the polling. So I'll hop in and just find the use states we use for polling. So that is this one, or use effect, sorry. So I'll just copy the entire use effect and paste it in over here. I'll just paste it in down here. And now we just need to change some things. The voice we can remove because we don't have a voice. The service I'll remove as well. And the rest should be fine. Now going up to the top of the use effect, I'll just import that first of all. Then just import this generation status as well. Remove the selected voice from the card statement. Voice I'll just set to nothing in here. Service I'll set to make and audio. And the title should be just fine as it is. Then down here I'll say error polling for audio status, that is also correct. Although here I need to say sound effect generation failed, and the rest should be fine. So I'll just refresh over here. Pick an example, robot sounds, generate sound effects.
Hello, Ole. Bonjour.
We can then see both the title, we can also see the date, and we can play the audio. And over here under history, we can see futuristic robot powering up. So it seems to be working just fine. So that is just great. Now I noticed down here that it says just now. So I'll just try and add this created at, which is a new date. And then to local date string. And then let me just see in play audio what it is expecting. So created at is just going to be a string. So let's just try and see if we can set the created at by doing that. So going down to created at, I'll just try and create a new one. So car engine revving. And then we can actually see the date here.
Hello, Ole.
So I just want to do the exact same thing just for the two other ones as well. So right here. And then also for the voice changer, which is going to be new audio right there. So let me just test it out. If we go back to text to speech and then say narrate a story, we'll then say generate speech.
Hello.
And now we also see the data generation down here. So that is just perfect. One more thing I would like to do is just take a screenshot of this entire application and then put it into the public folder. So I'll take the screenshot right here, and now it's in my clipboard. So I'll go ahead and hop into the public folder. So I'll say public and just paste it in, remove the placeholder, and just call this for placeholder instead. Now, if we log out, we should be able to see the real application. So I'll say my account, sign out, and we see the real application right here. So that is exactly what I wanted. Good, I'll just log back in. So test@gmail.com and 123, 123. And then the last thing there is to do is to actually hook this up to the real EC2 instance, just to test that the AI functionalities actually work end to end. So to do that, I'll hop into my S3 dashboard, search for EC2, and then I can launch an instance. I'll say ElevenLabs clone. I'll pick PyTorch as the AMI. For the instance type, I'll pick the g5.xlarge. Scrolling down, I can select a key pair. I'll then just need to press edit here in the network settings, then say SSH. That should be fine. And then I'll just add a new group. And this will be custom TCP, port range 8000 to 8002. This should be from anywhere. And then I'll add a new one, HTTP. And then I'll say anywhere to port 80. Perfect. And then for storage, I'll just give it 100 gigabytes. And in advanced details, I'll select my IAM instance profile right there. And then that should be fine for testing. Good, I'll launch the instance. And then just connect to your instance via the terminal. Say connect right here. And then we just need to refresh because it wasn't quite ready. So first we need to install Docker Compose. So this is the exact same procedure as when we were testing after the backend section. So Docker Compose can be installed with the following command: sudo curl-l, and then you put in this entire URL. You can also just find this on Google if you just Google for Docker Compose install in Linux machine. So go ahead and just install this. And then we'll just make Docker Compose executable. So I'll say sudo chmod +x user local bin Docker Compose, like that. I'll then just log in with my user. So I'll search for ECR and then just find my registry right here without any of the specific subdomains or sub-URLs. And then I would like to say AWS ECR get login, password -- region US East 1, pipe symbol Docker login -- username AWS -- password stdn, and then we'll paste in the URL we just copied. This should log us in. And now we just need the Docker Compose file so we can run it. So I'll say file and then new window. I'll then open up a folder, documents, repositories, ElevenLabs clone. And then I would like to just open this one so we can get the contents of the Docker Compose file. I'll copy this to my clipboard, hop back over here, say nano Docker Compose.yml, paste this in. Then I can say Control X and then Y, and I can then press enter to leave it. I can then just say cats Docker Compose.yml to see that we actually have the file contents within the file now. Then I'll just need to say Docker Compose up -d and just wait for this to finish. Now that these images have been pulled and then also started up because we ran Docker Compose up, I'll just go ahead and open up a new terminal. In here, I'll just say Docker Compose logs-f, and we just need to spell it correctly. And I just want to make sure that it started exactly like it was supposed to do, and it seems like it did. So we have the three services running on these three ports: 8000, 8001, and 8002. And these are all exposed through the Docker Compose file. So now what I want to do is hop under instances. You can just go to instances for instances EC2, select your instance, get the public IPv4 address, and then hop back into the environment variables file. So I'll say env, and then I'll just take these, copy them, and comment them out. And then I'll just make an equivalent down below just with the real keys. So I just need to copy this IP address again. And then here I'll say the IP address, HTTP before that. And then after that I'll put in port 8000, because port 8000 is style.css2 as we defined in Docker Compose. This will be 8001 and this will be 8002. Then if I just check the terminal, the environment variables should be reloaded like this. So that is perfectly fine. Now hopping into the ElevenLabs application, we can then actually test this out. So we can say, let me just see what we have. Introduce your podcast, for example, in woman voice. So let's try and say generate speech and see what happens. So it takes a while, so maybe the models are loading for the first time. So hopping in under logs, we can just check if anything is happening here. Or maybe we can just check the console actually to see if we had any problems. So Inngest. So there were an issue here in Inngest I can see, and it retried twice like it was supposed to do. So that is pretty cool. Now seeing through the logs right here, maybe we can find an error. So the routes is wrong. So of course I see the problem now. It is not a /, it is supposed to be a colon right here for the port. It is definitely not a subroute like this, it is a port. So I'll just go ahead and save, and this should reload the environment variables. Otherwise I'll just restart the server here. So def. Then if I hop over here and refresh and set the voice to woman and then introduce your podcast, we can just try again. Going in under the logs, we don't see anything so far.
To unexplained phenomena,
we did get the answer right here
where
after about 5 to 10 seconds. And then hopping in under the EC2 instance, I think the reason it took so long was because it had to load the model for the first time or something like that. But we did see that it was processed correctly under the style.css2 API. So if I just play it again,
we explore the mysteries that science has yet to solve.
So that worked fine. Let me just try my voice. Generate speech.
Welcome to Unexplained Phenomena.
So as you probably saw right there was an issue with the voices not being correct. So I'll just try to explain what the problem is, because I just spent some time diving into this problem. So first I'll say generate speech with Andreas as the voice. Welcome to and that sounds like me. Then I'll set it to women. Welcome to that is also my voice, and both of these are Andreas. So obviously the voice switching isn't registered. So we just need to, I'll just tell you what the problem is. So up here in this text-to-speech editor, if you take this selected voice line, this selected voice does not change even though we change the voice here. The voice does change in the store, but because we just set this selected voice as a variable by calling a function, this won't really work and this won't update. So I'll take this line and copy it, and then only call it whenever we need it, so right before here. And then also going down, I can remove the selected voice. And then down here, I'll just call it right there as well. And then hopping up, we can just take this get selected voice and pass that into the dependency array instead of the selected voice that was there beforehand. So now if I just press save and hop back into the code, I should then be able to pick women, say introduce your podcast, and press generate speech.
Welcome to unexplained.
And now it is at least not my voice. Now it is the woman's voice. If I press Andreas,
Welcome to
now it is my voice again. Another thing is that you probably heard that it didn't sound exactly like a woman. It sounded kind of like a mixture between my voice and then a woman's voice.
Welcome to unexplained phenomena.
So kind of like a chipmunk. And the reason for this is that in the code that is running on the EC2 instance, we aren't switching between the AI models. So we fine-tune an AI model to my voice. But if we then use another voice than my voice for that AI model, then it is still going to be fine-tuned to my voice, so the performance will degrade for other models or for other voices. The solution to this would obviously be to use the general model for the woman's voice, and then whenever my voice is picked, it would switch the model to using my fine-tuned model. Right now, my model, the fine-tuned model, is just a hard-coded one, so it'll give these issues. So this is something you could look into if you continue with this project. Now, with this fix over here, we can just go ahead and do the same wherever we need to do this. So we'll say get selected voice, find out where all the places that it is called. So voice selector right here, that is fine. And then text-to-speech editor, it is fine as well. That is what we just fixed. And then in voice changer, we just need to remove the selected voice right there, call the function there. We can call the function in here, remove selected voice, and then replace this with get selected voice. And then that should be it. So now we can test out the next feature. So let's go to the voice changer. So here in the voice changer, I will just set this to Andreas, upload a file. I'll upload this one.
Some call me.
And then just try and use that. Then I'll say convert voice. And it'll probably just load the model for the first time. So it might take a little bit longer for the first time.
Some call me nature.
And it just finished here. And as you can hear, this is my voice.
Others call me Mother Nature.
Good. Then we can just try and see history. We can see my voice right there. And let's just try and convert to a woman's voice.
Some.
So we'll say open and then convert voice.
Some call me nature. Others call me.
So we have this problem again with the voice being incorrect. So I'll just look into that for a second. And of course, this needs to be changed to seedvc instead of styled-cts2. So let me just find out where we did these changes and make sure we don't see this problem again. So here it will be seedvc. And the rest of the places, it should work just fine. So now I'll just try and use the woman's voice. So voice woman. And open it. Convert voice.
Some call me nature.
And now we see that it is working correctly. Let's just try Trump's voice. Source S2, open and convert the voice.
Some call me nature.
So his voice works as well. Great. And we can also see the different conversions over here. Let's just try and play one of those.
Some call me.
And let's try and download it. It downloaded just fine as well. Good. So this feature obviously works. Let's just hop into the sound effects. In here we can just try the robot sounds maybe. Generate sound effect. And as you see, we have this problem down here. So opening it up, it says sound effect generation failed. In this EC2 instance, we can see that it says unprocessable entity. So it seems like there's something with a bad request because of the 400 status code. So if we just hop into functions and find make an audio, what we can do is just check out the body we sent along. So right here it's supposed to say prompts and not prom. So that hopefully fixes it, because that is an obvious error. Hopping back in and just saying robot sounds, we can just press generate sound effect again and just see what happens. And we at least get some sounds. It might not sound that robotic, but it is a sound that is being generated. Let's just try a helicopter flyby. So it's another sound, sounded more like a chainsaw. Let's just try the heavy rainstorm. And I can say that sounds very accurate. So let's just download the file. Works fine as well. We can close down the menu, open it back up. In here in the history, we can see the different commands we just put in. Let's just try and play one of these. That works fine as well. And let's just test out the mobile edition. So if we go to voice changer, we can open up this menu. We can change the voice. We can also see the history. So that works great. Under text to speech, we can just try and put in tell a silly jokes and then set the settings to woman, close it, generate speech. And let's just see what happens.
Why don't scientists trust atoms because they make up everything?
So it doesn't sound like a woman because of the mod problem I talked to you about 2 minutes ago, but we do see that it works on mobile. You can also see the progress bar right here.
Speaking of making things up,
so it seems to be working perfectly fine all through the entire app, except for the small problems and issues I just explained to you. So the last thing I just want to test is being able to log out and log back in. And that seems to be working perfectly fine as well. Great. So that was that for this tutorial. So we have now built all of these free features, and you have hopefully learned a ton in the process about how we can self-host models on EC2 instances, so we can go to GitHub and just find the model we like and just host that and build a SaaS around that, along with how we can throttle the calls to make sure we do not overload our EC2 instances and that we use our resources in the most efficient way possible. And lastly, I also hope you have learned a ton about Next.js and how we can build smooth UIs that works both on mobile and also on desktop views. With the testing done, it is also very important that you just hop under instances and say instance state and just terminate your instance, just to make sure that you won't be charged for unused billing because you forget it. Now, before ending the tutorial, I would like to just end with the following closing note. So even though you might not be able to build this entire repository from scratch and build the entire project with what you have learned, you might be familiar with the codebase because you have worked within it. So since my goal is really to get you to learn as much as possible, I think it would be an excellent approach for you to try out these tasks instead of just ending the tutorial here. So now that you have gotten a little bit familiar with the codebase, but you haven't quite built it entirely yourself, it's an excellent opportunity to expand on the solution with some of the following tasks. So I've divided these tasks into front-end and back-end tasks, and then they are also different, so some of them will be harder and some of them will be easier. So for example, for the front-end task, the download button next to the generate button does not work right now. So right here, if I generate something and then press right here, nothing really happens. And that is because it is disabled and we haven't really set up the feature for being able to download anything. So that is a pretty easy task to do. So you can start with doing that. I would set that as a yellow color. It is pretty easy. The next thing is we should load voices dynamically from the API endpoints instead of hard coding them. So right now, these voices over here are just hard-coded inside a TypeScript file. So I would say that they should be loaded dynamically from the API endpoints, also because this way we can add even more voices in the backend. So on the EC2 instance or wherever we run our models, and then they should just automatically appear over here if they are available. So this one is probably a yellow, this one is green, not yellow, this one is pretty easy, this one is a little bit harder. And then if you want to work a little bit more with the SaaS side of things, I would urge you to try recharging the user's credits monthly. This one is yellow because you have to work with some dates and also figure out when you want to recharge the user's credits. Maybe you can do this every time a user logs in and then check when was the last time you recharged the credits. Maybe you can use Inngest to create cron jobs. So if you search for Inngest, cron jobs, these are functions which you can run at a specific time. So maybe once a month you will run a function, and then Inngest will make sure that all of this happens automatically. And then you just need to define what will happen once a month. So that is going to be the cron job function. So that is another thing you can do. This is a pretty exciting task as well, where you can work with different technologies such as Inngest, and then also something you would probably need if you were to run this as a software as a service application. Then moving on, here is another pretty easy task. Right now we are just deducting 50 credits regardless of the service being used, but you can actually go ahead and just deduct credits based on what service is being used. So maybe for the style.js service it is 100 credits, and for this one it is 200 credits. Or maybe you would like to charge per character. So maybe you take the characters, and then the amount of characters is also the amount of credits you would like to deduct. So this is a pretty cool small little task if you would like to work a little bit more of the solution. Another thing is also that we don't really prevent the user from being able to access the solution if the user were to have 0 credits left. So maybe you could create an overlay that blocks the user from being able to access the solution if the user has no credits left. So that is also a yellow. It's between a yellow and a green. It's not too hard, but also not super easy. And then something you should definitely get familiar with is deploying applications to production. So now we have worked with deploying the EC2 instance, but we haven't really deployed the Next.js application at all. So this one is yellow because you will need to build the Next.js application, figure out all the lint errors in Next.js. Then you'll just need to fix these lint errors, and then you should be able to put it on Vercel. Instead of an SQLite database, you can use a free Neon database. This is also part of a Vercel. And then for the Inngest, if you would like to work with that, you can just create a free Inngest account and work with that as well. Great. So moving on to the backend, if you want to work with some more harder tasks, you can try and implement an entirely new model. So this one, Make an Audio 2, is the same researchers, as far as I know, who made Make an Audio 1. So that is the model we are using. But you can actually just try and use their new model and see if there's any differences between the model we're currently using and this new version which they built. And as you could probably hear, the sound effects that we got out of this weren't like amazing. If you just listen to this one, a futuristic robot for example, like it doesn't sound a lot like a futuristic robot. So I think it would be an awesome task to try and use a better model. And I just made a small mistake. And there's really no better model to use right now, since you're already familiar with Make an Audio 1, than just try Make an Audio 2 and see if that's better. A lot of the implementation will probably be the same, but you can still, for example, build a new API around this, or maybe you can integrate it into the old API. So this I would consider red because it will take a little more research on your own. Next, to solve the issue with the model right here, then with the voice right here, if I put in the woman voice, we could hear that it didn't quite sound like woman voice.
Why don't scientists trust Adam?
And that is because we use my fine-tuned model, so the model fine-tuned to my voice, and then we try to apply the woman's voice for that. But instead, when we use the woman voice or any other voice, I think we should just use the general model, and then only if we use my voice, you can use the fine-tuned model to my voice, or whatever voice that you have fine-tuned on. So going back in here, a cool little project would be to load these models dynamically. It's probably between somewhere between a yellow and a red, but it's not super hard, but it's also not easy, that's for sure. This would teach you a little bit about how to build the Docker images on your own, upload them to the Elastic Container Registry, and then pull them down in the EC2 instance to actually run the API again. So I really hope you try out some of these tasks. It's not too hard to follow along the tutorial, even though it goes a little bit fast sometimes. But I think where you will really learn something is with these tasks, because it'll have you work on your own, and that is probably where you learn the most. If you do get stuck in any of these tasks, I urge you to hop into either ChatGPT and ask that first, search Stack Overflow, and then if you have a specific question a specific issue with a specific framework, what I always do is hop into the GitHub repository. So for example, with Make an Audio, GitHub, If I get a specific error with make an audio, what I usually do is to hop into that library's repository, go under issues, just remove the two right here, and just search for the issue. So maybe I can search for PyTorch. And then somebody had an issue with PyTorch, and maybe this was exactly the error I had, and somebody just solved the error in a comment down below. So those are the 3 ways I would recommend you to solve issues first and foremost. And also, if you can't find the issue anywhere online and you can't solve it, you can also comment on this video below, or just try and ask in the community, which I've linked to, which is a Discord channel in the description of the video. So thank you so much for following along in this entire video. We have covered a lot of stuff. We have covered Python, AWS, Next.js, and a bunch of other stuff. And I really urge you to try out these tasks as I think they'll be immensely helpful for you when learning more coding. So thank you again for listening, and I'll see you in the next video.